Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du...
Introduction of government bills.
Mr. Baird for Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Citizens' Arrest and the Defences of Property and Persons. This motion is deemed adopted. Monsieur Baird, pour...
Mr. Baird for Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted. Will this bill be read a second time?
At the next sitting of the House. Dépôt de projet de...
Introduction of government bills.
Ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the fifth report of the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development in relation to Bill C-469, an act to establish a Canadian Environmental Bill of Rights. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments.
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor of presenting in both official languages the sixth report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development. It seeks to tell the House about a possible breach of privilege.
The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor of tabling in both official languages the seventh report of the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage concerning emerging and digital media, opportunities and challenges.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor of tabling in both official languages the 10th report of the Standing Committee on the Status of Women, entitled Changing the Long-Form Census, Its Impact on Women's Equality in Canada.
Presentation.
Presenting reports from committees.
Private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Président République émanant du Sénat. Motion.
Motions.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, the people of Canada, Mr. Speaker, have been living through the most difficult economic times really since the Great Depression. And many companies have had to restructure or go into bankruptcy, including Buchanan Forest Products a couple of weeks ago in my riding. Thousands of people not receiving any severance or termination or any pension. And the pensioners here, the petitioners here, Mr. Speaker, are calling on the House of Commons in Parliament to affirm that pension benefits are in fact deferred wages and to elevate defined pension benefit plans to secured status in the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act and the Canadian Creditors Protection Act, and to pass into law any legislation before it that will achieve these objectives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, I am tabling a petition signed by residents of Sainte-Adèle, which is in my riding, and this petition seeks to denounce the 30% cuts in the budget to the renovation of low-cost housing. And I would like to quote in support of this petition an excerpt from a press release which has been issued by the Federation of Low-Income Tenants of Quebec. Instead of having $276 million in 2011 to make repairs to low-cost housing units in Quebec, some of which are in my riding, there will be no more than $200 million. So this cut of 30% will be imposed on over 500 housing units for 2011, and other cuts will occur for other housing units for 2012. So this will delay a major work that needs to be done. For example, the repair of housing units. So concretely, that means that thousands of tenants will continue to live in housing units that have that are inaccessible, that have various roofing and covering problems, obsolete plumbing, and different other problems. So these cuts are due to the refusal of the CMHC to fund its fair share of this work. So the CMHC must pay $140 million per year, whereas it refuses to pay more than $70 million. So it is for this purpose I am tabling this petition, Mr. Speaker, and I will surely have other ones in the weeks to come. Thank you.
Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My petition demands an end to Canada's military involvement in Afghanistan. In May 2008, this Parliament passed a resolution to withdraw the forces by July 2011, and the Prime Minister, with the agreement from the Liberal Party, broke his promise to honour the parliamentary motion and furthermore refuses to put it to a parliamentary vote in the House. Mr. Speaker, committing 1,000 soldiers to a training mission still presents a danger to our troops and an unnecessary expense when our country is faced with a $56 billion deficit. The military mission has cost Canadians more than $18 billion, money that could have been used to improve health care and seniors' pensions right here in Canada. Polls show a clear majority of Canadians do not want Canada's military presence to continue after the scheduled removal date of July 2011, and therefore, Mr. Speaker, the petitioners call upon the Prime Minister to honour the will of Parliament and bring the troops home now.
Presenting petitions.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, orders du jour.
Government orders, business of supply.
The Standing Committee on Finance, standing in the name of Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale, seconded by Ms. Bennett, moves that given the undisputed privileges of Parliament under Canada's Constitution, including the absolute power to require the government to produce uncensored documents when requested, the government's continuing refusal to comply with reasonable requests for documents, particularly related to the cost of the government's tax cut for the largest corporations and the cost of the government's justice and public safety agenda, represents a violation of the rights of Parliament, and this House hereby orders the government to provide every document requested by the Standing Committee on Finance on November 17, 2010 by March 7, 2011. Debate. The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. For many months now, in this House and across the country, Liberals have been pointing out the cruel irony of this Conservative government preaching a newfound doctrine of so-called fiscal restraint. It certainly wasn't there between 2006, when they first took power, and late 2008, when the global recession arrived. During that period of time, these Conservatives increased federal spending by 3 times the rate of inflation. They wiped out all the contingency reserves and prudence factors that had been built into federal budgets to serve as fiscal shock absorbers against sudden adverse developments. And they put this country back into deficit again before, not because of, but before there was any recession to blame. And now, suddenly, Mr. Speaker, they've got religion. Now they're going to get prudent all of a sudden. So they're telling average Canadian families there is no room for them on the government's agenda, no room for family care, no room for early childhood development, no room for help with the costs of post-secondary education, no room for a better Canada pension plan, while they simultaneously blow billions of dollars on big, expensive, high-risk Conservative spending schemes, like $10 to $13 billion at least on prisons and jails, like $16 to $21 billion on stealth fighter jet airplanes, with no mission statement and no competitive bidding to get value for money, and $6 billion every year in extra tax cuts for the richest 5% of Canadian corporations. Not for small business, Mr. Speaker, just the big ones. For months, we asked this government repeatedly to provide a factual rationale for these odd and bad choices. We got no response. So last November, in the Standing Committee on Finance, our critic, the honourable member for King's Hants, put down a detailed motion demanding a full financial analysis. The Parliamentary Budget Officer was asking for much the same thing. Again, no response. Belatedly, while still concealing all the details, the Conservatives came up with the lame excuse that details could not be provided because of cabinet confidences. That was clearly false. So our Liberal finance critic took the case a step further last week by raising a question of privilege in this House. And again, nothing but belligerence and obfuscation came from the government. 2 nights ago, we took another step. We gave notice of the motion that we're moving as the subject matter of this Opposition Day debate, a House order for the production of documents. And then suddenly, Mr. Speaker, at long last, suddenly there were rumours that the government might have something to table, some answer to the questions that we've been asking. Well, we have no idea what that rumour entails. We'll look into the details, if there are any details. But given the months of stonewalling, given the last-minute deathbed nature of this repentance, if it is one, and given this government's always grudging attitude toward Parliament's unmistakable right to know, the motion that we have selected today remains vital and necessary. It's all about a government afraid of the truth and determined to hide it in a vast variety of ways. Not since 1873, when Sir John A. Macdonald was trying to evade responsibility for his railway scandals, not since then has a Canadian Parliament been as abused as this one today by government schemes to obscure transparency, stifle accountability, and hide the truth. Never before has a Canadian government been as pathologically partisan, ideological, and obsessed with secrecy and control. It's Conservative standard practice to so limit and manipulate information that it becomes impossible for Parliament to do its job of holding government to account. It becomes impossible for Canadians to judge their government because hard facts are simply concealed. It becomes impossible to know in truth what is going on, and without knowledge, democracy is impaired. Oh, yes, you can pass all the fine-sounding accountability acts that you want, but they become a mockery when the Prime Minister prorogues Parliament twice in 1 year, padlocks the central institution of our democracy twice in 1 year to evade tough questions about his government's misbehaviour. All that fine legislation becomes a mockery when that government sends its ministerial staffers to deliberately and repeatedly interfere with access to information laws. And it becomes a mockery, Mr. Speaker, when the government condones, even encourages ministers to falsify documents and then tell the opposite of the truth. The Parliamentary Budget Officer, a position designed and created by this Prime Minister, and an officer personally selected by this Prime Minister, warned this week that Parliament is being subverted by this government's obsession with secrecy. He cannot do his job, and MPs cannot do their jobs when the government will not provide the necessary information, or when it does, it comes out in such garbled or falsified form. With respect to the 2 specific requests for information mentioned in the motion that is before the House today, one relating to extra corporate tax cuts for the privileged few, and the other about enormous new prison costs, Mr. Page, the Parliamentary Budget Officer, and every other relevant authority has debunked the notion that this information can be hidden from Canadians because it somehow involves a cabinet confidence. It does not. One journalist noted the other day that this government uses the false excuse of cabinet confidence to hide information in the same way that Richard Nixon used the excuse of executive privilege. Both are equally odious and wrong. But it is a telling point, Mr. Speaker, that this Conservative government seems to aspire to Nixonian standards, complete with their own list of enemies that need to be silenced. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, the claim of Cabinet confidence is simply irrelevant, as you made abundantly clear in your landmark ruling on April the 27th, 2010, about the obligations of government to produce documents when requested to do so by Parliament. After an exhaustive review of all the arguments and all the authorities going back 125 years, you reached three essential conclusions. Number one, holding the government to account is the House of Commons' fundamental right, undisputed privilege, and, in fact, an obligation. Number two, in order to discharge that obligation, the House of Commons must have unfettered access to complete and uncensored information. And number three, any limitation on the method by which that access to information is accomplished must be determined not by the government, but by the House of Commons. The House of Commons decides the process, not the government. As you said so clearly, Mr. Speaker, last April 27th, when this House duly adopts an order following proper notice and debate, as we are doing today in this debate, the government must comply. So, Mr. Speaker, why is the information about prison costs so important? Well, because Canadians need to verify the work of the Parliamentary Budget Officer. He determined that one or two of this government's crime bills will increase costs to taxpayers by $10 to $13 billion, and little, if any, of that new cost has been budgeted for. So where will it come from, Mr. Speaker? And at whose expense? Parliament needs to know. Canadians also need to know the additional costs associated with 18 other bills of a similar nature, for which no cost analysis has yet been provided and for which no budget provision has been made. Canadians also need to know if every bit of attrition in the size of the public service, which is the Conservatives' one and only plan to reduce the deficit, this attrition plan, is that attrition being more than offset by the hiring of new prison guards, so there is really, at the bottom line, no attrition at all, and therefore no savings at all, and therefore no deficit plan at all. Canadians need to know how many mega-billions in total will be spent on U.S.-style mega-jails, which have proven in America to be a failure in terms of public safety. And why are jails the Conservative government's biggest job creation plan? Why are jails the Conservative substitute for social housing or for mental health services or for Aboriginal inclusion or for education? These questions need answers, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, why is the information about extra corporate tax cuts important? Because, again, Canadians need to verify the analysis done by the Department of Finance, which says corporate tax cuts are the least cost-effective way to generate immediate jobs. That's the Federal Department of Finance, Mr. Speaker, saying corporate tax cuts are the least cost-effective way to generate immediate jobs. Canadians also need to verify the work of the Chief Economic Analyst at Statistics Canada, who says the job creation value of the government's extra corporate tax cuts is, quote, trivial, a drop in the bucket, according to Stats Canada. Canadians need to know what is gained by extra corporate tax cuts on top of the 35% reduction in corporate tax rates in Canada that has taken place over the last 10 years. Since Canada already had the lowest corporate tax rate in the G7 except for the UK before these latest Conservative tax cuts, since Canada already had a 10-point or 25% tax rate advantage over the United States, since Canada already had a globally competitive corporate tax rate before these latest cuts, what is to be gained by more? And, Mr. Speaker, for whom? $6 billion more in borrowed money to be repaid at some future date by our children and grandchildren to finance an extra tax cut now for the biggest and wealthiest 5% of Canadian businesses. To a lot of Canadians, that sounds out of whack. Only one business in 20 stands to gain, only the privileged few. And meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, every employer and every employee in Canada, including every small business that employs one single soul, every one of them, is going to be paying more taxes this year because these Conservatives are imposing increased job-killing payroll taxes through higher employment insurance premiums. This year, and next year, and the year after that, and the year after that, up and up and up those payroll taxes go. The Conservatives will rake in $1.3 billion more this year in these higher payroll taxes, and then $3 billion more next year, and then $5 billion more the year after that, and then $7 billion more. Over 4 years, more than $16 billion will be taken from every employer and every employee on every Canadian job. Most especially, small business will pay. In the perverse logic of this government, they cut taxes on the corporate profits of big business, while they increase taxes on the jobs created by small business. It just doesn't make sense. And while they can find billions to blow on jets and jails and extra corporate tax cuts, it also doesn't make any sense why these Conservatives give the back of their hand to average middle-income Canadian families struggling to make ends meet. Is there help for family caregivers looking after sick or aging loved ones at home? No, the government says that would be reckless. Is there help for young parents looking for a childcare space so they can earn a decent income for their family? No, these Conservatives say they just don't believe in that. A voluntary supplementary Canada pension plan to help secure a respectable retirement for 2/3 of Canadians who don't have adequate pensions. Is there room for that? No, say the Conservatives. They'll only promote private sector plans, even when that means expensive management fees, lower earnings, less participation, and less security. And access to higher education. If you get the grades, shouldn't you get to go to university or college or the trades training that you need? From the Conservatives, the answer is no. You just don't matter as much as jets and jails and extra corporate tax cuts. Canadians need the financial details that we've requested in our motion today in order to analyze these very strange Conservative priorities. But this motion, attacking unreasonable and destructive government secrecy, is important for another reason too. The specific issues that we've mentioned are symptomatic of a much bigger problem. A government that so distrusts Canadians, that it's so obsessed to control everything all the time, and in the process erodes democracy. I've mentioned the arbitrary padlocking of Parliament by prorogation, and the tampering with access to information laws, and ministers falsifying documents, trying to cover up and then failing to be truthful. And I hear the Conservatives chuckling on the other side about their transgressions. Well, Canadians aren't laughing, Mr. Speaker. But there's so much more. The Conservatives instruct their ministerial staff members to thumb their noses at parliamentary committees. Contrary to law, they refuse to appear and answer questions. A Conservative senator warns women's groups to shut up if they ever want to gain anything from this malevolent government. The nation's single best source of reliable data, Statistics Canada, previously admired around the world for its accuracy and integrity, now crippled and dumbed down so this government can base its decisions on bias and ideology rather than hard evidence. Public servants threatened and intimidated to keep their mouths shut, the most graphic cases being Richard Colvin and the scientists who work for Environment Canada. Parliamentary watchdogs systematically attacked, belittled and coerced into toeing the government's line, or they get hounded out of office. Linda Keane at the Nuclear Safety Commission, Kevin Page, the Parliamentary Budget Officer, the Chief Electoral Officer, the Ethics Commissioner, the Information Commissioner, the Environment Commissioner, Paul Kennedy, the RCMP Complaints Commissioner, Peter Tinsley, the Military Police Complaints Commissioner, Munir Sheikh, the Chief Statistician, Colonel Stogren, the Veterans Ombudsman, and the list goes on. And in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, outside of government, dozens of groups and organizations are treated the same way, on the enemies list, on the hit list. The Canadian Council on Learning, the Canadian Teachers Federation, the Rights and Democracy Organization, women's groups, advocates for the poor and the disadvantaged, and many more, including, of course, Mr. Speaker, Kairos, which this government hated so much, which it wanted to silence so much, that it went so far as to falsify a document and then tied itself up in knots. Mr. Speaker, that's typical of a conservative culture of defeat, and we on our side will fight it every step of the way.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of State for Science and Technology.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with great interest to the member's speech, and it became quite clear to me that the matter isn't really the motion today, that the matter is, and the member from Wascana is extremely good at this, and I compliment him on his ability to change the channel on the real issue. The real issue, Mr. Speaker, is that the Liberals and the Bloc and the NDP coalition want to hide their high tax agenda on Canadians. And that's exactly what they're trying to do today, is to take up time in the House to hide the true issue that they want to raise taxes. Mr. Speaker, high taxes, we believe, are a threat to jobs, and we believe that by lowering taxes, and we've done this, the truth is right here in our economic recovery, that this Conservative government has lowered taxes in every opportunity that we've had, and we have in fact seen 460,000 jobs created in Canada. And I want to be very clear before I get to my question. This really isn't about partisanship. This is a difference in our philosophies. The member, when he was finance minister for a brief time, said this in a press release, totally rejecting the New Democratic Party's leader call to roll back corporate taxes, saying, "The government's tax reduction plan has produced significant economic and social benefits for all Canadians." He went on to say, Mr. Speaker, that the Canadians deserve the facts. Said the minister, the member now from Wascana, numbers are simply wrong, referring to the NDP, and the NDP is trying to obscure the true benefits of tax cuts, namely jobs and economic benefits.
Order. 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 The honourable member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted that the honourable gentleman has referred to that period of time when I had the honour of serving this country as Minister of Finance. At that time, the Government of Canada, because of 10 years of hard work by the Liberal government, had eliminated the deficit. Prior to that, the deficit had existed in this country. The red ink had been flowing for 27 consecutive years. We made the decisions that were necessary to get rid of the deficit. We balanced the books. We ushered in an era of 10 consecutive surplus budgets. And when we reduced corporate tax rates, remember when we started out, they were 28%. They were globally uncompetitive. We took those rates down on the track that we had established to about 19%. This government added 1 more percent to take it down to 18%. All of that done, Mr. Speaker, when the country was running robust surpluses. When we left office in 2006, we left our successors with a $13 billion annual surplus and fiscal flexibility going forward 5 years of $100 billion, and transfers to the provinces had been raised to an all-time record high, including $41 billion for health care and a new transfer for municipalities and a better deal on equalization. The best deal the provinces had ever had, Mr. Speaker. The difference now, these Conservatives have put us into $56 billion of debt, and their corporate tax cuts are unaffordable.
No.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments.
Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What's become very clear with this government is this pathological pattern that they believe that there's a set of rules for them and there's rules for everyone else. And if anyone else breaks the rules, they will throw the book at them. There's maximum attack on anybody who doesn't follow their rules. And yet you have a case where a minister doctored a document and then lied to Parliament. That is about as serious as you can get. If folks back home did that in their workplace, they'd be fired. But here, this is the price of doing business. And we see that it's not just that the minister doctored the document and lied, but the Prime Minister of this country, who's supposed to represent an ethical standard, said that what she did is perfectly in line with how this government operates. And I'd like to ask the honourable member what it means to have this House of Commons, where the laws of this land are made, that it's considered okay, as long as you're a Conservative cabinet minister, that you can lie, that you can doctor documents, that you can misrepresent the facts, and you will be backed up all the way up to the Prime Minister himself. What does it mean for the standard of democracy in this country, where a government is willing to go to that level, to misrepresent the truth, and to lie to people?
The honourable member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, sadly, what the honourable gentleman has described is a part, an aspect of the well-entrenched Conservative culture of deceit. He speaks of a double standard. Indeed, there is a double standard. One law for the Conservatives and one law for everybody else. In this particular case, the facts seem to be absolutely beyond dispute. Where the minister has said certain things in Parliament and in committee, and in the last number of days, most recently, she's completely contradicted herself, obviously indicating that a document was falsified, that it was done on her instructions, where she had previously said that she had nothing to do with it, and where she has quite literally tied herself in knots, trying to evade the responsibility for that. It is absolutely unconscionable. It's unacceptable. The House has already indicated that point of view. A committee report is now before us that indicates that point of view. It's clear that further action is required here. Either the Prime Minister must shoulder his responsibilities and relieve that minister of her duties, or Parliament will do it for him.
Before I resume questions, I just would like to remind all honourable members to direct their comments to the chair rather than to their colleagues. And secondly, that I anticipate some intense discussion here today, and that all members use parliamentary language. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate the fact that the former Minister of Finance, minister that had done so well for our country at a time in which there was a need for an active, proactive, strong social conscience in government. I look at the issue before us in terms of priorities. Is it fair to say that the Conservative government's priorities are wrong? When we take a look at corporate tax breaks, the billions of dollars in corporate tax breaks, and the many needs of our communities. In particular, Mr. Speaker, I could talk about the pension issue, the many pensioners and the fixed incomes and the needs that our seniors have today, and how the government has failed to meet those needs in favor of giving significant corporate tax breaks. The previous Conservative questioner said that the Conservatives were not increasing taxes. Can the member from Regina explain to this House the payroll tax and how the Conservatives are in fact increasing taxes, which are going to ultimately cause fewer jobs being created because of their increase to the payroll tax? Can the member add to that comment? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, indeed, governing is all about making choices, and none of the choices that confront governments are ever particularly easy. But when it comes to making a budget, you have to decide where your priorities lie. What this government has been telling us for the last year or so is that their priority is around untendered jet aircraft, larger jails, and extra corporate tax cuts. Those appear to be the main items. They're certainly the biggest spending items on their agenda. We have suggested that as you come out of recession, as a lot of middle-class Canadian families are struggling with the highest level ever of household debt, that it's time to give those middle-income families the priority, the attention, and the break. After all, the large corporate sector in the country has already had a 35% tax cut. So we would put our emphasis on issues like home care and education and family caregiving and pensions. And, Mr. Speaker, we would try our best to control the burden of payroll taxes because, as the honourable gentleman just said, a payroll tax kills jobs. And while this government claims to be reducing income taxes for corporations, it is increasing the payroll tax burden on every small business in this country by a combined total over the next 4 years of $16.6 billion. And that will kill jobs in this country.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the House for allowing me to speak to this very important motion concerning, among other things, the ongoing discussions at the Finance Committee on the Liberals' plan to increase taxes on job-creating businesses and, consequently, on our workers, our consumers, and our families. And as a mother of 5 children, I can tell you this would hurt my family, along with many, many, many other families, particularly our single mothers. First, before I begin, let me be clear up front. There's been some confusion as to what we are talking about with respect to our Conservative government's low-tax plan. This is not a new plan. This is a plan that was first introduced in 2007 and passed by Parliament in 2007. This is a plan that has been in law since 2007. This is a plan that has been accounted for in the government's books since 2007. And most importantly, over 110,000 businesses have been making their investment and their hiring decisions based on our low-tax plan since 2007. I'll note at the time, the Liberals were more than supportive of lowering business taxes. Indeed, listen to what the then Liberal leader had to say in the fall of 2007 on the subject, and I quote, "I am convinced that a further reduction in the corporate tax rate cut is the right thing to do. How, for the sake of good jobs and rising living standards, can we encourage Canadian companies to increase their investments? The answer is simple. Lower the corporate tax rate." And I end the quote, and I repeat, good jobs and rising living standards is what the Liberal leader believed are affected by lowering corporate taxes. However, under their new leader, the Liberals have shifted even more dramatically to the left and embraced the business-bashing rhetoric and tax-and-spend philosophy of their NDP coalition partner. The Liberals' dramatic shift to the left, along with their reckless plan to hike taxes on business, is now the centre of debate here today. This tax hike plan is really getting Canadian businesses and the people that work for them very nervous, especially as they try to climb out of the worst global recession since the 1930s in a period of tentative recovery. I know the sponsor of today's motion is from the province of Saskatchewan, and I know that is where I was born. And I ask him to get on the phone and to talk to his constituents, talk to the Saskatchewan Chamber of Commerce. I am not sure that he has done that yet, because if he had, I'm not sure he'd be so keen on demonizing businesses in his home province and advocating for punishing tax hikes. So I ask him, listen to what Saskatchewan's Chamber wrote in an open letter. And I'm going to quote this in length, Mr. Speaker. The Saskatchewan Chamber of Commerce is extremely disappointed to see the issue of planned business tax reductions and the ability of Canada's businesses to foster sustainable economic growth, which has become hostage to political manoeuvring. Following through on the business tax reduction agenda is critical to moving from government and Canadian taxpayer-funded stimulus to a private sector-led recovery. The Saskatchewan Chamber of Commerce believes improving the business climate to trigger private sector investment is the most significant economic issue now confronting Canada. The alternative to that, of course, is an increase in taxes. We do not believe raising taxes would be good for growth or employment. The tax reductions parliamentarians have endorsed since 2007 will free up capital to be put to work growing Canada's businesses and its economy. If parliamentarians renege on their commitment to continue with promised tax decreases, you can be certain that many businesses will not be able to pursue their plans. End of quote. I'm going to suggest the people of Saskatchewan won't look too kindly on a politician who suggests that taxes be raised in their province, hurting their local businesses and costing them local jobs for their families. I'm also going to suggest that the Liberal Party actually talk to small businesses. In recent weeks, shamefully, the Liberal Party has been standing up bizarrely, claiming small businesses want to pay higher taxes. Well, to be clear, that is 100% wrong, and Canadians need to know that. I know because I stood right beside Catherine Swift, the head of the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, when she said she supports our plan. In fact, for the record, let me quote what the CFIB actually said. And here's the quote. I'd just like to clarify that the corporate income tax reductions are not exclusively a big business issue for a lot of different reasons. The small and medium-sized business sector is very integrated with the large business sector in Canada. Therefore, measures that benefit one also benefit the other. We also have seen right through the economy that our very competitive corporate tax climate, which is viewed around the world as very attractive, has already brought investment to Canada, and naturally, that is a win for everyone, all businesses, and also for the creation of employment. I think also when a plan gets announced, and businesses, they take that into account in their own planning. And to change this now in the middle of the game, I think creates a lot of very serious problems in terms of our reputation as a country on the international scene, and also for our businesses here in Canada, end quote. Having clearly heard that quote from the CFIB in its entirety, I ask once and for all that the Liberals stop distorting the views of Canadian small businesses about their tax hike plan. In fact, the member from King Hants should apologize for intentionally misquoting the CFIB. But this all goes to a larger issue, Mr. Speaker. What we have here is a fundamental disagreement. Our Conservative government believes hardworking Canadians shouldn't be paying higher taxes. We believe lower taxes helps job creation and economic growth. Indeed, our low tax plan has already shown signs that it is working in making Canada an attractive place for business to invest and create jobs. I think of one example that all Canadians can relate to, which is Tim Hortons a few years back. Tim Hortons, that Canadian icon, actually left Canada in the 1990s, like many businesses at the time, because of the high tax policies of the previous Liberal government. But after Parliament passed our low tax plan in 2007, Tim Hortons recognized that Canada was once again open for business, and not solely open to tax business like under the Liberals. Tim Hortons swiftly moved back to Canada as a direct result. In the words of a Calgary Herald editorial at the time, I quote, "Talk about a double-double blessing. Canada's national coffee, Tim Hortons, is leaving Delaware and coming home for all the right reasons. That is, after years during which Canadian business rightly complained of being at a tax disadvantage compared to its U.S. competitors, the pendulum has swung, and Timmy's now reckons it will do better north of the border. It shows Canada is doing something right. Rule 1 in public economics is that people respond to the incentives they are offered. That a company such as Tim Hortons is prepared to go through the upheaval of moving its head office to take advantage of a lower tax environment shows business tax cuts are starting to work." And I end the quote. Clearly, a strong economy means more financially secure Canadian families. But the Liberal opposition believes Canadians and Canadian businesses aren't sending enough of their hard-earned money to Ottawa. That's why they are pushing for higher taxes, be it a GST hike, business tax hikes, or an iPod tax. To help fill government coffers in Ottawa, why would we do that to Canadians, Mr. Speaker? Taxpayers' money that the Liberals would use to bankroll their big government schemes like providing benefits to people after a 45-day work year. Clearly, when it comes to taxes, we have different views. Indeed, this debate has been occurring at Finance Committee over the past few months. Over the course of the committee's pre-budget consultation, in fact, group after group, expert after expert, was asked what they thought of our government's low tax plan and what they thought of the Liberals' tax hike plan. What did the Finance Committee hear? The testimony was nearly unanimous in support for our Conservative government's plan to keep taxes low for job creators and against the Liberals' plan to attack them. Groups like the Mining Association of British Columbia, the Conference Board of Canada, the Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters, the Canadian Automobile Dealers Association, the Sarnia-Lambton Chamber of Commerce, the Conseil du Patronat du Québec, the Association of Equipment Manufacturers, the Mining Association of Canada, the Canadian Institute of Chartered Accountants, the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, and more were all united in telling the Finance Committee tax hikes are a bad idea for our economy and for jobs. As the Canadian Chamber of Commerce told the committee, and I quote, "The single most damaging thing that the government could do at this point to stall the recovery would be to cancel the planned tax reductions. Business has been planning on it. The private sector has been hiring based on it. If suddenly those were repealed at this point, the impact would be to get business to shelve its plans for expansion and for getting people back to work," end quote. I'm stunned the Liberal Bloc Québécois NDP coalition recently banded together to endorse a Liberal motion to essentially harm Canada's economic growth and kill jobs, especially after all the witnesses before the committee so strongly supported our Conservative government's ambitious plan to support job creators. Even more recently, Finance Committee invited Ian Lee, the director of the Master of Business Administration program, Sprott School of Business at Carleton University. We asked Ian Lee at Finance Committee what he thought about the debate on business taxes. And here's what he said at length. Quote, "I've followed the debate and I'm just astonished. There has been no reference to the OECD, to their 10-year tax policy research branch studies. They have published dozens and dozens and dozens of studies which have concluded irrevocably, without condition, that corporate taxes are the most harmful type of tax for economic growth. There is no ambiguity in the research. None, zip, nada. So I know that's going to upset some people, but that's a fact. The OECD research for 10 years across many, many scholars has found that income per capita goes down. Or you can put it in reverse. The lower the corporate taxes, the higher the income per person. The scholarship is very clear on that. If corporate taxation goes up, income per capita will go down. The scholarship is unambiguous, and an increase in taxes is merely a disguised tax on workers or consumers. It's going to raise prices or cause wages to go down. Again, that was an expert, Ian Lee, on making sure corporate tax reduction continues. Mr. Lee's findings have been recently supported by experts like the Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters, University of Calgary Professor Jack Mintz, and many more who have released detailed reports showing our low tax plan is crucial to keep Canada's economy strong, and it will create hundreds of thousands of jobs. Indeed, I would like to draw the attention of Parliament and especially Canadian families to one finding in particular from the Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters report. We know debates like this can get a little theoretical. We know sometimes we can get lost in big and competing numbers, but let's bring it down to a more personal level. And to do that, let's look at two numbers from the manufacturer's report. The report, available online, indicated for the final two portions alone of our low tax plan, among the many economic benefits would be an increase of personal incomes of Canadians by a whopping $30.4 billion, or an increase of 2.4%, and also an increase of per capita personal income by $880. That's $880 per person. I know that might not seem like a lot of money for a Liberal leader who summers in France, but for your average Canadian family, that is a big amount. That's what this debate is all about. Jobs, economic growth, and how we can make Canadian families more financially secure. I recognize that there is some debate today about our government's record of transparency versus the Liberal record. But I'm quite comfortable with what our government has done to better inform Canadians about how we spend their tax dollars. Indeed, we are the government that created the Parliamentary Budget Office. We are the government that passed a law requiring all federal departments and agencies to produce detailed quarterly financial statements. We are the government that produced groundbreaking progress report after progress report on the Economic Action Plan, something even the Parliamentary Budget Officer, Kevin Page, said, and I quote, really put Canada almost at the forefront in fiscal transparency and stimulus, end quote. That's our record, Mr. Speaker. What's the Liberal record? Spending scandal after spending scandal that had to be uncovered. Everything from the sponsorship scandal to the HRSDC boondoggle to the wasteful long gun registry, and the list goes on and on. But today's debate is also about transparency in who will stand up for taxpayers. And on that, only our Conservative government has been clear. We will not support tax increases on workers, families, and businesses, and we will stay committed to our low tax plan to create jobs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask my colleague, who talked a lot about Tim Hortons, does she not think that Tim Hortons, does she not think that when Wendy's, which was the mother corporation, that Wendy's was returned to Tim Hortons' shareholders? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question about Tim Hortons. And I intend to take this opportunity to say that we're very proud of Tim Hortons, because it is recognized everywhere in Canada, everywhere in the United States, to take a Canadian company. It's a Canadian company. So it's because of the Conservative government that wants to bring down tax rates that Tim Hortons decided to come back to Canada, to come home. And I would urge the members of the bloc to join with us in celebrating Tim Hortons, which is a Canadian company, because Quebecers, they also like their double-double as much as we Canadians do.
It's the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, in looking at the motion reads in part, and for the member of St. Boniface, the cost of the government's justice and public safety agenda represents a violation of the rights of Parliament. We're talking about transparency. The member from St. Boniface made specific reference to the importance of transparency. My question to the member from St. Boniface is, does she not believe that the House of Commons, the Parliament, the members inside this chamber, have a right to know what the costs are of these mega prisons and the policy that the government is espousing in regards to the crime and safety bills that we just passed yesterday?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very glad to hear the Liberal member from Winnipeg North talk about public safety and justice. And yes, there is a cost to ensuring the safety and security of all of those constituents in his riding, where I worked most of my police career. There is a cost to making sure they are safe. And that cost, almost all Canadians agree with our plan to ensure that we spend the money required to make them safe and secure. And I challenge this member. I worked the streets of the North End. My mother lives in the North End. It is, unfortunately, one of the most violent areas of the city of Winnipeg. The city of Winnipeg that, unfortunately, suffers from a label of having an excessive amount of violent crime. I challenge this member to do the right thing, because the members of his community agree with me, and they agree with this government, to do what it takes to spend the money to protect them from violent crime.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm not even quite sure where to start. When the member began her speech, she started talking about single mothers and corporate tax cuts. I can imagine now her campaign workers wearing huge buttons that say single moms for corporate tax cuts. And then she went on about taxes, their tax agenda being particularly good for small businesses. And yet she should come to Ontario. Come and talk to some of the small businesses on Hamilton Mountain who are being devastated by the imposition of the HST. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? None of those things are actually before us in the motion that we're debating here today. Today's motion is about accountability. It's about transparency. It's about the government's refusal to release to members of this House, and therefore, more importantly, to Canadians, the costs of their crime agenda and the projections of the cost of their corporate tax cuts. And I want to read to the member a quote from her leader. That was 5 years ago, when her leader, now the Prime Minister of Canada, said, and I quote, "Information is the lifeblood of a democracy. Without adequate access to key information about government policies and programs, citizens and parliamentarians cannot make informed decisions. And incompetent or corrupt governance can be hidden under a cloak of secrecy." Would the member not agree that her leader was right 5 years ago when he said that members of Parliament need to have access to information? It's the only way we as parliamentarians can make informed decisions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And there were a number of things combined into one question. I know I only have a very short period of time to answer. I want to first tackle the fact that single mothers, like I was for 3 years, benefit from this government's low tax plan. And we benefit from other decisions made by this government that were not supported by the NDP. I spent $1,200 a month on daycare as a single mother. I would have liked an extra $100 to decide where to put that money, because I couldn't get my children into daycare when I work shift work. So I would really like for this member to speak to the people from Hamilton about that and a number of other things, including, let's listen to what the Hamilton Chamber of Commerce said about our plan. And I quote, "Our members are from all sectors and collectively employ 75,000 citizens. We are likewise of the opinion that this remains fundamentally essential to the future well-being of private sector jobs and prosperity in Hamilton and Canada." In 2007, the federal government announced a series of graduated corporate tax reductions designed to keep Canada competitive with our trading partners, many of whom have reduced corporate and payroll taxes in recent years, even through the recent recession. Employment and investment has been predicated on the availability of funds that, if the tax changes are reversed, will no longer be available. This will have a negative impact on economic growth. I end quote. I ask her to listen to the people from Hamilton whom she proposes to represent, because they agree with us, not with her.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Huron-Bruce.
Mr. Speaker, I represent a rural riding, and it may be a surprise to the opposition coalition that many of the businesses in rural Ontario today are incorporated. Feed mills, grain elevators, large farms, dairy farms, chicken farms, pork farm, you name it, they're incorporated. They're job creators in our communities, and the opposition wants to raise their taxes on the job creators that are vital to rural communities, such as rural Huron-Bruce. Would the member from St. Boniface want to explain to this House and the Canadians watching how our government is helping job creators in rural Canada? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I also want to thank my colleague, who has actually been not just a colleague but a friend to me here in this House. We got elected at the same time. We've learned an awful lot, and he is working very hard for his community, and I look to him quite often to hear about what's going on in his community so that we can get this right for them. And he's touched on things we're doing right for his community members. He's touched on the fact that our low tax rates are going to affect not only urban centres, but the rural areas have small businesses that are affected by every single tax hike that the Liberals are proposing. They're going to have to pay higher GST because the Liberals have promised to hike GST. They're going to have to look at potentially an iPod tax for their children, $75 each, that the Liberals have proposed. Those families are going to have to look at potential carbon taxes proposed and created by the Liberals and promised. So I can tell this member that I appreciate him sharing the information about his community to make it better for them. He's doing the right thing, and we're alongside him doing the right thing for his community members.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Ajax Pickering. Short question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the member says the cost's worth it. She says she knows the cost. So table the cost. What is the cost? There are a total of 24 bills, crime bills before the House. I'm not going to read them all. There's a lot. We have the cost of exactly 0 of them. We have the head count of exactly 0 of them. The one bill that we did challenge, which is Bill C-25, the minister had said, quote, "We're not sure exactly how much it will cost us. There are some low estimates and some that see more spent. Not more than 90 million. So the only bill we ever did get a number from was 90 million. When the PBO did an 8-month report that they stonewalled and blocked to get the numbers, the cost was 10 to 13 billion. So they would understand, I would hope, that we're not just trusting them to take a father knows best attitude. What are the costs? If she knows them, table them.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, short answer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the cost. The cost of tears, the cost of blood, the cost of injuries to victims. That's who I support. The cost of nightmares, the cost of personal damage, the cost of property damage. That's the cost of the Liberals' soft on crime agenda. It hurts victims. We're not going to do that to victims. I am not going to go to another child autopsy and not have a consequence for the person who has murdered that child. I won't do it, and I expect the Liberals shouldn't want to do it either. I encourage this member to stop this nonsense. Vote with us to protect victims.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the member for St. Boniface has excellent intentions, but her Tim Hortons in St. Boniface is worth just as much as my Tim Hortons in Hochelaga. And the Tim Hortons on Ontario Street, even though it is on that street in Montreal, pays taxes in Quebec, pays taxes to Canada. And the fact that the company has come back to being Canadian, that's simply because of an initial public offering that was made by Wendy's, which was the company that had owned it for many years. So, of course, that's the kind of thing that we're going to learn. The background for this, Mr. Speaker, is why are we here today? On November 17th, 2010, I am on the Standing Committee on Finance. We adopted a motion. I'm not going to read it all, but I'll read part of it. It says, the committee also orders that the Government of Canada provide the committee with electric copies of the following. We didn't say we didn't say that we wanted a ton of paper. We just wanted electric copies of what? For example, the 5-year projections of total corporate profits before taxes and effective corporate tax rates for the period 2010-11 to 2014-15. If the Department of Finance of Canada was able to publish last year budgetary documents, then it means that the department had this information. On November 17th, 2010, Mr. Speaker, what did we say? We also wanted the projections of corporate profits before taxes, and we wanted the projections for the bills as projected by the Treasury Board. Now, this is a perfectly normal request. We simply wanted to know what existed within the Treasury Board, and we wanted to see it in electronic form. The committee also requested that all the information required under this motion from the Government of Canada be remitted within 7 days. That's what we asked on November 17th, 2010. And today it is February 17th, 2011. That's 3 months later, and we still have nothing. We asked them 3 months ago to remit it to us within 7 days. On November 24th, that is 7 days following our request, we received a response from the government which said that these projections are cabinet confidence. So we are unable to disclose this information to the committee. And that's why we're here today, Mr. Speaker. On February 3rd, the Finance Committee examined the response that came to us from the Government of Canada, and we therefore signified it to our committee chair, who, by the way, does an excellent job. I would like to commend the chair of our Finance Committee for his excellent work. And in the report of the submitted by the President, that the committee wants to draw the attention of the House to what appears to be a breach of privilege, that is the government's refusal to provide the documents requested by the committee, and recommends that the Standing Committee on Finance, on which the member for Finance now sits, recommends to the House to take the measures it deems appropriate. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I asked questions in this House, the first of which was to find out, or rather was to point out, that the Parliamentary Budget Officer was decrying the obscurantism of this government. It regularly cites cabinet confidence. And I wanted to know whether the government could understand that a basic element of democracy is that parliamentary privilege exists, and spending power, although it is granted to the government, it comes from here, from Parliament, and to grant it that power, we need information. Mr. Speaker, this is the response that I received. The President of the Treasury Board stated that if the Parliamentary Budget Officer wanted information, well, he said all he has to do is call me. Call me, I'll give you that information. He sort of mocked him by saying, let's go for a beer and I'll give you that information. But that's not how it works. A state does not work like that, and neither should it. So the motion of the day, which states that Canada's Constitution entrusts absolute power to require that the government produce documents, and it refuses over and over, and yet our request is reasonable. We requested electronic documents. We asked for information that in previous years was already made public, and therefore we are asking for things that are entirely reasonable. Mr. Speaker, 3 months later, we still have nothing. Absolutely nothing. Mr. Speaker, is this important? We are all elected officials here. Everyone in this House is elected. We're here on both sides of the House to do what? To exercise our powers. And power, Mr. Speaker, is not just to sit over there on the other side and to beatifically admire what the government does. Now, if you want to do that, if the people on the other side want to do that, they can go ahead. They can ask lobbed questions. They can blithely read out their SO31s, but voters in Hochelaga and other ridings tell us, go and exercise power in the House. That's why we elected you. Some people have governmental powers in addition, but the power in the House, in this House, exists, and we must exercise it, because soon, if I'm to believe the rumors that I hear, well, there are people who will vote in elections, and they will say, we sent you to Ottawa to exercise power, and you didn't do that. And that's a dreadful sentence. But to exercise power, what do we need? We need information. That's a basic and universally acknowledged principle. Power is part of information, and information underlies power. So, Mr. Speaker, that is our right. and you know full well, but I'm going to say this for the members' benefit, members who don't have as much experience, that back in 1916, which is quite a while ago, it's almost 100 years ago, in 1916, it was said that each of the houses is entitled to request information that they need directly from a department by sending out an order to that effect. So I could continue to quote procedural information, Mr. Speaker. As a new member, I have studied a procedure and House customs. If we are to exercise power, we need to know how to do it. So in the law, Mr. Speaker, it is said that the Parliament enjoys the right to undertake investigations, summon witnesses, order the production of documents. Why? For my proper functioning. And further along, it says the order states that the standing committee, and that's where I'm coming to the crux of the matter, standing committees on which the member sits, same thing. The standing committees have the power to order the production of documents and so forth. It is essential to these committees' work. To do so, we have the power to adopt motions to that effect, and that's what we did. It also states that this power is absolute and it does not have any limits. No one can tell us you can only go so far. No, insofar as it is reasonable, we can request this information and obtain it. It states further that if something occurs, well, we have certain options at our disposal if we do not receive these documents. We can implement an order in the House. Mr. Speaker, I do not yet have a long career as a Member of Parliament, but this is the second time already that we find ourselves in such a situation. February 27th, 2010, with regard to the documents on the Afghan detainees, the House reprimanded the government. We have children and grandchildren. When we reprimand them once, it doesn't mean that it's okay this time, and you can do it again. No, that's not what we mean. We say, that's enough. But this is the second time that this has happened now in this House, and that's only in my short career as a Member of Parliament. And we're saying this is not normal, Mr. Speaker. On the 27th of April, you stated that it was an unchallengeable privilege that we had, and therefore you ordered the government to do its job. Mr. Speaker, in this case regarding the Afghan detainee documents, the government invoked reasons of national security. And today we're talking about cabinet confidence. That's the reason they're giving this time. They invent new reasons every day. We'll hear something new the next time. I don't know what they'll invent, but I'm sure they'll make up something. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, and I'm still wondering why they do this, yesterday, when I put the second question to the President of the Treasury Board, I asked why it was kept secret, and I gave him some possible answers. Was it to hide things? Was it because they are incompetent? I'm just reading back what I said. Was it because of intransigence? Was it because of inability, incapacity? Was it because they don't have the proper powers? Is it because they're being insolent? Or is it because of their ideology? Perhaps they don't want to give us the information simply for ideological reasons, because they want to hide things. This is an excellent example. The Minister of International Cooperation. For a year, she hid things. And we wonder why. Was it through inadvertence? Was it because she's incompetent? Was it because she doesn't have the proper powers? No, it was because of ideology. She didn't want people to know that she was the one who had modified the document, who had altered the document. The government cannot hide things that way and to prevent us from asking them questions. Mr. Speaker, the management of information, because that's what we're talking about here, the management of information by this government is not only an issue here. We're talking about, I think back to the long-form census. That's another excellent example. As long as Canada has existed, there have been census forms. We have a right to statistics, to information. So why? And why is that? To properly exercise our power. The father of the member for Louis-Hébert, who is my brother, he is a reputed demographic expert. Where does he get his information? Throughout his entire career, he has looked to the information gathered through the censuses. So what will future demographics experts do to get that same information? The Commissioner of Information is complaining. Why aren't they giving us that information, Mr. Speaker? Why are they concealing it? This is important because we're talking about corporate taxes here. Corporate taxes are important because what is taxation based on? Well, we either tax individuals or companies. If we tax companies, well, you tax small businesses or large businesses. They're saying we want to tax large companies less and less. But why? Tell us why. Give us the information. Since 2007, Mr. Speaker, the tax base for small companies was 8%. And with regard to large companies, it went to from 22% to 15%. So that's a 32% differential. And people can calculate easily that this is 4 times less than the tax cut for small and medium-sized businesses. And I want to know why, because tax policy is important in Quebec, and I want to know how they do their calculations.
Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois tabled its budgetary Bible for this year all around Quebec. We tabled this with the Minister of Finance. The Minister of State for Finance was there. The member for St. Boniface was also there. They said, that's serious work. Yes, it is. We worked seriously with the data we had, and we want to continue to do so. Mr. Speaker, one of the reasons it's so important is, well, look at this, Mr. Speaker. I have the annual report of the Royal Bank of Canada. The Royal Bank of Canada for 2010. Not 1810, 2010. And on page 125, you see the estimate of the taxes required if all undistributed profits for foreign subsidiaries were patriated. We have the information from the Royal Bank, $753 million in 2010, $821 million in 2008, $920 million in 2008. I have information. I can say I disagree. I can say I agree. I can form an opinion because I have the facts here. They are hiding the facts from us on the government side. As long as we are here, Mr. Speaker, we will exercise our surveillance powers over the ethics of the government. We know what liberal ethics are all about. When you see the sponsorship scandal, they wanted to circumvent, transgress, and they were punished. Exercising power for the Conservatives is like having absolute control. That's not power. Mr. Speaker, public funds don't belong to the Liberal Party of Canada. They know that. They paid for it. But public funds don't belong to the Conservative Party of Canada either. This is not their personal cash box. They can't do whatever they want anytime they want without any accountability, without telling us what they're doing. Mr. Speaker, we still hold the same opinion. We say why we are advocating Quebec independence for 3 reasons. Sign our own treaties, pass our own laws, levy our own taxes. Levy our own taxes is because we want to have a tax policy that distributes wealth far more effectively. We have the means to do that because we have information. If we don't have the information regarding large corporations, I don't have the necessary freedom to do my job, and I don't think I was elected here for that reason. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
South. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for his input. Mr. Speaker, the motion before us really has to do with whether or not a government is prepared to be accountable. As parliamentarians, we have responsibilities. And whenever we raise issues such as the cost of justice bills, there is this presumption that somehow we're going to use that argument solely with regard to whether or not we would support a justice bill. But, Mr. Speaker, the context in which the information was asked was with regard to the vetting the government's projections over the next 5 years. And, Mr. Speaker, if we find with the information that the expenditures on justice bills, as an example, will in fact far exceed anybody's reasonable expectations, that there may have to be consequences to other areas of policy and fiscal responsibility. It may impact health care. It may impact seniors and pensions. It may impact many of the important issues of the day on behalf of Canadians. So, Mr. Speaker, in the context of the motion before us, this is not an issue of whether or not justice bills are good or bad. It's whether or not parliamentarians have the right to the information to make their own assessments rather than the government saying it's cabinet confidence and we're not going to tell you.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Yes, Mr. Speaker. I listened to this comment by my colleague and I want to pay tribute to him because he's one of the most war-hardened members. He sits with me in the Finance Committee, and I like to watch him work because he takes the information he has, he makes the link between all the information he had in the past as a parliamentarian with long standing, and he's able to do his job that way. Sometimes we agree with him, sometimes we disagree, but being able to choose whether we agree with them or not is at the basis of democracy. And, Mr. Speaker, it's very important to know where things stand. How do you calculate such and such a thing? Why you do something? And then you can have a discussion. But when you're in the dark, when things are deliberately kept dark, well, they're not the blue party, they're the black party. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to read 2 quotes to my colleague, and I have a brief question after those quotes, with your permission. First of all, a quotation from the Conseil du Patronat du Québec. The Conseil du Patronat would like the government to go ahead with its plan to reduce its corporate taxes to 15% per year. This will attract foreign and domestic investment and thus contribute to an increase in our productivity, creation of quality product, and the increase of the standard of living of Canadians. That's quoted from the Finance Committee, October 25th. And then another quote from the Chamber of Commerce of Greater Montreal, and I quote, "We're asking the government to maintain its corporate tax cut target to 15% for 2012 and reduce the tax burden of Canadian corporations to improve their competitivity and to stimulate job creation across the country." That was Michel Leblanc. I just want to ask my colleague to respond to his constituents. who are Quebecers, respond to what they've just said regarding the intent to support the Liberal plan to increase corporate taxes. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Well, Mr. Speaker, I think that the Parliamentary Secretary knowingly confuses the issue, just as earlier she confused Tim Horton and Tim Horton taxes, trying to figure out if they are in Delaware or Toronto. I don't know if she does this knowingly, but right now I think she did in the last case. Yes, the Conseil du Patronat, we received them for an hour and a half at the Bloc Caucus, more than 10 minutes at the Standing Committee. I don't know whether the Conservative Party caucus heard the Conseil du Patronat du Québec for an hour and a half, but we discussed the issue with them. They talked about the various hypotheses that are circulating in Quebec, and most of the recommendations that we made around Quebec are things they agree with. But we discussed this based on information we had on the table. What we are seeking with this Liberal motion is not to turn me into a Liberal. If you think you have any chance of doing that, you better get up early in the morning, madam. We want to exert our power with the documents, the documentation we have. I rather look at you than him, madam.
It's the Honourable Member for Hamlet-Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yesterday and the day before, during the debate on C-59, Speaker after Speaker asked government members to give the costing, the government costing to the prison system of the bill, and not a single Conservative speaker would provide that information. But yet at committee the other night, the Deputy Minister was asked several times the same question, and she admitted that she did know the answer. She did know what it would cost the government to pass this Bill C-59, but she was not at liberty to give the information because the government had not approved her doing so. Now that is totally outrageous, Mr. Speaker, that this government actually knows the true costs of the bill but refuses to give it. And as in the case of an earlier bill on the 2-for-1 issue, the government actually misrepresented by deliberately saying that it was going to cost $90 million, and yet the parliamentary budget officer came out later indicating that it was going to cost between $10 and $13 billion. So we have this government deliberately stretching the truth or just simply hiding the information. And the question is why? Why would they want to hide the information? I'm told in the United States when legislative initiatives come forward, they come forward automatically with a costing. And of course the same is true here in Canada. It's just they are hiding the costs.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Well, yes, Mr. Speaker, my colleague's remark can be linked to what we're examining at the Standing Committee on Finance. We're working on the whole definition of tax avoidance or tax evasion when it comes to tax havens. And when it comes to avoidance, the matter is how can you legally pay the least taxes possible. People try to avoid paying too much. There are rules for tax avoidance, but there are anti-tax avoidance laws. But people are saying, how much? And the government invents figures. Well, in this case, the figures are wrong, because when it comes to evasion, by definition, you don't know how much is involved. If you have somebody who escapes prison, don't ask me where he is. If I knew where he was, I'd go get him, wouldn't I? The same is true here. So there's control of information for ideological reasons, and in the case of tax evasion and tax avoidance regarding tax havens, to my mind, it shows a lack of leadership on the part of this government. they're saying, come and make a voluntary statement and we'll just gloss this over. I'm sorry, that's not how things work. That's a lack of leadership.
Questions
and comments. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Very brief question, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What strikes me about this Conservative government, it's this culture of secrecy. And it also applies mainly to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, who does similar work to what the Auditor General does. He should be independent from government, and one can understand that he has to have all the necessary documents to do his job. What does my colleague think of the difficulty the Parliamentary Budget Officer is experiencing in obtaining the documents he needs to do his job properly? Doesn't the government respect the institution of Parliament? The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Brief answer, please. Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank my colleague for her question. If I'd been in Trois-Rivières, her wonderful riding, without any documents, she would have said, well, look, consult my people with proper documentation. I had an opportunity. I meet Mr. Page quite often, and I tell him how much I admire him. He's working in the dark. He doesn't know what he needs to know. He doesn't have even a shadow of proper cooperation from this government. Evidence of that is when you look at the way the Minister of Finance, who present in this House, sometimes answers questions about Mr. Page's comments. He treats him very disrespectfully, and I think that the Minister of Finance should respect the Parliamentary Budget Officer, because he is our Parliamentary Budget Officer.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time today with the member from Vancouver East. Normally, I'm pleased to be able to debate issues in this House and to bring the concerns of Hamilton Mountain residents to bear on the important public policy matters that affect their everyday lives. Issues like jobs, pensions, and health care are all issues that merit much greater attention from this government. But today, we're using up valuable House time on an issue that should never have had to come before us. We're calling on the government to release information that we should have had as a matter of right. Let's just go back to the genesis of this issue. In November, the Standing Committee on Finance asked the government to release two things: the costs associated with its justice bills and the projections of corporate profits before taxes. In the past, governments have routinely released such information, and that is as it should be, because access to information is essential for members of Parliament to be able to carry out our jobs. I think it's worth reminding the Conservative members in this House that in our system of responsible government, the government must seek Parliament's authority to spend public funds. And that means that Parliament has an obligation and a responsibility to scrutinise the government's books and to hold the government to account. The ability to do that is the very cornerstone of our democracy. But instead of sharing that essential information with members of this House and with Canadians, the Conservatives are using every trick in the book to avoid accountability. In response to the Standing Committee's request for information, the government sent back curt responses that such information constitutes a, quote, cabinet confidence. That's completely absurd, and it is in contravention of the Access to Information and Privacy Act. Let me remind members what that Act says. Section 69, sub 3B, states the cabinet confidence defence does not apply to, quote, discussion papers, the purpose of which is to present background explanations, analyses of problems or policy options to Council for consideration by Council in making decisions, where, one, the decisions to which the public papers relate have been made public. Both in the case of corporate tax cuts and the costs of the government's crime agenda, the decisions are public. Laws were drafted to comply with these decisions, they were debated in this House, and they were passed by this chamber. It's absurd to maintain that they're somehow still private. They couldn't be any more public, and therefore the background documents with respect to their costing should be available to anyone with $5 and a form, let alone a branch of Parliament acting under due authority. This Conservative government ran on a platform of greater transparency and accountability. That's how it promised to differentiate itself from the previous Martin government when the Liberals were mired in the sponsorship scandal. I want to remind members that it was only 5 years ago that the Prime Minister wrote an impassioned op-ed piece in the Montreal Gazette in defense of government transparency. Here's what he said then. Information is the lifeblood of a democracy. Without adequate access to key information about government policies and programs, citizens and parliamentarians cannot make informed decisions, and incompetent or corrupt governance can be hidden under a cloak of secrecy." End of quote. Back then he was upset because he believed the Liberal government was intent on weakening the Access to Information Act, which is the law that gives Canadians the right to request federal documents. Now, almost 5 years later, that same Access to Information Act, which the Prime Minister defended so vigorously, is in shambles. Despite the fact that the Act mandates a response within 30 days, Canadians seeking access to information regularly complain that many departments now take as long as a year to release files. And when they finally do, records are often so heavily censored that they're unreadable and essentially useless. At one time, the Act was a cornerstone to holding governments to account. Records released under the law have exposed government wrongdoing and the waste of tax dollars. It was an access request from the Ottawa Citizen that led to the resignation of Liberal Defence Minister Art Eggleton after it revealed in May 2002 that his office had rewarded an untendered contract to his former girlfriend. Access requests from the Globe and Mail helped uncover revelations that members of the Liberal Party were involved in illegal dealings involving federal sponsorship and advertising budgets, a scandal that led to the Gomery Commission in 2004. The Canadian Alliance, later to morph into the Conservatives, was one of the most effective users of the law. Party researchers used it to obtain records that helped expose the so-called billion-dollar boondoggle, as well as other cases of poorly managed tax dollars. But that was then, and this is now. Once in government, the Conservatives immediately clamped down on the release of information, to the point where Information Commissioner Robert Marleau, head of the independent watchdog that oversees the law, complained in 2008 that the government had created, quote, a fog over information. It has now gotten to the point where Kevin Page, the Parliamentary Budget Officer, has publicly said that we, as MPs, are losing our ability to do our constitutionally mandated jobs because the growing government secrecy means that MPs lack the information needed to cost new initiatives. By any objective measure, government secrecy has reached unprecedented levels here in Canada, and even a landmark ruling by the Speaker of this House has done little to ensure greater transparency by this Conservative government. Members will remember that seminal decision only too well because, of course, it dealt with the release of documents pertaining to Afghan detainees. When the Speaker finally weighed in, he clearly upheld Parliament's right to have access to information. And yet, here we are again. Motions to release information duly passed by a standing committee of this House are being willfully ignored by this government. The Conservatives' refusal to release the information requested is, at its base, a fundamental attack on Parliament. And lest anyone who is watching this debate on television today thinks that this is an isolated incident, let me be clear. Parliament is just one of the many public institutions that has come under attack from this Conservative government. In fact, Jim Travers of the Toronto Star described the persistent government attack on Canada's institutions as vandalism. The independence of the regulators and senior civil servants has never been so brutalized. The list is long. Linda Keane, the president of the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission, was fired by this government for doing her job. As Auditor General, Sheila Fraser observed that sacking had a chilling effect throughout the whole civil service. They now realize that anyone who criticizes the Conservative government is putting their job on the line. Here's a short list of those who've been told they will not be reappointed after challenging this government's worldview. Paul Kennedy, head of the RCMP Public Complaints Commission. Pat Stogan, Veterans Affairs Ombudsman. Peter Tinsley, chairman of the Military Police Complaints Commission, who was investigating the torture of Afghan detainees. And Marty Chaliak, the head of the Canadian Firearms Program. The head of Elections Canada, Philip Kingsley, was driven out of his role, and his successor, Marc Mirand, has been subjected to constant attack, including a number of court cases against Elections Canada by the Conservative Party. There have been others, too, who have not just been summarily dispatched from public service, but whose positions have been eliminated by the government, representing a loss to all Canadians. In that category go Dr. Art Carty, Senior Advisor to the PM, Karen Kraft Sloan, Ambassador for Environment and Sustainable Development, and Jack Anawak, Ambassador for Circumpolar Affairs. Those important jobs are all gone. And then, of course, There are those who find themselves attacked publicly for having the temerity to criticize this government. Foreign Affairs official Richard Colvin, Canada's chief statistician Munir Sheikh, and Kevin Page are just three of the most prominent examples. This Conservative government will go to any length to silence its critics, including, of course, shutting down the very place in which I'm speaking here today. But it was that prorogation of Parliament which suddenly made the public sit up and take notice. Silencing MPs by locking the doors of Parliament to suit the Conservatives' narrowly partisan agenda created a huge backlash by Canadians. They realized that the silencing of MPs meant that their voices were no longer being heard in the single most important democratic institution in this country. The Prime Minister's obsession with secrecy and control was eroding their democratic freedoms. And in the end, it is that public outrage that may well prove to be the government's downfall. Canadians want transparency and accountability from their government, and they deserve nothing less. That's why I'll be proud to vote in support of the motion that is before us today. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to follow my colleague from Hamilton in the House today. I think she made excellent points in her presentation. I'm very pleased to rise in the House today to speak in support of this motion that's been put forward by the opposition, the official opposition. And, you know, I've been a Member of Parliament now for 14 years, and I can't remember a time when we've had so many motions that have come forward where we've had to go to extraordinary lengths to compel the government to provide very basic disclosures so that parliamentarians can do their job. Mr. Speaker, the motion before us today, as has been pointed out, stems from the work of the Finance Committee, who last year was simply trying to do very basic things. They were trying to find out what the true cost is of the implementation of various justice bills that have been passed by the House, what the cost will be to our justice system, to jail time. You know, this is a very basic thing that needs to be found out. That was one item. The Finance Committee was also attempting to find out the cost of government tax cuts to the largest corporations. And again, this is very basic information that the Finance Committee needed to do in order to do its work. It's really quite incredible that what ensued from this this premise is basically a battle that's taken place between Parliament and the government, and it's not the first time that we've seen it. So it is quite shocking that we are here today debating this motion and trying to force the government through a motion of Parliament to provide information so that members of Parliament can actually do their job. I remember last year when we had the incredible situation with Afghanistan and documents that were not released by the government. And based on the Speaker's ruling from last April, which was very historic, where the Speaker ruled that that parliamentary privilege did indeed, of course, require that members have to have information in order to do their work. And as a result of that ruling, Mr. Speaker, a special committee was set up to try and come to terms with a proposal that would allow those documents to be released. A committee did actually get set up. The NDP decided not to participate because we really felt that the parameters around the special committee that was set up was so severe and so restrictive that it would be very difficult for any information to be released. And it is ironic that since that time when the committee was set up, in actual fact, not one single document has ever been released. So that's another story, but it's very much related to the matter that's before us today. So here we are again now on another issue requiring disclosure and transparency and information, but what underlies it is the same question that is before us, and that is that we're facing, I think, the most authoritarian and secret government that we've ever had in the history of this country. I remember when the Conservative government was elected. They were elected on on a mandate, they say, of accountability and transparency. We'd gone through the whole sponsorship scandal in Quebec. We'd had the Gomery Commission. The Conservatives were riding high that they were going to change the way things were done, the way they conducted their business, that it was about accountability, it was about better access to information, it was about protecting whistleblowers. And so I've heard the government House leaders say so many times, over and over again, I think they dream it in their sleep. You know, their first bill was the accountability bill. And yet look where we are today. We are now in a place where members are unable to perform their duties as members of Parliament. They're unable to adequately function on standing committees because they can't get very basic information to analyze bills, to analyze expenditures, and to come to conclusions about government priorities and where spending is going and where effective spending is taking place and where waste is taking place and just what the true costs are of some of the legislative measures that have come forward. So, Mr. Speaker, I find that very demoralizing. I think it's very demoralizing for the Canadian public. I think it adds to the level of cynicism that we see in the public arena about politicians and about the political process. When you add to that the closure of Parliament itself, the prorogation that's taken place at least twice under this Prime Minister, that this place has actually been shut down, the doors have been locked, we're not even allowed to come to work to do our job on behalf of our constituents. It's really quite shocking, and I think people feel very disturbed that our democracy is being undermined and eroded incrementally. But when you look back and you look at the bigger picture, you begin to realize just how much things have changed. I know last year, Mr. Speaker, that when I was, actually in 2009, when I was involved in one of the committees debating one of these justice bills, it was the Bill C-15, which was the mandatory minimum sentences for drug crimes. I tried very valiantly to find out what the costs were for the implementation of that bill, what it would mean for provincial systems, what it would mean federally. It was impossible to get information. There was no evidence that was forthcoming. And yet we were faced with a Conservative government that was hell-bent on sort of a propaganda campaign that this bill was going to solve drug problems in local communities, but they could not provide any evidence that mandatory minimum sentences would work, and they couldn't provide any evidence as to what it would actually cost. And as we've seen, we've had some estimates from the Parliamentary Budget Office, the one independent office that we do have, that there has been some estimation that's grossly higher than what the government itself has estimated, but still we don't have the true and full picture of what either that bill, C-15, would cost, never mind all the other bills that have come forward. So, Mr. Speaker, I do think that this motion that is before us today, that affirms the undisputed privileges of Parliament under our Constitution, for the government to produce uncensored documents when requested, it's a very important motion. The fact that we have to bring it forward in this House, that we have to debate it, we have to vote on it, is a reflection of the seriousness of the situation that we're facing. That there's now a battle that's taking place. There's a battle taking place between Parliament and the Government of Canada. It's not a battle that we want to have. We want to work in an environment where disclosure does happen, where information is flowing, in an environment where officials can come forward and provide information and not live in fear of punishment or retribution because they have disclosed information. All of that seems to have gone. We're now living in an environment of secrecy, an environment of political control through the Prime Minister's office, an environment where people are afraid to speak out, an environment where standing committees of Parliament can no longer function and do their job. So that's why this motion is before us today. So I'm sure that the motion will carry, and as the motion outlines, it will order the government to provide these documents to the Standing Committee on Finance by March the 7th. And, Mr. Speaker, the reason that we need these documents is to actually make an objective evaluation and determination about what the cost of the corporate tax cuts are. I mean, there's been a lot of debate about the corporate tax cuts. Many of us, and I know myself and my colleagues in the NDP, we're very concerned about how the public purse has been, in effect, robbed as a result of corporate tax cuts. The $6 billion, the latest round. And ironically, these corporate tax cuts were started by a former Liberal government. They were supported by the Liberal opposition in recent budgets. We need an examination of the real cost of these corporate tax cuts. We need to have an evaluation of what the impact will be on our public services, our community services. This is a very core issue to how government functions and how Parliament functions in terms of making a balance between revenues and expenditures and priorities as to where those revenues should go. So having this information and understanding the real cost of these cuts is imperative to the work that we do. So I support the motion and demand, as other MPs are demanding, that this information be disclosed by the government.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her intervention. This matter has been going on for some time, and it has not so much to do with anything else other than the unaccountability of this government. The secrecy, the control, to make sure that there is no knowledge available for members to be able to do their job. Whether it be the financial projections for the next 5 years, because we know that the Parliamentary Budget Officer has significant disagreement with the government's representation. They are going to balance the budget within 5 years. The information that we're asking for, Mr. Speaker, is going to allow us to assess it rather than the government to tell us this is the way it is, and by the way, the basis or the assumptions are cabinet confidence. This, Mr. Speaker, is a violation of the privileges of parliamentarians and a contempt, in fact, for the parliamentary system in which we operate. This is our system. We have to operate. So I'd ask the member whether or not she believes that the government will, in fact, be maybe harming Canadians by hiding away this information and not allowing us the opportunity to anticipate the consequences of their fiscal irresponsibility.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I appreciate the question and the comment. It is hard to believe what's taken place here. The amount of harm that's being unleashed in terms of the public interest that's being undermined, but also the work of parliamentarians, is incredible. I don't think we've ever faced such a situation, and now we begin to see a pattern that's emerging. As I said, I think this is the most secretive, autocratic government that we've ever faced. This is a government that wants to shut down the legitimate work of the opposition. Our system is based on the notion that a government has to face an opposition, that an opposition has the right to information, has the right to analyze, has the right to present alternatives, has a right to challenge. All of those rights are being completely undermined by shutting down every system, whether it's the working committees, whether it's disclosure of documents, whether it's silencing bureaucrats. Every element of the work that we do is being shut down by this government. And then, of course, the prorogation itself is just adding insult to injury. So we are facing a very serious situation, and it certainly does create a lot of harm.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And certainly when we were debating the ending of the 2-for-1 remand credit bill, the Public Safety Minister, when pressed, admitted that his estimate was that the bill was going to cost the system $90 million, but the parliamentary budget officer estimated that it would be between $10 and $13 billion. Now that's one huge difference. So the Conservatives have been asked repeatedly on debate on Bill 59 over the last C-59 over the last couple of days, and every single one of them has avoided and hidden the responding to that question. But at committee the other night on C-59, the Deputy Minister of Public Safety, when she was asked if she knew the answer, she said she did know the answer. She knew the cost of each one of these crime bills, including C-59, but she couldn't tell the committee. She couldn't tell the committee because the government won't let her tell the committee. So I'd like to ask the member whether she'd like to further comment on what happened at the committee the other night.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I mean, it's just incredulous. It's outrageous. I mean, the member uses the example of one bill from the Parliamentary Budget Office, and that the gap between what the government says is the cost of that bill, $90 million, and then into the billions of dollars. I mean, you know, this is astounding. This is why we have to get to the bottom of it. On Bill C-59, which we just passed yesterday, it was rammed through by the government in a matter of a couple of days, and, you know, a committee meeting that was a few hours, you know, at 11 o'clock at night. Barely the witnesses could show up, and in fact there were witnesses who wanted to come who couldn't make it because of the short time. I mean, this is not democracy. And for a deputy minister to say, well, hey, I know the information, but I'm not going to disclose it to you, is just an affront to every element of and principle of democracy and how this House functions. And this is why it's got to stop, and this is why this motion has to be passed and implemented.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beauséjour. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And at the outset, I'd like to say that I will be splitting my time with my former leader, our colleague from Saint-Laurent-Cartierville.
The motion currently before the House, and my colleagues have spoken to it earlier this morning, I think lays out some very basic principles of parliamentary democracy. As the House Leader for the New Democratic Party, I think, correctly noted a few minutes ago, this is about the ability of elected representatives to have information upon which we can base decisions as important as votes in this House on matters that often involve the spending of billions of dollars of taxpayers' money. This government has been one of the most secretive governments in Canadian history. We've seen many times, Mr. Speaker, their efforts to withhold or manipulate the freedom of information, access to information process. They have stonewalled parliamentary committees. They've even written manuals on how to disrupt committees if at one point they see that the committee is heading in a direction that government members, or probably more likely some junior assistant in the Prime Minister's office, doesn't like as he watches his television in the Langevin building. So they have gone to a great extent to withhold information from the Canadian people and from their elected representatives in this House. So what this motion seeks to do, Mr. Speaker, is once again require the government to do what constitutionally and democratically it should want to do, and that's make available accurate, reliable information to parliamentarians and to Canadians on matters as important, as I said, as the spending of billions and billions of dollars. Mr. Speaker, the motion seeks in particular to look at information necessary with respect to the irresponsible borrowing of money to cut corporate taxes for the largest, most profitable corporations in the country, and also with respect to the justice agenda that the government wants to trumpet all the time, but at the same time refuses to even identify the cost associated with many of these regressive and failed American policies. But, Mr. Speaker, another area that's of great concern to us is the government's refusal, continual refusal, to make public information with respect to another very important expenditure, and that's the expenditure they're proposing to make for the acquisition of the F-35 stealth bombers. Mr. Speaker, the amount of money involved, we shouldn't call these things stealth fighters. We should call them wealth fighters. In fact, they're more likely, Madam Speaker, wealth bombers. This government has, at every occasion, given half information, given information that is unreliable, or in many cases outrightly refused to tell members of Parliament information relating to the expenditure of the largest procurement in military history. And, Madam Speaker, you will know they're proposing to do this massive military procurement on a sole source basis without any public competition whatsoever. Les conservateurs, Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, the Conservatives announced their intention to buy 65 fighter planes with no call for tenders in the summertime to try and evade criticism. When the House was not sitting, they, rather than doing it while the House was sitting, they decided to wait until the summer so that the opposition could not ask any serious questions. And even worse, Madam Speaker, they refuse to disclose the details of their supposed secret study regarding the choice of the F-35, whereas we know full well that they did not even take any time or make any effort to study other options seriously before deciding on this plane, likely for ideological reasons. They refuse to disclose the real cost of this option. Initially, Madam Speaker, you might recall, the plane was assessed at about $50 million per unit, but this went up to $70 million, and now we're at $90 million per plane with no end in sight. So they're not being honest with Canadians about the actual cost of this fighter plane.
What will be the real in-service support cost? In-service support for 20 years costs at least the acquisition price of the airplane. All of the experts have been clear, Madam Speaker, that at a minimum you can double the acquisition price to look at a 20-year in-service support cost. But the Conservatives try and make us believe that the in-service support cost for the F-35 will in fact be less than the acquisition cost, which they have evaluated without any proof and any information as $9 billion. So they're pretending that the in-service support would add another $7 billion for a $16 billion price tag. Well, Madam Speaker, on this side of the House, we haven't been able to get any information as to how they arrived at these numbers. My colleague, a member from Vancouver South, asked the parliamentary budget officer to look into this matter last spring, and we await with great interest a report that will hopefully shed some light on the real cost and the real financial impact of both the acquisition and the in-service support. Madam Speaker, the government has refused to make public the statement of requirements for the replacement of our CF-18 fighter jets. The Minister of Defence claimed in a rather surreal moment at a committee that we had to force to meet in September that the statement of requirements was protected by copyright. Well, Madam Speaker, that makes no sense at all if the statement of requirements was drafted by the Canadian Department of National Defence. If the statement of requirements was drafted perhaps by an American aircraft manufacturer, that might explain why they would claim a copyright privilege on what should in fact be a Canadian internal Defence Department document. So they've refused to make that statement of requirement public. The Minister of Public Works at that same committee admitted that her department had received it, but the government has refused to make that public. Madam Speaker, again, the Conservatives have claimed that the F-35 is the only plane that meets Canada's Air Force needs. And yet we heard at the Defence Committee at least 4 other aircraft manufacturers say that they currently produce an aircraft which meets the only requirements the government has made public, a document they call the high-level mandatory requirements. So you have 4 other companies that say they would be happy to submit to a competitive public process, and based on the only information the government's made public, they believe that their aircrafts would meet those requirements. So that's why we've said the only way to bring clarity and responsibility to this reckless financial process is to have a public competition and allow those companies to tell Canadians and tell the Government of Canada what they're willing to do, not only for our Air Force, but also for the aerospace industry. Madame la Présidente, comme j'ai dit, les conservateurs...
Madam Speaker, as I said, the Conservatives claim that they have studied other options, and yet they refuse to give us any information about the number of visits that they made to other aerospatial companies. I know that they often went to Fort Worth, Texas, to study the Lockheed Martin and the F-35. I asked the colonel responsible for the project, Colonel Burt, I asked him for information about the number of visits, for example, to Boeing or Eurofighter and to Lockheed Martin. A few months later, we still haven't received anything because the government must be embarrassed because they didn't study any other options at all. Madam Speaker, the Conservatives mislead us on other things as well. They say that it's the Liberal Party that committed to buying this fighter plane in 1997. On the contrary, the Liberal government supported the development process of this plane, and this gave rise to some $500 million of benefits and spin-offs for our aerospace industry. But the same Conservative ministers, Jim Prentice and Michael Fortier, as late as 2008 in Government of Canada press releases, confirmed that the extension of the development process did not bind the government to buy this apparatus.
Continued participation in the development phase of the airplane in no way obliged Canada to buy the plane. It's surprising that the government then stands up and says, no, it was a Liberal government 14 years ago that made the decision to buy that airplane. It's another example, Madam Speaker, of their inability to come clean with Canadians. Madam Speaker, this is really an issue about democracy. If the government wants to spend billions and billions of taxpayers' dollars, they owe it to Canadians to come clean on the real cost and to show us with documents what they're asking Parliament to vote for, and that's why this motion is so important for Parliament and for democracy.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Speaker, and I know you won't give me enough time to refute the legion of things that were wrong with my honourable colleague's statement. You know, an expert, Madam Speaker, is someone who agrees with you. And in their case, the expert that they are relying on, or one of the experts they're relying on, is someone who has not been part of the process for 6 years. The process has evolved beyond that. They continually quote numbers that relate to the American program, do not relate to our program. They continually mislead Canadians on that fact, and they do it so often it cannot be accidental. Yes, Madam Speaker, the purchase of the F-35 is an ideological decision, and the ideology behind that is giving the men and women of the Canadian Forces the tool they need to do the jobs that we give them over the next 40 years. That's our ideology, Madam Speaker, to equip the Canadian men and women of the Canadian Forces, to keep Canadian industry current, to give the men and women the tools they need to survive and do the jobs that we have to do at home and abroad. The visit information, in fact, was given. So he completely misstates the facts. They do have the information on the number of visits that were made by the experts that we have. The process, Madam Speaker, we followed in Canada was the same process followed in 9 other countries. They all came to the same conclusion. It is not an accident that the F-35 is the number, and that member and his party should get on board and stop misleading Canadians and get on the program that they started, and this is the common sense evolution of that program. Get on with it.
The Honourable Member for Beausejour.
Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary can shout at the end of his comments. It doesn't make them any more real or any more truthful. Madam Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary says an expert is somebody who says something we want to hear. For the Conservatives, the experts they rely on are those that the Prime Minister's office bullies into saying things that they know may in fact not be true. The idea that the Conservative government relies on experts, they should make public then those expert surveys or those expert analyses they have. If they had people who were competent and qualified to evaluate these particular airplanes or that particular purchase, then they would have made them public. The Parliamentary Secretary says, Madam Speaker, that we rely on American numbers. Of course we do, because they're the only numbers that we can reliably get, because this government refuses to give us accurate financial information. So you'll understand, Madam Speaker, why it's a bit awkward for us to constantly have to wait for the next Pentagon or Congressional Budget Office report, because absolute silence and stonewalling comes from this government, and thank God the U.S. Pentagon and the Congress is more transparent with their elected representatives than this government is.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you,
Order,
Madam
please.
Speaker. And the Liberal Opposition Day motion specifically calls for the government to produce the costs of the crime agenda, and specifically costs related to individual crime bills that they're bringing in. And we dealt with C-59 in committee just 2 nights ago, and in response to questions by Liberal members and I think the NDP members, the Deputy Minister specifically informed the committee that she knew what the costs of implementation were for Bill C-59, but she was not prepared to give the information because she didn't have the government's approval. I mean, she basically said that she was being muzzled by the government. This is a Deputy Minister of Public Safety at a committee hearing being asked a direct question by the member for Ajax Pickering and others about this, and she is being muzzled by this government. She has the information, they have the information. Why won't they release it?
The Honourable Member for Beausejour.
Elmwood Transcona, I think, has identified yet another compelling example, in this case a very recent one, this week, of the government refusing to make public important information before they ask this House and the other place to vote on important government legislation. I'm not surprised that the government has bullied the Deputy Minister of Public Safety into silence. At least they didn't force her to mislead the House or to mislead a committee like we've seen recently with some of the horrible circumstances surrounding the Minister of International Cooperation. But, Madam Speaker, I can tell you this government bullies the Ethics Commissioner into retirement, fires the head of the Nuclear Safety Commission, bullies the Commissioner of Elections, the Chief Electoral Officer of Canada. Surely we shouldn't be surprised that a Deputy Minister who serves at the pleasure of the Prime Minister would be muzzled and forced to appear before a parliamentary committee in an expedited, rushed process and not give accurate or reliable information whatsoever about the cost of a regressive criminal justice measure. And I know my colleague from Saint-Laurent-Cartierville has some very strong views on the regressive nature of the justice legislation that this government has been asking Parliament to swallow, and I look forward to his comments.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The question, Madam Speaker, is how far will this government go in its attack on the proper functioning of Canadian democracy? What is this fundamental question? It is, it wants secrecy at all costs and is flouting the rights of Canadians and the rights of parliamentarians to obtain essential information that the government has no valid reason to hide. It's unbelievable. As the member for Beausejour said, the government expects that the member of this House support without asking any questions the purchase of F-35s, whereas it did not even check to see whether that was the best option, and whereas it does not even have any specific and exact analyses regarding the purchase and upkeep costs of these aircraft. All we know is that these costs will be astronomical. Canadians have the right to this information because it is their money that we're talking about. Parliamentarians need this information to make an informed choice. This has nothing to do with state secrets. The government must tell Canadians how much their F-35s will cost, according to the latest estimates of the Department of Finance. Why does the government not want to reveal these figures? This is all the more important because the Auditor General has already criticized the government for its cost overruns and its appalling delays in terms of military acquisition. Another financial secret on the part of the government is its lack of information on mega prisons. This is a poor strategy to fight crime, and it has failed everywhere in the United Kingdom, in Australia, and even in the United States. This strategy did not reduce the crime rate. It did not reduce the reoffending rate. On the contrary, it caused it to soar. This will simply overload prisons, and the correctional officers will be at their wits' end. There is less money available to help victims, less money for police officers, less money for crime prevention, and for health, education, and the environment.
In the Washington Post, January 7, and as reported in the Kingston Whig Standard of today, he is urging American legislators, and I quote, to think and act with courage and creativity to save on costs without compromising public safety by intelligently reducing their prison populations. End of quote. Newt Gingrich, not precisely a lunatic leftist intellectual, talking about the recidivism rate, Gingrich describes a catastrophic disaster. And I quote, half of the prisoners released this year are expected to be back in prison within 3 years. C'est ça qu'on veut au Canada?
Is that what we want in Canada?
Certainement pas, Madame la Présidente.
Certainly not, Madam Speaker, especially since everyone knows that the crime rate is lowering in Canada, thanks to the effective and rigorous strategy put in place by the former Liberal government to fight crime and protect Canadians. This Conservative government, which has already slashed its budget by 43% to help victims and to prevent crime, is obliged to tell Canadians how much it will cost to import the errors that have been made elsewhere. It wants to pass bills, but won't give figures associated with them. Where is the transparency that it so often refers to? Once again, the Conservative government is flouting the information rights. In Section 69, it provides that the analysis of costs of bills do not constitute a cabinet confidence. What will we see next? On behalf of Canadians, they have put in place a litany of bills without doing any estimates of these costs. That is simply absurd, and it's flouting parliamentary democracy and showing contempt for Canadians.
The parliamentary budget officer did account for these extravagant expenses. He warns us about millions of dollars in additional correctional funds necessary that will cost the Conservative government and the provinces. They question the parliamentary budget officer. Where are their figures? Given the most recent of these ill-designed bills, C-59, that the government adopted hastily with the complicity of the Bloc, instead of targeting only white-collar criminals, it will keep in prison at great expense thousands of minor criminals who are prepared to return to society with minimal risk of repeat offenses. We're talking about 60% women, $130 million a year for this measure, but nothing to give investigators more resources to find fraudsters, nothing to increase funding for a judiciary process to help victims recover their money. Contrary to what it's bragging about, the government does nothing for victims. On the contrary, its policies will increase crime and the number of victims. Canadian taxpayers have a right to know how much this mess is going to cost them. It's their money, after all. And how much it will cost the provinces who are struggling with huge deficits, who don't know how to fund schools, universities, hospitals, etc. Why is the government so afraid to make these figures public? Probably because it will reveal their ideology and incompetence. The government wants to waste borrowed money, up to $6 billion a year, for additional tax cuts for corporations. This is paid for with borrowed money, even though it burdened us with a deficit of over $50 billion. So, while corporate taxes in Canada are 25% lower than the U.S., and the Minister of Finance himself feels that there are much better methods to stimulate the economy, they will proceed anyway. When you're a government who has the luxury of such a debatable policy, they should have the decency to have the figures to back them up. The official opposition is not asking for the moon. We just want the finance minister to make his projections public with regard to corporate taxes. This is routine information that the minister provided till 2005, that is, as long as there was a Liberal government. This is no state secret. I'm talking about the government, the Department of Finance, when in fact it's the Prime Minister who's the problem here. He wants to control everything. He wants to impose his cult of secrecy on everyone, and his assembly. He keeps a minister who has misled Parliament, but he attacks the parliamentary budget officer rather than having an adult, open discussion with him. A Prime Minister who prefers to oppose his Leader of the Opposition with its low-budget, low-rent advertising, rather than give us information that we're entitled to, that we need in order to do our jobs, which is to make good laws with all the facts. Madam Speaker, this is no more nor less than the proper functioning of a Parliament that this Conservative government is threatening with its cult of secrecy. They've done what seemed impossible. They've beaten their own record on dissimulation, and they should therefore comply with the motion by the member for West Canada and produce all the documents that the Finance Committee has requested.
The Honourable Minister of State for Science and Technology.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wonder if I could ask the member a question. The last time this nation faced a recession in the late 90s, the Liberal government at the time cut health care transfers to the provinces, and it did create massive surpluses for our government. But the effect of that was that folks in my riding, in Cambridge North Dumfries, couldn't get medical doctors, and it took almost a decade to solve that problem. They cut the military. That led to the decade of darkness. Madam Speaker, they cut science and technology. That led to the brain drain. And we have taken a different approach. We've cut taxes and increased funding for transfers and science and technology, and it is working. Does the member not believe that cutting taxes will lead to a better quality of life for Canadians, it will lead to more job opportunities for Canadians, and that cutting taxes, not raising them, will secure our economy now and for the future?
The Honourable Member for Saint Laurent Cartierville. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
About that, in 2005, when we left the government, there was a surplus, and all provinces had a surplus, and Canada was considered as one of the countries in the best shape you may imagine. Now we have a deficit of $56 billion that the Conservatives started before the recession. Right. And what is their plan to address it? Where are the analysis? Where are the numbers? We are concerned by the fact that many of their plans are awfully costly and bad policies. So we want to have their analysis on this table. They should table their numbers. They should give the information that these legislators in this House have the right to have. Whatever it is for the big jets that they want to buy, at a cost that we need to see if it's really the one they claim. Whatever it is, the big jail agenda they have that failed the United States, that will be awfully costly and ineffective. And if they have numbers that may challenge what I said, they just have to table it and to debate it as we should do in a parliamentary democracy.
The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Thank you. I'd like a question and a comment. Question is, does the member think we live under this Conservative regime in a just society? Given that most of the bills are justice bills, let's put it in that paradigm. What happens in the justice system when you keep from the opposition, the defense, information like this government is keeping from the opposition here? Well, in a court of law, the trial is thrown out. The whole proceedings are are thrown out because the defense has been not given the information they require, which would mean we could, carrying this on here, invalidate everything that the government has done. So I wonder if the member could comment on whether this is a fair and just way to go by not giving the opposition the information.
The honourable member for Saint Laurent, Cartierville.
Democracy, and I'm confident that Canada will survive to the attacks of this government against the good functioning of our democracy. But the fact is that I never saw such a thing. Never they answer questions. Today, the debate is about why not to table these informations for your colleagues. It has nothing to do with anything else than that. And they did not give one answer about that. They did not address this issue. Why they are hiding to us so much information? Why they are hiding it to Canadians? Are they embarrassed by that? By the real cost of the big jail agenda? By the real cost of their jets purchase? Is it that they are afraid to show to Canadians? What will be the benefits done by the corporations they want to give an additional tax cuts at a time where we have a deficit of 56 billion? These are legitimate questions. We don't have any answers. This is unacceptable. This is a shame, and this is the way this government thinks he may not respect Canadians and their democracy.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And today I rise to debate another misguided Liberal motion on our plan to reduce taxes for Canadians and get tough on crime. Whenever a Liberal talks, it seems it's about raising taxes. We prefer to take another tack and talk about lowering taxes for Canadians. It's a good thing our government has a long record of providing tax relief to hardworking Canadians, such that I could continue all day, which I'm sure all the members here would enjoy. The Liberals can also talk long about their own tax record. Unfortunately, it would be to discuss all the ways they would like to increase taxes, GST hike, iPod tax, carbon tax, and it goes on and on. But let's look at our Conservative government's tax record. Since taking power, we've cut over 100 taxes, cutting taxes in every way that we collect them, from excise taxes and sales taxes to business taxes and personal taxes. One of our first actions when taking office was reducing the GST by 1% to 6%. But we didn't stop there. We then reduced the GST by another 1% to 5%. Of course, whenever we cut taxes, we hear howls from the Liberals. Indeed, the Liberals were so incensed that we would lower Canadian taxes that the member from King's Hants, when asked if he would repeal the GST cuts, said absolutely. He was joined later by the Liberal leader who would infamously say, "I'm not going to take a GST tax hike off the table." But thankfully for Canadians and their wallets, the tax and spend Liberals are not in power, and a Conservative government that believes in lower taxes is. A government that believes in lower taxes for Canadians, like our seniors, as demonstrated with tax relief measures such as pension income splitting. This is one of the most significant tax changes for seniors and is saving some seniors thousands of dollars every year on their income taxes. This was a move that was praised by Seniors Group, with the New Brunswick Senior Citizens Federation saying, on behalf of the 21,000 senior citizens we represent in New Brunswick, we commend you for introducing the opportunity for our seniors to utilize pension income splitting. This change will mean additional monies for our seniors who are mostly on a very limited fixed income. We also doubled the pension income credit and increased the age credit amount by over $2,000. But our Conservative government didn't stop there. We introduced the child fitness tax credit, helping parents get their kids into organized sports. We introduced a child tax credit, providing much-needed assistance for families across this country. We introduced the public transit tax credit to help people make the decision to take public transit. And in our local newspaper this morning, when they looked at a raise in public transit in our community, one of the young students said, "But I have that public transit tax credit, so it helps ease the pain." We lowered Canadians' personal income taxes, and perhaps more importantly, we introduced a tax-free savings account, the most important personal savings vehicle since the introduction of the RRSP. Nearly 5 million Canadians are already benefiting from having their capital gains earned tax-free. In the end, the most important thing is what our record of tax relief means for families. And our tax relief measures mean a lot for Canadians. Tax savings for a typical family is $3,000. Let me read that again. $3,000 for the average family. That means a lot for the average family in Canada, and I am proud to be part of a government that has made that happen. But let me turn again to the topic that brings us here today, our tax relief for businesses. Let's review just some of the ways our government has reduced taxes for businesses. We reduced the federal capital tax in 2006, which was seriously harming business investment in Canada. To encourage provinces to remove their capital taxes, we introduced a temporary financial incentive to help provinces to remove their capital taxes. With our help, by 2012, capital taxes will be eliminated. We reduced the small business tax rate to 11% in 2008. We also increased the income eligible for this lower tax rate from $300,000 to $500,000. It was a move that recognized that innovative and growth-oriented small businesses play a vital role in the ongoing health of our economy. To help Canadian businesses weather the global economic storm, in Canada's Economic Action Plan, we also introduced a number of temporary tax measures to stimulate the economy. For example, to promote the exploration and development of Canada's rich mineral resources, the Mineral Exploration Tax Credit was extended in Budget 2010. This temporary 15% credit provides important benefits in terms of employment and investment, especially for rural and remote communities. This is especially helpful in my home province of British Columbia. In the words of the Mining Association of British Columbia, with BC's mining industry emerging from recent economic challenges, MABC is encouraged by this federal budget initiative that will help ensure that recovery does not falter. We were pleased to see a one-year extension of the 15% mineral exploration tax credit combined with a stay-the-course plan to continue reducing corporate income taxes are important to the recovery currently underway in the mining sector. And, of course, as the previous quote alluded to, we are lowering business taxes from over 22% in 2006 to 15% by 2012, as passed in 2007 by this Parliament. Canadians are benefiting from permanent tax relief that is broad-based, fiscally durable, and structurally sound. Lowering taxes on job creators means that more jobs are created. It's a simple calculation, but an important one. It is one that has been confirmed by leading economists in Canada. The Canadian manufacturers and exporters, as well as Jack Mintz, one of Canada's top private sector economists, have shown that lowering business taxes means thousands upon thousands of more jobs for Canadians. At a time when we are exiting a global economic recession, now is not the time to hike taxes on job creators. Liberals used to know that, but instead they have decided to turn a blind eye in order for cheap political gain. The member from King Hants knew this when he said, "We cannot increase corporate taxes without losing corporate investment. If we lose corporate investment, we have a less productive economy. That means fewer jobs. That means more poverty." The member from Wascana knew this when he said, "Canadians deserve the facts." The NDP's leaders' numbers are simply wrong, and he is trying to obscure the true benefits of business tax cuts, mainly jobs and economic growth. I agree with the member from Wascana. Canadians do deserve the facts. If we want higher wages, more jobs, and a higher standard of living, we need the business investments that result from our government's tax cuts on job creators. Are our efforts paying off? Without a doubt, yes. Compared to other major industrialized countries, Canada is indeed weathering the recession better than most. Our strong economic, financial, and fiscal fundamentals have contributed to that success, along with our Economic Action Plan. Over 460,000 more Canadians are working today than in July 2009, the strongest job growth in the G7. Compare this labour market recovery to the ongoing labour market challenges in the United States, where employment remains well below its pre-recession level. Tax relief for Canadian businesses has without a doubt contributed to Canada's relative success. Whether the Liberals really appreciate it or not, tax relief has helped build a solid foundation for economic growth, job creation, and better prosperity. Improving the competitiveness of the Canadian tax system, of course, requires collaboration among all governments to help Canadian businesses compete globally. Fortunately, reducing business tax makes so much sense that provinces are following our example. BC, Ontario, New Brunswick, and Manitoba have also reduced their provincial taxes on businesses. The Liberal Ontario Finance Minister, Dwight Duncan, is a stalwart defender, saying scrapping corporate tax cuts would hurt the fragile economic recovery by raising taxes on the struggling forestry and automotive sectors. Scrapping them is about the most short-sighted, dumb public policy pronouncement one can envision. Liberals proposing a short-sighted, dumb public policy? Shocking. I know. The fact is that along with the provinces, we are helping Canada build a strong foundation for future economic growth, job creation, and higher living standards for Canadians, to the point where Canada is now increasingly recognized as a model for business taxation. An editorial in the Wall Street Journal recently noted, 22 years ago, we wrote an editorial, North to Argentina, warning Canada that economic prosperity isn't a birthright, but requires sound policies like free trade. Nowadays, that's a lecture Canada could credibly deliver to Washington on business taxes. Reducing regulation. The government also recognizes that unnecessary regulation imposes significant costs on business and adversely affects productivity and economic growth. The Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses estimates that businesses in Canada currently spend over $30 billion each year complying with regulations. Over the past 4 years, the government has taken important steps to reduce the administrative and paperwork burden on Canadian businesses. In March 2009, the government met its target of reducing the paperwork burden on companies by 20% and eliminating almost 80,000 regulatory requirements and information obligations with which businesses must comply. To sustain that momentum, this January, the government followed through on its budget commitment and announced the creation of a Red Tape Reduction Commission. Composed of parliamentarians and private sector representatives, it will work to reduce the burden of federal regulatory requirements on Canadian businesses, especially small and medium. And I have to say, as a member of that commission, it's just going extraordinarily well. We'll consult with Canadians and Canadian businesses to identify irritants that have a clear detrimental effect on growth, competitiveness, and innovation. The Commission will provide advice on permanent solutions to control and reduce the overall regulatory compliance burden. And Mr. Speaker, I am honored to be that part of that Commission, finishing the job. It is important to remain vigilant in maintaining Canada's position on the world stage. That's why our Conservative government's #1 priority remains the economy. Canada's Economic Action Plan was intended to help guide the economy while being ever mindful of the country's long-term future. It has provided a balance between stimulating our economy for the short term and building our capacity in the long term. The plan is working in every region of Canada's family.
I regret to interrupt the honourable member. On a point of order, the honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On a matter of relevance, the member is doing a very good job of outlining a historical revisionist of what the government may have done. But, Madam Speaker, the motion before the House right now is an issue of whether or not the government should release information to to Parliament, and whether, in fact, the government has demonstrated that they're in violation of the privileges of Parliament. So that before our time runs out, I wish she would at least, Madam Speaker, make at least some commentary on the motion now before the House.
Thank the honourable member for his comments, and I will follow the debate a little more closely and just ask the honourable member to tie in her comments to the subject of the motion at hand.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and also I think it's important to acknowledge the intervention of my colleague, but I think putting the context of our current economic situation really creates the conversation in terms of the debate, so I appreciate and will make sure that I tie it all together. So anyway, in every region of Canada, families and businesses are paying less tax, and unemployed workers are receiving better support and new training. Many job-creating infrastructure projects are nearing completion, while colleges and universities are benefiting from new investments. Canadian manufacturers are still in the process of recovering from the recession as they continue to deal with rising commodity costs and intense competition from all over the world. So going back to the point, reducing business taxes therefore makes sense because it leaves more money in the hands of manufacturers who can then make necessary investments in their workforce and in their plants to compete and grow in domestic and global markets. It's no wonder then that the Canadian manufacturers and exporters say the question is not if we can afford corporate tax cuts, it's can we afford not to. We have more than 110,000 businesses in Canada that are benefiting from our tax relief on job creators. By encouraging these 110 businesses to grow and encourage more and better paying jobs for Canadians, business tax cuts are raising the standard of living. A $6 billion tax hike will do the opposite, and it will stop our recovery in its tracks and hurt job creation. It's irresponsible, it's pure politics, it's short-sighted. So in closing, Liberals don't believe what our Conservative government has to say. Maybe they should listen to the former Liberal Finance Minister and Liberal Deputy Prime Minister John Manley. And I quote, "I support the plan to reduce statutory corporate tax rate to 15% by 2012. These reductions have been supported by governments from left, the right, and the centre of the political spectrum. Behind this strategy is a recognition that few things matter more to Canada's economic health and future prosperity than our ability to attract and retain investment. For a number of years, Canadians relied on a cheap dollar to make our goods more competitive in foreign markets, but those days are gone. To compete for investment today with our strong dollar and growth in many of our export markets still weak, Canada needs a significant tax advantage. I don't think we should underestimate the benefits of these changes. We are transforming how Canada is seen by investors looking for places in which and from which to do business globally. So reforming the tax system in a way that promotes business investment and growth is a hugely positive move. And again, to sort of tie it all together in terms of, accountability, I have to say that our government has been extremely, not only through the Accountability Act, but the Parliamentary Budget Officer, we are giving tools to Canadians, to all the parties in this House that were actually unknown in the past. So again, I'm proud of our government. I'm proud of the important work in terms of tax reduction, and I'm very proud of the tools that we have been providing to all parliamentarians.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as the member from Mississauga pointed out, this motion is not about tax cuts. It's about the obligation of the executive to release certain documents. These are very simple documents dealing with the costs of various crime bills before the House and projections on corporate tax cuts. And, Madam Speaker, it's a fundamental role of a member of Parliament individually and Parliament constitutionally to hold government to account, and a tool of that role is the ability to send for persons, papers, and records. And this is what has been done. And the executive has an obligation to respond to requests from Parliament. And that, Madam Speaker, goes to the very heart of democracy. It defines the role of the executive, defines the role of Parliament. It's not our job as Parliament to govern, but to hold accountable those that do govern. I've listened to the member go through her 10-minute speech, Madam Speaker, and she did not say one sentence, one word about this motion. So I have two questions. And they're very simple, and I'd like a very, very clear answer. Does Parliament have the constitutional right to send for information such as alluded to in this motion? And the second question, Madam Speaker, does the executive have the responsibility, the constitutional responsibility, to respond to those requests? Very simple questions, Madam Speaker.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for a very important question. And I was sitting in a Finance Committee just a few short days ago, and at Finance Committee we had the Parliamentary Budget Officer who was there doing his economic forecast. So if we want to drill this down to understanding the impact of corporate tax cuts, for example, he said that's already been included in my economic forecast. I have considered what the impact of corporate tax cuts will be. So he had a very clear documents that he provided around the impact of the corporate tax cuts. I think it's important to note that it was another economist that was there shortly after who actually also had a very clear idea in terms of integrating the 2007 corporate tax cuts into his fiscal projections. Came out actually with a little bit of a different answer, so it really saw that the margin of error was very small. But there's many people that have analyzed the impact of corporate tax cuts and all these measures in terms of Parliament and the ability of parliamentarians to make decisions.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. In order to prove that the government is hiding crime bill cost information and muzzling its own deputy minister, we only have to look at the committee hearings of just 2 days ago, Tuesday, February 15th, when we were dealing with C-59, the Abolition of Early Parole Act. We had the member, Madam Speaker, from Brampton West asked the deputy minister regarding the costs of the crime bill. Do you have that information, and do you have it at all? Can you provide it? And the deputy minister said, I have most of the information. It's part of my responsibility in terms of developing legislation to consider costs. Yes, I have most of the information or access to it. The question is disclosure, and the government's indicated it's a cabinet confidence. And the member for Brampton West went further, and he said, well, so you provided the costing information to the government about what it would cost for these changes. And the deputy minister responds and said, I have the information or access to it, but I really can't talk about what I provided the government in any detail because it's cabinet confidence. So here we have a government clearly knows what the information is, but is deliberately hiding the information from members of the committee and members of this House.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, I've listened over many question periods in this House, and I've heard the minister, when asked the questions, how much will these crime bills cost? He's stood up and given very, very direct answers. But I think I want to actually talk a little bit about, this morning we were talking about it, and it was one of the colleagues from the NDP who said, crime and white-collar crime, there are victims. People think that it's victimless, but there are victims. And he had great compassion for the victims of white-collar crime this morning when we were looking at tax havens and people losing their life savings. So I guess it would be very interesting to know how come the member opposite can look his victims and his constituents who have had their life savings taken away and say, he only has to live with 1/6 of his sentence.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In her presentation, the member referred to the pension income splitting for seniors and the important benefit that was. Madam Speaker, there is documents readily available that will show, Madam Speaker, that if you take all of the seniors that do not have a spouse to split with, if you take out all of the seniors who are already at the lowest possible tax rate, and if you take out all of the seniors who don't have a qualifying pension instrument, that means, Madam Speaker, that only 14% of seniors even benefit, and they are the highest income earning seniors in Canada. I wonder if the member was aware of that, and she'd like to maybe withdraw that benefit that she says is for all seniors.
The honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I believe that the member talks about benefits from seniors. And to help seniors, it is absolutely a multi-pronged approach. But I can use many personal examples that I know where the wife stayed home and they raised the children, and at that time the husband perhaps had a benefit. And indeed, those people are benefiting greatly. Do we need to look at a comprehensive approach? Absolutely. But is income splitting a hugely important measure for many, many seniors? Absolutely. And I would never withdraw that. Talk to the many pensioners who have found it just to be a lifesaver.
Questions and comments? The honourable member. The honourable member for Crowfoot.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Kamloops for her great speech, laying out the history and a little bit of the differences between, the fiscal responsibility that our government has shown, and also being able to react to a global economic downturn in the way we did. Being able to create jobs, being able to help save jobs, being able to work so that our unemployment rate remains much less than other countries and the other industrialized countries around the world. Madam Speaker, this morning in Public Safety Committee, some of the costing questions were put to our Parliamentary Budget Officer, Mr. Page. And following that, the Minister appeared to our committee, and the member from Ajax Pickering threw out the $90 million, again, that he has continuously used in the media, tried to throw that out and to slam the minister on a difference of opinion that he has. The minister, for I don't know how many times, clearly again explained exactly the funds that were appropriate. But the member from Ajax Pickering has a different idea on that. Our Minister of Public Safety then had officials come and from Corrections Canada and explain from their perspective how the minister's figures were correct. Today we have another Liberal motion, another motion to try to embarrass a government, another motion to try to have everything costed out perfectly. Can this member perhaps just continue to explain a little bit about the responsible way that our government brings forward this legislation?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has 1 minute to explain that.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, I think one of the really prominent examples that stand out in my mind is we had an economic action plan that saw us through one of the worst global economic recessions since the Depression. And part of our process was doing quarterly reports. We released them not only to all parliamentarians, but to all Canadians. We knew that we were providing significant stimulus. We knew that it was going to create a deficit. Everyone agreed that it was an unfortunate thing that we had to do at that time, but we were completely transparent, more than perhaps any government throughout time, in terms of sharing with Canadians where their money was going, why it was going there, and quarterly reports to all Canadians. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I should point out firstly that I will be splitting my time with the Honourable Member from King's Hants. I'm very pleased to rise today to speak on this issue because it is, I submit, a very important issue, and it goes right to the heart of our democracy and the role of the executive and Parliament within our democratic system. I will speak firstly, Madam Speaker, about the duties, responsibilities and obligations of members of Parliament individually and of Parliament collectively, or the House of Commons collectively. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, there is, I submit, and this is the heart of what I'm going to say, there is an obligation, a fundamental constitutional obligation on us individually and collectively to hold the executive to account. Our job is not to govern. Our job is to hold to account those that do govern. Basically, members of Parliament have 4 fundamental roles: approve, amend, or negate legislation, approve, amend, negate taxing measures, taxing legislation, approve or negate requests from the government, for the appropriation of monies from the public purse through the estimates process. And fourthly, and most importantly, Madam Speaker, to hold the executive to account. Ensure that they're fulfilling those roles and functions that have been delegated to them. And I believe in this debate, as we've seen from the last speaker who did not mention one word, one sentence dealing with this motion, we've lost sight of that very fundamental role. Some people here in the House talk about decorum, which is very important. But the more important issue, Madam Speaker, is for members of Parliament to do what they're supposed to do. Every member of Parliament, government and opposition, has a constitutional duty and a constitutional obligation to hold the executive to account. And all MPs, both government, are to blame in many instances. In some cases, opposition MPs emphasize too much in drumming up scandal, real or perceived. And at the same time, MPs from the government side toe the party line and read only the lines that are given to them in the morning of the Prime Minister's office. Right now, Madam Speaker, Parliament and democracy is under attack. This is why we've had two prorogations. We've had the long-form census travesty, the current international cooperation minister debacle. And now what's going on before this House, the motion that's before this House, is the absolute refusal, the refusal of the executive to give the costing information about the crime bills and about the projections on the corporate tax cuts. Parliament, and again, Madam Speaker, these are simple costing measures that have always been available to Parliament and should be available to Parliament. Parliament has certain tools, and this was affirmed. It was all affirmed, Madam Speaker, in the recent ruling of Speaker Milligan, April of last year. And I'll quote, "Procedural authorities are categorically and repeatedly asserting the powers of the House in ordering the production of documents. No exceptions are made for any category of government documents, even those related to national security. But it must be remembered that under all circumstances, it is for the House to consider whether the reasons given for refusing the information is sufficient. The right of Parliament to obtain every possible information on public questions is undoubted, and the circumstances must be exceptional, and the reasons very cogent, when it cannot be at once laid before the Houses." And Madam Speaker, what we're talking about today is a very simple request for the costing, which is available. The deputy ministers have all acknowledged that this is available information. It's in the domain. It's circulated within the executive. That is one request, and the other request has to deal with the corporate tax cost projections. Very simple financial information. There is no reason, no constitutional reason, no legitimate reason, no public interest reason why this information is not being made available to Parliament. And I should point out, Madam Speaker, that all constitutional and procedural scholars agree with that premise. And Madam Speaker, this tool has been around for centuries. This really followed the creation of our Westminster system that started in and around the year 1208. It's a tool available to Parliament in fulfilling its constitutional duty to hold government to account. And Parliament, and I point out before, Parliament at all times has that overriding duty to act responsibly, to act in the public interest. And now, Madam Speaker, we have a situation where that tool, and I submit democracy itself, is under attack. We have a situation where this Prime Minister will do anything in his power to undermine Parliament. When he got elected first, he published a booklet advising Conservative chair how to stop any progress in committees, to hold up committee meetings, shut them down, leave, adjourn, anything at all. He paroled Parliament twice. Any officers or senior public servants who disagree with them are blacklisted. Linda Keane, Paul Kennedy, Kevin Page, the list goes on and on and on. We had the Afghan detainee issue. That had to go to the highest office, the office of the Speaker, for a ruling. I've just quoted from it. The situation is very clear. Now we have before us the cost of the crime bills and projections dealing with corporate profits and corporate taxes. Nothing could be simpler. This is information that should be available to members of Parliament and parliamentary committees. And to say it's a cabinet confidence is not correct, Madam Speaker. But I should point out that in refusing this to Parliament, Parliament is the people. What the Prime Minister is saying here is Parliament doesn't count. But what he's also saying is the people don't count. If I want to give this information, I'll do it. And if I don't want to do it, I'm not going to do it. And it's none of Parliament's business. And, more importantly, it's none of the public's business. I will do what I want to do, and it's none of their business.
He makes the rules.
And, Madam Speaker, this is sad. We have a person in power who I submit has absolutely no respect for Parliament, the institutions of democracy, and the role of Parliament. And it is nothing less. It's not about the previous speaker talking about tax cuts or talking about that or talking about seniors' pensions. It's nothing less than a frontal attack on democracy, democratic institutions, and the very foundations upon which this country was built and started in 1867. And this, Madam Speaker, is how countries get themselves in trouble. All it takes is for many people just to shrug their shoulders, do nothing. Well, I'm still getting my pension, the roads are still paved, we still have regular relative peace. I don't care. All it takes is for people to do nothing. And if Parliament is not functioning properly, this leads to a lesser country, lesser institutional integrity, more and more constant attacks. And it degrades the institutional integrity. It is, Madam Speaker, it's a vicious cycle. And I would urge all members of Parliament, on both sides of the House, the institution. This is not a partisan issue. It's not a policy issue. It's the institution itself that's under attack. And there's an obligation on each and every one of us, individually and collectively, to stand up, to stand on our feet and protect this institution of Parliament. Madam Speaker, my suspicion is the motion will pass. But it will sadden me, Madam Speaker, when I see government MPs who took their oath of office to protect this institution vote against this very motion. Madam Speaker, unless and until we can get every member of Parliament to acknowledge his or her role within this institutions, Parliament and all its institutions will continue to degrade and depreciate. Madam Speaker, I think I've made my point clear. I think you understand how I'm going to vote on this motion, and I certainly welcome any questions.
And comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the government members who are speaking today are just simply trying to change the channel and hide from what they know is certainly wrong. They want to hide from what they actually criticized the previous government for. And in fact, I was at the Public Safety Committee hearing 2 nights ago on February 15th when we were discussing Bill C-59, the Abolition of Early Parole Act, and we had the member for Brampton West specifically ask the Deputy Minister of Public Safety, ask her about the costing of this bill. And he said specifically in answer, do you have that information? And ask her to provide it to the committee. And her response, the Deputy Minister's response was, I have most of the information. It's part of my responsibility in terms of developing legislation to consider costs. Yes, I have most of the information and access to it. The question is, why can't she give out the information to the committee members in this House? Why? Because the government won't let her.
The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Madam Speaker, what's taken place in some case in this debate, I think we're getting a little off track here. And we can talk about the minutiae of what happened in committees. We can talk about tax cuts and pensions and that. But we can lose sight of the forest for the trees. This issue, Madam Speaker, is an attack on Parliament. It's an attack on democracy. Parliament has the right to send for persons, papers, and records. That's a fundamental right that every member of Parliament has a constitutional obligation to protect, and I hope they do it.
Questions and comments?
Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the reason that we have that right, Madam Speaker, is because bad things happen when there isn't proper scrutiny. And the evidence is in when the Liberals took over office in 1993 with inheriting a $42 billion deficit, that in order to balance the budget, there had to be substantial cuts to be able to save it. You cut 20% to save the 80. Otherwise, it's going to get much worse. So I guess the real issue is, if you don't know your history, you're doomed to repeat it. And it's important that we have this information, and it's important that we have respect for Parliament. So I guess if the member would, I'd ask him to respond to the, say, the assertion that we have as parliamentarians, we expect the government to be open, honest, transparent, and accountable. And this motion says not.
The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Well, Madam Speaker, to disagree slightly with the member, it's not a Liberal issue, it's not a Conservative issue, it shouldn't be a partisan issue. It is simply an attack on Parliament. Parliament has a duty to hold the executive to account. And one of those tools that is not developed in Canada, but it's been developed over the years, adopted in all Westminster systems, is that Parliament, in this duty to hold the government to account, has the right to send for persons, papers, and records, or in other words, information. And in this case, that information, for no good reason at all, is being withheld from Parliament. And for that reason, this motion should pass.
Questions and comments? There's time for a very brief question. No? Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kings Hunts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, despite being elected on a platform of openness, transparency, and accountability, this Conservative government has been obsessed with controlling and restricting the flow of information and hiding the facts from this Parliament and the facts from the people of Canada. Most recently, the Conservatives have been obstructing the work of the Standing Committee of Finance by hampering Parliament's attempts to gain a better understanding of the government's fiscal position and the costs of the government's legislation. The
Conservative government refuses to disclose to parliamentarians the actual costs of their legislative measures that are American style to supposedly combat crime.
Come clean with the details on the full cost of their crime agenda and the cost of their corporate tax cuts, months after they were first asked for it by the Finance Committee. On both accounts, the Conservatives have falsely claimed that disclosing the requested information would be a breach of Cabinet confidence. Madam Speaker, the previous Liberal government had no problem providing projections of corporate profits. In fact, in November of 2005, in its fiscal update, the Liberal government actually provided that very information on page 83 of the public document for the mini-budget, the fiscal update of that time. In fact, it was common practice to provide Parliament with the projected cost of legislation before MPs are asked to vote on it. And that's what's really important here. Is this is not a debate today about the merits of corporate tax cuts versus payroll tax cuts versus investments in health care and middle-class families. That's the broader issue. But the real issue here today is why won't the government tell members of Parliament the cost of the corporate tax cuts? Why won't the government tell members of Parliament the cost of their U.S.-style criminal justice agenda so that at least before we vote on that legislation, particularly at a time when we have a $56 billion deficit, we know the cost and how much these decisions will add to that record Conservative deficit. Madam Speaker, the government's excuses were so unbelievable that last week I asked the Speaker of the House to find the government in contempt of Parliament. The
government is preventing parliamentarians from doing their work by refusing to share this information with them. In our system of responsible government, the government must request authorization from Parliament to spend public funds. Parliament has the obligation and the responsibility to demand that the government be accountable and to listen to the government. To have the full costs is particularly important in this time of deficit and future budget cuts. The primary role of a member of Parliament is to monitor the use of public funds. Without the appropriate information, members of Parliament cannot do their work.
Rising in support of this motion, we are appealing to the government to come clean with this information. And at a time when we have a $56 billion deficit and when Canadian families are having troubles just to make ends meet, where every dollar counts, this secrecy around public dollars must end. John Ibbotson of the Globe and Mail put it well earlier this week when he said, quote, "The Harper government uses cabinet confidence the way the Nixon administration used executive privilege." The Liberals provided projections of corporate profits when they were in government, and it is ridiculous for the Conservatives to maintain that the cost of their law and order legislation is a state secret. How is Parliament to judge the wisdom of that legislation if it can't measure its projected impact in prisons built and guards hired? This latest episode reinforces that the Conservative government's determination to keep such a tight control on information that it becomes impossible for one to judge their government or for Parliament to do its job. The fact is that over the last 5 years there's been an insidious erosion of access to basic information that has made it very difficult for Canadians to judge their government or for parliamentarians to do their jobs representing their constituents. Since taking power, this Prime Minister has refused to cooperate fully with access to information cases. In fact, the number of cases where Ottawa discloses has dropped from 40% to 16%. The fact is that in 2010, Information Commissioner Suzanne Legault admitted that there's a lack of will from the government to be transparent, that Canada is no longer an information leader. This Conservative government, has become notorious for its culture of secrecy. Madam Speaker, all Canadians will remember when the Speaker's ruling on the Afghan detainee issue. The ruling was a tough pill to swallow for the Conservatives because it proved the supremacy of Parliament and the role of parliamentarians to hold their government to account. It's an indisputable privilege and it's an indisputable obligation and responsibility we have as parliamentarians. But the Conservatives appear to have learned absolutely nothing from that ruling. They continue to obstruct the work of Parliament by habitually denying the information that we as parliamentarians, as members of Parliament, need to do our jobs. Since the Parliamentary Budget Office was created, the Conservatives have vilified the PBO, Kevin Page, and stonewalled his request for information as his office works to ensure the accuracy of the government's financial pictures. Nearly a year after the Conservative government's 2010 budget promised to find $17.6 billion in savings through public service attrition, the Conservatives have consistently refused to provide any details. Parliamentarians need to know how the Conservatives are going to reduce the size of the public service or how they're going to get their spending under control and return Canada to balanced budgets. The only thing we've learned is that they plan to hire 5,000 more correctional officers, presumably to staff the prison expansions associated with their as of yet undisclosed justice legislation or uncosted justice legislation. Is it any surprise, Madam Speaker, that in November the Parliamentary Budget Officer's report showed that there's only an 85% chance, that this finance minister and this government will fail to meet its target of getting Canada back to balanced budgets by 2015-2016. The reality is that this finance minister has never met a deficit target in his tenure. His numbers don't add up. And this government that he's part of tries to prevent Parliament from having the numbers. Now that it's become clear that the Conservatives persist in giving a further $6 billion in tax cuts to Canada's largest corporations, despite the fact that we have a $56 billion deficit, it is looking even less convincing that we will get back to balanced budgets under this Conservative government's big spending, big borrowing ways. And at a time when Canadian families are being squeezed and every dollar counts, this kind of secrecy around their money, and it is Canadians' money, it is not the government's money. The money belongs to Canadians. We're here to defend the public purse. The secrecy around the public dollars by this Conservative government is unconscionable. As the Globe and Mail said in its editorial this week, quote, the Conservatives' position is untenable. This is a government that stresses fiscal rectitude and the promotion of financial literacy. Why should Canadians be told to ask more informed questions about private investments or borrowings on one hand and give the government a blank check with the other? And so it's time, Madam Speaker, for the Prime Minister to end this practice of attacking and trying to intimidate senior public servants and parliamentary watchdogs, including the Parliamentary Budget Officer. It's time to stop curtailing access to information. And it's time to stop hiding behind the false pretense of cabinet confidence when the vital information that the Finance Committee has requested, the costs of the corporate tax cuts and the cost of the Conservatives' American-style criminal justice legislation, that cost, that information is vital for our decision-making and our decisions as this Parliament. It's time for the Conservatives to start respecting Parliament and the Canadians who chose this Parliament, and to respect the Canadian taxpayer and tell them what their agenda costs.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of State for Science and Technology.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to ask the member, I know that the last time the country faced a recession, nothing of this magnitude, the Liberals trying to grapple with the recession and the debt that was left by Prime Minister Trudeau cut health care services to Canadians, and it did in fact create surplus funding in the government coffers. It did do that, but it hurt Canadians in terms of getting doctors and health care services. They cut science and technology, causing the brain drain in this country. They even took $50 billion out of employment insurance coffers, and that just vanished. This is not the way the Conservative government believes to help Canadians get jobs and to deal with an economic downturn. We believe, and I'm asking the member, because his own House leader stated at one point that the true benefits of tax cuts are jobs and economic growth. So I would like to ask the member if he disagrees with his own House leader, the member from Wascana, or he agrees, like we do, that lowering taxes, as we've seen during this recession, creates jobs for Canadians, economic stability now and into the future, and actually improves the lives of Canadians. That's what I want to know from the member. Does he or does he not believe that tax cuts are good for Canadians?
The Honourable Member for Kings House.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish the honourable member had asked a question about the motion. The motion is about the government's refusal to provide to Parliament, to the Finance Committee, the information that we need to judge the government's legislation, to judge the efficacy or the sense of corporate tax cuts today when we have a $56 billion deficit. The honourable member made a couple points that are not related to today's motion, so I will, out of the kindness of my heart, respond to them. In terms of health care investments, not only did the previous Liberal government balance the books, but it actually increased health care investments by the federal government to record highs, transfers to the province to a record highs, put $41 billion of new money into health care in 2004, and in fact created most of the research and development infrastructure in Canada through the Foundation for Innovation, through investments in universities, in fact, it was the most science-friendly government in the history of Canada, and that's why the Science Committee...
Order, please. Order. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, last night we had a take-note debate on promotion of democracy in Iran, and we have government speakers up all night long talking about how important it was for the Canadian government to take an active interest in promoting democracy in Iran. And 2 weeks ago it was a take-note debate on democracy in Egypt. Perhaps we should have a take-note debate on democracy here in Canada, because we have this government deliberately hiding information from the members of this Parliament, information that we as members of Parliament have a right to know, because we're tasked with making decisions that are affecting the entire country. And when we can't find out information that the government already knows on crime bills like C-59, when we have the Deputy Minister in committee admitting to a question from the Liberal member about the cost of the bill, and she says, I know the cost of the bill. I'd like to tell you the cost of the bill, but I can't, because the government's muzzled me. The government won't allow me to give you the information. That is absolutely unfair and not acceptable, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Kings Hunts.
Well, I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I certainly wish the honourable member would get up more in this House. You know, you don't see him on his feet enough sometimes. Madam Speaker, I say that, in fact, that honourable member is probably one of the most active members on the floor of this House. Madam Speaker, he raises a very important point. The government's argument that this information is cabinet confidence is totally false. Yesterday, the Parliamentary Budget Officer, Kevin Page, said that during his 25 years of public service, this kind of information was circulated broadly. It was not held or protected under cabinet confidence. Earlier, Madam Speaker, I raised the fact that in November 2005, during the Liberal government's fiscal update, this information was provided on page 83 in a public document, for goodness sakes. The government's argument that this information and the cost of its legislation cannot be provided to the Parliament that's expected to vote on and judge that legislation is completely counter-democratic and anti-democratic.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to take part in this debate on an opposition motion from the official opposition, the Liberal Party. I shall read it because it's rather long but complex. Given the undisputed privileges of Parliament under Canada's Constitution, including the absolute power to require the government to provide uncensored documents when requested, the government's continuing refusal to comply with reasonable requests for documents, particularly related to the cost of the government's tax cut for the largest corporations and the cost of the government's justice and public safety agenda, represents a violation of the rights of Parliament, and this House hereby orders the government to provide every document requested by the Standing Committee on Finance on November 17, 2010 by March 7, 2011. So, what we see here with this motion, Madam Speaker, that the Standing Committee on Finance asked for access to a number of documents in order to do its parliamentary work, and the government refused to provide those documents and make them available to the committee. And this is very similar to the whole saga surrounding the documents regarding the Afghanistan torture allegations. As you know, the Speaker had ruled that parties had to come to an agreement, otherwise this would be contempt of Parliament. What's unfortunate to see here is that the Conservative government is a minority government, and it's trying to govern not only like it was a majority, but in addition, it tries to keep members of Parliament in the dark, prevents them having all the necessary information they need to do their jobs. It is our duty to ask the government to be accountable on a number of files. That's very worrisome. I haven't been here that long, only since 2000, but under the Jean Chrétien majority government, as you know, he was never a friend of Quebec sovereigntists, but I never heard the possibility of having a question of privilege lead to contempt of Parliament charges, and yet that was a majority government. So it seems like contempt for parliamentary institutions and democracy as it should be experienced by this government. So without any difficulty, we will certainly support this motion. If I understand correctly, if this is not respected, this would lead to a question of privilege and contempt. Let's hope, though, that there's light at the end of the tunnel. The government keeps using excuses such as national security or cabinet secrecy or confidentiality and once again, the decision by the Speaker was very clear. Parliamentarians are entitled to access to all necessary information without censorship. When it comes to national security, I'm sure that the Bloc, like other opposition parties who've said the same thing, were ready to try to find accommodation, as we did in the case of the documents on the allegations of torture in Afghanistan. But in this case, the government is behaving as if the opposition parties were not taking that reality into account, whereas in the past, we were quite open to that. However, this time, we're talking about documents that have nothing to do with national security in any way, shape, or form. What risk is there for the nation of Canada to find out how much corporate taxes will cost major corporations? There's no issue of national security here. I don't think that our allies or our enemies anywhere on this planet will find this to be strategic information. They don't care what these tax cuts will mean. The same is true of the costs of the conservative public safety agenda, their obsession with minimum sentences. Once again, I don't see how this is a national secret. I don't see why all parliamentarians shouldn't have access to the figures showing how much this is all going to cost. This is an ideological vision by the Conservatives. It's a political choice. They prefer oppression to rehabilitation. So those are documents that should be given to the committee without censorship and that should be known by all parliamentarians so that we can all do our jobs, quite simply. That's not the only area in which this government seeks to hide the facts, just to avoid accountability. Let's take the example of KROS, which is very high profile right now. We're debating it in the House. For months and months, we were led to believe that the decision came from public servants. I even found an answer from the Minister of International Cooperation on April 23rd, who said CEDA gave me a report suggesting not to maintain the subsidy to KROS. We're talking about a substantial amount for a humanitarian organization, over $7 million. They tried to have us believe that, and then through access to information, we've got a document where we see very clearly that the recommendation made by the officials at CEDA was covered up, and a little note, handwritten note, appears under the recommendation to fund, and then there's the signature of the minister from November 2009. So we got that in December 2010, a year later. Now, the version started to vary in one way or another, and again today, we still don't understand all the ins and outs of this situation, but the Minister of International Cooperation did not tell the truth, and we hope she'll be punished by the Prime Minister unless this is something that is spreading, that she had signed the document authorizing the funding for KROS, but when the Prime Minister's office and the Prime Minister found out about that decision, they asked the Minister of International Cooperation to put an end to the funding for KROS for strictly ideological reasons, which have no basis, by the way. So that little knot was added after the signature of the minister. This is all speculation, but it shows to what extent or what point we're at now. We're trying to find out the truth through a game of Clue instead of having all the facts in order draw the proper conclusions in a serene and well-informed way. I'm talking about KROS in this case, but I could talk about the census, the long-form census. For many weeks, the Minister of Industry had us believe that this was a recommendation by StatsCan. the chief statistician resigned to express his disagreement with the government's decision. And once again, there was an attempt to cover up the truth and prevent us from doing our jobs. It goes even further than that. In the case of the census, without the long-form census being made compulsory, as was the case previously, there is objective information that not only parliamentarians but also scientists and sociologists and demographers will not have. And at that point, that is a conservative approach. Rather than make decision based on facts and reality, they will do it on the basis of ideology and a certain world vision that does not correspond to reality. So not only are we being kept in the dark, they try to keep us in the dark, but in addition, they're completely erasing all the basis that will allow parliamentarians, scientists, or anyone else from having the tools necessary to conduct a correct analysis based on objective facts and then identify problems and solutions. So this is very worrisome. Moreover, and this is quite obvious, we see that the government is trying to, I'd say, seed the whole federal apparatus. We saw it with partisan appointments to the CRTC, with Rights and Democracy, where they appointed people to make sure that this organization, which should be independent, is simply an extension of the policy of the Conservative government. So, and they stacked the board of directors of Rights and Democracy. Not only did they create a crisis within an organization that had great credibility both in Quebec and Canada and internationally, but they persist by reappointing or expressing intent to reappoint two of the directors who are responsible for the crisis being experienced at Rights and Democracy right now. When the Prime Minister at the time, Mr. Mulroney, had created that organization, Rights and Democracy, he appointed a former leader of the NDP, Mr. Broadbent, to head up the organization, precisely to send out a strong signal that Rights and Democracy was independent from the Conservative government and was in a position to do its job within its network in civil society. This is no longer the Conservative approach or the Conservatives of today. They do everything they can to make Rights and Democracy toe the line and support conservative policies regarding the Middle East. As we know, they've abandoned the traditional balanced Canadian approach about the Middle East, especially when it comes to the conflict between Israelis and Palestinians. And now they've squarely sided behind Israel, regardless of what Israeli authorities do. The best example of that is that in the past few weeks, when the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and I say this is disgraceful, when the Minister of Foreign Affairs, on the very morning where dictator Mubarak was leaving his position, said that the problems were because of the opponents to the dictatorship and those who supported it, and apparently the responsibility was even for the violence there. I'm saying this for our Canadian friends, which is not our priority, but still, not for nothing that Canada did not get a seat at the UN Security Council. Same for CBC, partisan appointments to create pressure on CBC Radio Canada. Once again, yesterday, the Minister of Immigration this time stated that CBC journalists lie all the time. They're trying to intimidate CBC journalists, like all other journalists, in fact. And you know, Madam Speaker, as well as I do, that now the Prime Minister only gives interviews to friendly reporters. And that's part of the attempt being made to control the federal apparatus, as well as organizations that surround it, crown corporations like CBC, or independent organizations. I'm creating the link once again with Kairos. By cutting off Kairos's funds, what are they trying to do? They're trying to muzzle a completely independent organization that, like all such NGOs, need funding from the public. They're removing the way and means they have to express their views and be a counterweight to conservative policies on international cooperation. Madam Speaker, after having denounced this attempt at a quiet coup d'etat, I haven't even talked about certain religious sects that use their privileged access in this government to try to attempt the government's policies. I won't have an opportunity to do that now, but we feel that behind all this, there's a strategy, there's a well-developed strategy to take over and control the federal apparatus and put it to the service of the Conservative Party and its ideology. And so, Madam Speaker, I'd like to use the time I have left to criticize and plead for the information we need regarding the corporate tax cuts for major corporations, because this is a political choice which is not only highly debatable, but it comes at a time where we have important strategic choices to make, especially given a deficit beyond $50 billion. Since the Conservatives came to power, as you know, they've introduced a number of measures to reduce the tax burdens of small and medium-sized businesses. Now, when it comes to SMBs, we have no problem with that. We know full well that these small and medium-sized businesses, first of all, are those who create the jobs in Canada and Quebec. They're also those who suffer the hardest or the most from the rise of the Canadian dollar, which is being doped by the increasing price of oil and federal choices in terms of energy. And they will pay the price for part of the effects of the economic crisis on the federal purse. This was in black and white in the finance minister's budget. The increases provided for regarding premiums for EI will be very high. We feel that behind all that, this maneuver will see a return to something we thought was passé, the use of the EI fund for purposes other than that provided for in law, or at least the spirit of the law. So we're getting back to what Paul Martin, the former finance minister, used to do. We are starting to see that. We saw it in the budget of the finance minister. So they will be subject to higher taxes because of the increases in EI premiums, and this will be significant. So we agree fully with the decisions made about this. So this was reduced from 12 to 11.5% in 2005, 11% in 2009, in order to face the economic crisis, and we have no problem with that choice. It was also announced that starting January 2007, the income of a small business to pay income tax would go from $300,000 to $400,000, and we have no problem with that either. Where we do have a problem is to see the tax rates of major corporations, especially the banks and the oil sector, which are reduced significantly as well. Let me remind you that in 2008 it was 18.5% tax rate, and now in 2012 it'll be 15%. So those are significant tax cuts. Will have no structural effect. This is not something that just happened yesterday. As I mentioned, for small and medium-sized businesses, we know that there will be other shock waves that explain the need for this cut. There's nothing structural about tax cuts that are being announced. They do not force major corporations to improve technology or do R&D. what we think is more necessary is tax incentives to adopt behaviors that are promising for the economy. This is true for Canada, it's true for Quebec. The fact that this is not the case is that productivity was reduced last quarter. What happens is that these tax cuts go directly into the pockets of corporate owners. They're not reinvested in productive ways, and they just feed speculation, which is what we've been seeing for a number of years now.
And once again, as I said, this didn't start yesterday. The government's adoption of this strategy, the Liberals under Paul Martin did the same thing in terms of tax rates on big business. But we have to find the golden means, the right way of going forward with using this money and making sure that any money from tax incentives is used for research and development. Now, if tax rates on big business, corporate tax rates, are lowered, how are we going to get to a balanced budget? Are there services or transfers to individuals and provinces by increasing taxes one way or another for small business, or by increasing taxes on the middle class and the least well off? And I think this is very clear. I think that we can ask Big Oil that now have subsidies. We can ask them to do their share. We can ask banks to do their share. So thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Speaker, the motion before the House today has to do with the government's refusal to provide documents that is the right of parliamentarians to receive. Madam Speaker, the proof of that is also in today's debate, in that every Conservative member who got up has spoken about everything except the motion. They have not addressed the motion because they've been handed a speech to come in here and just read something that's about other things, trying to deflect the attention. So I want to ask the Honourable Member if he doesn't agree that not only do the parliamentarians have the rights and the privileges to have that information, but it's also useful for the people of the country to have that information so that they can provide the input to parliamentarians as to how they feel about the priorities that the government has laid out. And I wonder if the member would like to comment.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. As I said, what the Finance Committee is asking for, the list of documents, is not there's no problem with state security, so there's no reason other than wanting to prevent the public of Canada and Quebec, to have the facts before them, and so that they can judge the decisions of the federal government. Probably figures having to do with tax relief for big corporations will shock people who have seen their EI premiums go up. And it's also probable that the justice agenda of the Conservatives, which the Conservatives pretend won't incur much by way of added costs, I think that if they saw these documents, it might give them pause for thought. And as the member for San Boniface said, I think that where we need new beds and new rooms is in hospitals, not prisons. I think we have to make choices, and perhaps we need to do certain things with penitentiaries, but it's not just, we shouldn't be going just for repression and incarceration. Unless this is a Conservative strategy to bring down the unemployment rate, because once somebody's in prison, they're no longer counted as unemployed. So as the member said, I think things all these documents should be accessible to parliamentarians and the people of Canada and Quebec. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Glanbrook, Niagara West? No? Okay. The honourable member for Elmwood, Transcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, everyone knows the government had to be dragged kicking and screaming last year over the Afghan detainee issue when it refused to provide the information, and on the basis that it was national security. And the member in his speech clearly compared the situation last year regarding the national security argument with the issue this year, which is the cost of the tax cuts and the cost of the public safety bills, neither of which could be considered in any way to be a question of national security. So the question really comes down to what they are hiding here, what they are hiding and why they're hiding it. I mean, what could they possibly be giving away? What sort of state secrets could they be giving away by giving this information on the losses of corporate taxes, the cost of the corporate tax cuts? What possible information could they be giving away on the cost of crime bills that would be related to national security? So clearly, this one is another issue that they are going to lose if they keep fighting the way they were last year. So I'd like to ask the member, what does he think they're hiding, and why are they trying to hide it?
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think this is a very relevant question, and I really can't answer. Why do they want to hide these facts? The only thing I can see is that it's a case of political opportunism. They feel that there's going to be an election in a few months, or in October 2012 at the latest. So these are the facts about decisions they've taken, about their justice agenda. They don't want this to be available for the public debate that will take place if there is an election. So what they can do is talk generalities and make broad statements, but information on hard facts, they don't want a debate on that. They want a strictly ideological, simplistic, black and white debate. It's like what they say about justice or Afghanistan. When you talk about allegations of torture, if you talk about this, that means that you're a member of the Taliban. That's their logic. And I think that they feel that if these documents are made public, it might influence part of the Canadian public. What we need is the facts. We need a calm, cool debate. I think it will be good for Canada and for Quebec. So their wish to hide these documents has to do with an anti-democratic stance and attitude towards democracy. And I think it's up to us in the opposition to denounce this and to make them accountable. I think that will bring us forward and closer to a possible case of contempt of Parliament. The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask the member for Joliette, who's also an economist. I think that we're recovering from the recession with difficulty, and what does she think about the choices made as to tax breaks to corporations and others where there are shareholders, and how is it that they're putting so little into research and development for second and third level processing? I'm thinking of my riding in Trois-Rivières. Can he talk about these quasi-ideological decisions? The honourable member for Joliette. I thank the honourable member for her question, and this allows me to get back to, and I had to talk about it rather briefly in my speech, but let's talk about big oil. These companies get $1.3 billion in direct or indirect subsidies. The cut in taxes will cut their taxes to $1.9 billion. So for 2010, this means that they will get $3.2 billion, and that is one big chunk of change. So, and what they owe Quebec is $5 billion. it'll be $3.7 billion next year, then it'll be 3.6 and then 3.7. So while they are letting the big oil have this money, someone else has to foot the bill, and that'll be the citizens of Quebec and Canada.
Debate going on. I'd like to ask honourable members to carry on their conversations outside in the lobby. Question et commentaire, brief question.
Questions and comments?
Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a very quick question, as you pointed out, and I just want to talk about some of the implications of some of the rulings and some of the decisions that have been handed down and some of the opinions, certainly in the case of the Parliamentary Budget Officer regarding the Truth in Sentencing Act and other consequential acts, and a lot of it do with the amending of the Criminal Code. I was wondering, as a person who has been well experienced in this House, if you could once again comment on that and what he figures, what he realizes is going to be the substantial increase in the imprisonment and the continued imprisonment of these offenders. Thank you.
The Honourable Government House Leader, je vais donner l'occasion de répondre.
I'll give the honourable member a chance to answer after this point of order.
I apologize for interrupting the current speaker. I am tabling in both official languages information on our government's low-cost and tough-on-crime agenda as requested by certain members of Parliament. As I told the Speaker 3 days ago that I would.
Order, please. Order, please. Order, please. L'honorable député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and very quickly, because I know I don't have a lot of time left. It's clear that there are costs. I don't know what these costs are. The Parliamentary Budget Officer talked about billions of dollars for one measure alone. So we need to have a broad view of it. It's not just certain justice bills. The Liberals, the New Democrats, and us, we've all suggested certain things. We want an entire portrait, because it could be a very heavy bill, not only for the federal government and Canadian and Quebec taxpayers, but for the provincial governments, because there are people who are sentenced to 2 years or less will go to provincial governments, so we will be offloading this cost to provincial governments who will have smaller leeway in their budgets, and that'll be the consequence.
To the honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville, and I should warn her ahead of time that she will have about 5 minutes to begin her comments, and we'll be able to continue after question period.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, our founders would be horrified to learn of the motion that we're debating here today. That today, in the House of Commons, we would be debating and voting on a motion affirming our rights and privileges is disgraceful. Parliament's absolute power to require the government to produce uncensored documents when requested is fundamental to our democracy. Would you ever imagine a motion demanding that the government provide oxygen to this chamber? Well, of course not. Yet documents, more specifically, the information on them, is as critical to the functioning of this place as the air that we breathe. That the government would deny the right to these things speaks to an administration that values secrecy, control, manipulation, and ultimately a complete disregard for this House of Parliament. Madam Speaker, I was elected not only to be the voice of the people for Mississauga-Streetsville, but to be their eyes and ears as well. They expect me to hold the government to account, to demand explanations for policy decisions, and vote for or against those proposals. Without complete information, Madam Speaker, without clear and unbiased evidence, without a full cost analysis, how can I perform this honored calling to the best of my abilities? The answer is I cannot. And that is why Parliament was vested with privileges, Madam Speaker. Our founding articles, the British North America Act, now called the Constitution Act of 1867, established in Section 18 that privileges, immunities, and powers of Parliament. These privileges are expressed further in the Parliament Act and in our standing orders. In a landmark ruling last year by Speaker Milliken on the Afghan detainees' documents, he upheld the supremacy of Parliament and the right to order documents. He affirmed the House's undisputed role as the grand inquest of the nation and its need for complete and accurate information in order to fulfill its duty of holding this government and any government to account. Yet, over the last 5 years of this Conservative government, this House has been required to cite its privileges at a rate never seen before, Madam Speaker, never seen before in our modern history. Our esteemed law clerk, Mr. Robert Walsh, has never been so busy. Repeatedly, he is asked to attend committees to remind them of their rights and their privileges when confronted with attempts of obstruction from this government. The examples are numerous. Government ministers refusing requests to appear before committees, senior Conservative staff members evading bailiffs with summonses, documents not provided or seriously redacted, and the list goes on and on and on. When committee requests documents, the government drags its feet. They obstruct, and when they run out of options, they flat out refuse. There are books, in fact, books that document the amount and the degree of Conservative government's obstruction. In Mr. Lawrence Martin's Harperland, The Politics of Control, a runner-up, may I say, for the Shaughnessy Cohen Prize yesterday at the Writers' Trust Award, he provides a lengthy list of the Prime Minister's march of audacities. Since the 2006 election campaign, here are some of the highlights, with due acknowledgement, of course, to Mr. Martin. The elimination of the Access to Information database, the nixing of the Court Challenges program, the secret handbook on how to obstruct committees, hiding Justice Department studies on crime, hiding a firearms report to prevent the embarrassment on the gun registry, the Rights and Democracy fiasco, slashing the budget of the Parliamentary Budget Officer, withholding details of the stimulus funding, and we all know why that happened, firing the Nuclear Agency head, Linda Keane, halting Peter Tinsley's probe on Afghan detainees, ousting Paul Kennedy from the Commission on the Public Complaints against the RCMP, smearing a career diplomat, Mr. Richard Colvin, defying Parliament's right to documents, padlocking Parliament by proroguing not once but twice, Mr. Speaker, the move on Statistics Canada, and, Mr. Speaker, the list goes on and on and on.
I regret to interrupt the honourable member, but we have to proceed with other matters. There will be about 15 and a half minutes remaining of the time allotted for her remarks when the debate is resumed. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, you are invited. Everyone is invited. Renfrew County is having a celebration to honour the 150th anniversary of its founding. This is going to be an incredible festival with special events happening all year long. The main attraction will be from June 9th to 12th, 2011, on the Pembroke Regional Airport grounds. There's something for everyone to enjoy. Be a part of a journey through time at our Pioneer Village. Listen to fiddlers, clap for step dancers, and admire the antique cars and trucks. See the live theatre and displays, Aboriginal drumming, with lots more music and Ottawa Valley storytelling. There will be rafting and kayaking, pioneer exhibits, and a kids zone, a whole acre of activities for kids. See you in the Valley, the Upper Ottawa Valley. Join us for the 150th anniversary celebration.
Hey, honourable member for Charlottetown.
Pleased that the annual Scotties Tournament of Hearts, the Canadian Women's Curling Championship, is being hosted in my hometown of Charlottetown starting this weekend. Curling is an important part of Canadian culture and a great winter pastime. Sometimes, Mr. Speaker, in good humour, it is referred to as Canada's other winter sport. Mr. Speaker, in the province of Prince Edward Island, we have a very strong and competitive curling community. Men, women and youth enjoy their winters at curling clubs across the province and generally do well in national competitions. I would like to wish all teams the very best of luck in this year's Scotties Tournament of Hearts, and in particular the team representing PEI, made up of Skip Suzanne Burt, Shelley Bradley, Robin McPhee, Leslie McDougall, Tricia Aflack, and Coach Paul Power. I welcome all teams and fans to Charlottetown for this year's tournament. I encourage all members of this House to tune in to the action and cheer on their respective provincial teams.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagout. Mr. Speaker, in honour of Black History Month, I would like to commend the extraordinary dedication of Mr. Evence Guercy, a Haitian-born sociologist and community police officer in Montreal. Mr. Guercy has focused on developing and encouraging young people in underprivileged neighbourhoods of Montreal. In 2005, he founded the Espoir Boxing Club in the Saint-Michel neighbourhood of Montreal, where he helps teenagers acquire discipline and stay in school. A documentary entitled Les Poings Serrés was made, starring 2 teenagers from that neighbourhood, for whom the boxing club and Mr. Guercy have played a very important role in their lives. My colleagues of the Bloc Québécois join me in commending Mr. Evence Guercy for his extraordinary commitment to young people. I am proud to know him and to count him as a friend because we grew up and studied together in Saint-Hyacinthe.
Honourable Member for Elmwood, Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, Transcona is a railway town founded in 1909 by Lord Strathcona, incorporated as the town of Transcona in 1912. The name derives from the combination of transcontinental with Lord Strathcona. A local business group is working with City Councillor Russ Wyatt and MLAs Darrell Reid and Bidou Jha on a plan to revitalize the downtown commercial district. The group is committed to retain the connection to the hometown feeling that has always made Transcona unique. Some of the already completed improvements include a new archway welcoming visitors to Transcona, a new center median on Regent, new sidewalks, and a solar-powered lighting fixtures. The Regent Avenue area has attracted Universal Studios, who will begin working on a new movie, Beethoven Saves Christmas, beginning on February 15th. This revitalization project is expected to be completed in 2012 in time for the community's centennial celebrations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Excellent. The Honourable Member for Wellington, Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to draw to the attention of the House a couple of important events in my riding of Wellington Halton Hills. As past chair of the board, I'm proud that the Elora Festival singers and conductor Noel Edison were recently nominated for a Grammy Award for the 2010 recording of the music of Eric Whiteacre in the Best Small Ensemble Performance category. While the Grammy went to another nominee, the nomination has put this local Southwestern Ontario choral choir on the map. While we locals always knew that the village of Elora had a world-class choral choir, now the rest of the world knows as well. I'd also like to congratulate the Acton Scouts and Guides on 100 years of scouting in Acton. Scouts is one of Canada's leading youth organizations, offering programs for boys and girls in towns and cities across this great land. Over 74,000 young people are in Scouts, which are provided by 23,000 volunteers, and Acton has been part of this proud tradition for 100 years. Congratulations to the Elora Festival singers. Congratulations to the Acton Scouts.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to rise in the House today to commend March of Dimes Canada and recognize Thursday, February 24th as March of Dimes Conductive Education Day. March of Dimes, headquartered in Don Valley West, has been delivering programs and services to Canadians with disabilities since 1951. This is their 60th anniversary of working to improve the lives and livelihoods of Canadians with disabilities, advancing accessibility, and creating a society inclusive of people with disabilities. Conductive education is an innovative learning system that maximizes the independence and mobility of children and adults with neurological motor disorders like cerebral palsy, Parkinson's, MS, and those who have had a stroke or brain injury. The Conductive Education Program has the potential to make a life-changing impact on the mobility, independence of close to 9 million people in North America. Please join me in congratulating March of Dimes Canada and recognizing and supporting the Conductive Education Program, a cornerstone of our ongoing efforts in Canada to achieve full inclusion of Canadians with disabilities.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon, Humboldt.
Speaker, a few days ago, my colleague, the member for Simcoe North, put forward a bill that would permit farmers to opt out of the Canadian Wheat Board. While I firmly believe it is in the economic interest of farmers to put the single-desk wheat board to pasture, it is not the economic damage that the wheat board causes that I find most obnoxious. Members should know that the original wheat board was installed in the World War I era to keep grain prices down. And then when the wheat board was put into its current form during World War II, It was also to lower the prices that farmers receive. The Wheat Board did and does this by robbing farmers of the freedom to control their own wheat, their own private property. It is this annual expropriation of property that I find most egregious. No one forces farmers to buy their fertilizer or their fuel from one source, yet if a farmer chooses to sell wheat in his own fashion, he can go to prison. If freedom means anything at all, it should mean the right to control one's own property, the fruits of one's labors. The Canadian Wheat Board is an assault on the liberties of not just farmers, but it is an assault on the liberties of all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives claim to respect areas of provincial jurisdiction, so it is worrisome to see how indifferent they are to the recent cross-Canada trip of the Senate Committee on Energy, the Environment and Natural Resources, which promoted a sustainable energy policy from sea to sea. This Senate trip stopped in Montreal on February 7th and 8th, clearly encroaching on Quebec areas of jurisdiction. The trip of these unelected senators, representing an expensive and archaic institution, does not respect Quebec jurisdiction. Quebec and Canada have completely different views of a sustainable energy, and Quebec depends on truly green energy rather than nuclear energy and the promotion of tar sands. This Senate committee should not be dictating energy policy to Quebec. That will be decided on by and for Quebecers. The Honourable Member for St. Boniface.
Excited to return to St. Boniface tomorrow night to open the annual winter celebration called Le Festival du Voyageur. This world-class 10-day event celebrates the joie de vivre of the voyageur and fur trade era with food, song, and dance. I know Festival will be a fantastic display for Franco-Manitoban and Métis culture. I look forward to serving pancakes, visiting the Maple Sugar Shack, and enjoying first-class performers. Le Festival du Voyageur
The Festival du Voyageur takes place every February and is the largest winter festival in Western Canada. As a French-speaking métis, I have attended this festival since my childhood. Thank you to the volunteers and organizers and the official voyageurs, the Chamberlain family, who have worked tirelessly to promote this festival in our community and elsewhere.
Canadians alike, to please get out to Festival du Voyageur in St. Boniface. Au Festival, hey ho!
Honourable Member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, today around the world, 774 million adults lack basic literacy skills, and 1 in 5 adults, mostly women, cannot read or write at all. Canada's literacy stats are just as alarming for a country as wealthy as our own. Literacy is not just about reading and writing, it's more than just understanding words on a page. Literacy is a powerful tool to eradicate poverty and to advance people socially and economically. Those who cannot access literacy skills are tragically left behind in society, and thanks to this government, we're leaving far too many people behind. In the 2006 budget, the federal government announced it was cutting $1 billion worth of what they called wasteful programs. Part of that was $17.7 million cut to adult literacy programming. 1 in 3 Canadians who struggle with literacy every day don't think much of that. By improving literacy skills, a person increases his or her chances to find employment, to lift oneself out of poverty, find or create opportunities, and make great contributions to the community. Today, let's recognize those who assist learners, those who bring meanings to words, who open the doors to better lives for those who struggle with literacy, for their benefit and the benefit of all of us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, this past weekend our Canadian athletes had outstanding performances on the world stage. Eric Gay of Mount Tremblant won gold in men's downhill skiing at the FIS World Championship in Germany. This is the second time in a row that a Canadian has won this title. Calgary's Alex Guff became the first Canadian and the first non-German in 13 seasons to win a World Cup luge race. Guff is one of the many young Calgarians who had the opportunity to get involved in winter sports because of the outstanding legacies of the 1988 Olympics. On Sunday, Milos Raonic of Thornhill became the first Canadian to win an Association of Tennis Professionals Championship in 16 years. Mr. Raonic's victory against defending champion Fernando Verdasco featured serves that clocked at 240 kilometers per hour. Mr. Speaker, our government is proud to support our athletes, and in fact, the current levels of support are the highest ever in Canada. We congratulate our athletes on these tremendous accomplishments. Thank you.
Member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, our community in Ottawa Centre has always been proud to welcome new Canadians. In 1979, we came together and welcomed 4,000 refugees from Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos. To the media, they were called the boat people. To the government, they were small boat escapees. But to our community, they were our new neighbours. And with community support, our new neighbours thrived. That's how we feel about new immigrants and refugees here. That's why we support settlement programs. That's why we believe the government's $53 million cuts to immigrant services will undermine the quality of life for all of us. These cuts will take away childcare resources for newcomers, at the same time that the government is making family reunification almost impossible. Language classes will be severely limited, resulting in isolation and separation, making it harder to find a job, build relations, and contribute to our community. Mr. Speaker, these cuts will hurt our newest neighbours first and all of us in the long run. We want the government, we call on the government to reverse those cuts now.
The Honourable Member for La Binière de la Chaudière. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal leader's economic policy is based on tax hikes that will slow down the economic recovery, eliminate jobs, and hurt hard-working Canadian families. For example, he is clearly and categorically calling for an increase of $6 billion in the tax burden. He is not talking about freezing taxes, but increasing them. The Liberal leader wants this tax increase to be included in the next budget, and he says that if we do not do so, he will vote against the budget and force an election. The last thing we need are pointless elections where uncertainty would be brought about by a coalition and jeopardize our economic recovery, whereas we are in a good position now. The Liberal leader is crisscrossing Canada to call for pointless elections, but our government is staying the course with its tax relief plan for jobs and for growth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives of Quebec do not hesitate to abandon Quebec and all its regions at the first opportunity. They centralized the Economic Development Canada offices in downtown Montreal, thereby depriving the regions of major economic benefits. They refused to support Bill C-288 to encourage our young people to return to the regions and actively contribute to the social development and economic development of these regions. They will not give any significant aid to our forest industry. They voted against a reform of the EI regime, which would have allowed our seasonal workers to draw on a decent income year-round. The Bloc Québécois, unlike the Quebec Conservatives, acts in the interests of Quebec and all its regions, regardless of which one it is. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Brossard-La-Prairie.
Here's a timeline of events that got the Minister of International Cooperation all tied up in knots. October 28, 2010. In the House of Commons, the Minister claimed that Kairos lost its funding because their work no longer fits CETA's objectives and strongly suggested that she acted on the recommendation of her department. December 9, 2010. CETA President Margaret Biggs tells the House of Commons Foreign Affairs Committee that the agency did recommend the project to the Minister. At the same meeting, the Minister testified at the Standing Committee that she did not insert the word "not" in the funding document.
December 13, 2010, the Liberal member for Scarborough-Guildwood raised the question of privilege in the House of Commons concerning the supposedly misleading allegations of the Minister of International Cooperation. February 14, 2011, the Minister acknowledged having given the order that the word "not" be added to the document. February 15, 2010, the Prime Minister defended the Minister's conduct and ignored all calls for her resignation.
Member for Fort McMurray, Athabasca.
The Liberal leader is launching a pre-election tax hike tour this week, and the Toronto Star is reporting the Liberals are angling for a May election. A needless election will distract our national efforts from creating jobs and sustaining our fragile economic recovery. The Liberal leader's plan is a high-tax agenda and will stall our recovery, will kill jobs, and set hard-working families back. He is calling for a tax hike to be included in the budget, or he will vote against the budget and force an unnecessary election. The last thing we need is the disruption of a needless election or the uncertainty of a reckless coalition that will jeopardize our economic recovery just as we enter the home stretch. As the Liberal leader travels Canada calling for an unnecessary election and advancing his high-tax agenda, our Conservative government will keep its focus on our low-tax plan for jobs and growth in the best interest of all Canadians.
Honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize Jack Stapleton, a constituent and tireless advocate of the Merchant Navy veterans. Jack is past president of the Allied Merchant Marine Association, a member of the Jewish War Veterans, and an honorary member of the British Merchant Navy Association. He is also a recipient of the Queen's Golden Jubilee Medal and was one of 15 veterans recognized by the Minister of Veterans Affairs Commendation Awards in October 2010. Jack is a champion of veterans' issues and is persistent in his campaign for fair compensation and recognition for World War II Merchant Navy veterans. He and his wife Juanita and former MP Paul Bonwick were relentless in their crusade to establish Merchant Navy Day. Thanks to their perseverance, people across the country joined to recognize the sacrifices made by World War II Merchant Navy veterans every year on September 3rd. Every year, during the week of Valentine's Day, I recognize seniors and veterans. Today, I pay special tribute to Jack Stapleton for his inspiration, his wisdom, and his leadership.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the facts in the case are clear. The minister deceived Parliament, and then someone altered a document so that she could pretend that her officials supported a decision when, in fact, they did not. In our democracy, the rules are clear. When a minister misleads Parliament, that minister resigns. Why is she still in Cabinet?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, the Minister of International Cooperation has been very clear that she is the one who made the decision not to provide a $7 million grant to this particular Canadian non-governmental organization. This is the kind of responsibility that ministers are expected to take each and every day. When we spend money on foreign aid, we expect it to make the very best for success in the developing world. The minister made the right decision. She made the correct decision, Mr. Speaker. I believe she made a courageous decision and did the right thing.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker,
this minister misled the House. She altered a document to claim that her officials were in favor of the decision, but they were against the decision. In a democracy, when a minister misleads the House, he or she must resign. Why is this minister still in Cabinet? The Honourable Government House Leader.
Last year in committee and this year here in the House of Commons, the minister was very clear that she and she alone was the maid that made the decision not to provide the $7 million grant. She's always been very clear. This minister made the right decision.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, there's a wider pattern here. This is the government that prorogued Parliament, that shut Parliament down, that silences whistleblowers, that intimidates public servants, and now stands behind a minister who will not tell the truth. The Prime Minister seems to think that he makes the rules. He's wrong. Canadians make the rules. When will this government start showing some respect for democracy and fire that minister?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the fact is the minister is the one that made the decision. She appeared last year before committee and said so 11 times. She repeated that again this year. She made a courageous decision. The minister did the right thing. Only in this country, Mr. Speaker, would a minister get in trouble for not making a $7 million grant, Mr. Speaker. When we think about grants and contributions, we still wonder what happened to the $40 million that went missing in the sponsorship scandal.
The Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier. Mr. Speaker, the government continues to dig itself deeper. We're now at the bottom of the barrel. Earlier in the week, it was the Minister of International Cooperation who was caught with her hand in the cookie jar. She misled Parliament quite badly. And yesterday, to try to defend her, the Minister of Immigration said it doesn't matter, everybody lies, CBC lies all the time. Is that the new Conservative slogan? Lie, and if you're in Cabinet, you'll get out scot-free. The Honourable Government House Leader. That's not the case at all, Mr. Speaker. What is the case is that the Minister was very clear. She said 11 times before a committee of this House last year and again this year that she'd made a decision not to grant money to that organization. The Minister made the right decision, that is to focus our international aid on supporting the most vulnerable people in the world. She made the right decision. The Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are making lying quite ordinary. It's no longer serious. By refusing to sanction the Minister of International Cooperation, the Prime Minister is saying, well, this is just a free-for-all. There's no problem. We can do anything. According to the Minister of Immigration, it doesn't matter because CBC lies all the time. Just one person is responsible for this, and that's the Prime Minister. Does he understand that or not? The Honourable Government House Leader.
I did note the CBC had a very interesting story about it about our friend from Marc-Aurèle Fortin that turned out not to be true this morning, Mr. Speaker. Let me say this. The Minister made the decision not to provide a $7 million grant to the organization in question because she strongly believed that that money would be better spent to help some of the most vulnerable people in the world on the ground and that could get better value for taxpayers. The Minister made a difficult decision. The Minister made the right decision, and the government supports that decision.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of International Cooperation first signed a document granting funding to Kairos and then doctored that document so as to block the funding. And given the habits of the Prime Minister, one can wonder whether he intervened directly on this file. If that's the case, that means that the Minister, the Government House Leader, and the Prime Minister are telling us the opposite of the truth. In order to dissipate any doubt, can the Prime Minister tell us whether or not he intervened with his minister so that she'd change her mind, doctor the document, and block Kairos's funding? The Honourable Government House Leader.
The Leader of the Bloc Québécois, that I reject the premise of his question. Here's what I know, Mr. Speaker, is the Minister has said very clearly that she was the one that made the decision. With respect to the note on the forum, Mr. Speaker, her own Deputy Minister, a well-respected public servant of many years, said, quote, the inclusion of the word not is just a simple reflection of what her decision was. That's clear. And that's quite normal. That's what the Deputy Minister said on December the 9th before committee.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. This looks like a bad B movie. If the Minister didn't agree, all she had to do was not sign the document. What happens is she did sign the document giving the funding, and following the statement of the Minister of Immigration, and the Prime Minister called us, this doesn't make sense, you shouldn't give them money. She added or had the word not added. That's what happened. She falsified a document. Are they telling us that we're supposed to believe them when they invent something, some scenario from whole cloth to hide what really happened? The Honourable Government House Leader. Well, Mr. Speaker, we see the coalition in action today. What is true is that the Minister has been quite clear. She has repeated 10 times before a standing committee of this House, and she said Monday in this House, that she made the decision to not grant money to that organization. She made the right decision, and the government is supporting her. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Pierre-Boucher. Mr. Speaker, the government still hasn't frozen the assets of former dictator Ben Ali, despite many repeated demands by the Tunisian ambassador, who fears that the assets stolen from his people will go toward tax havens. Under Section 54 of the UN Convention Against Corruption, Canada can temporarily freeze these assets. Does the Minister for Foreign Affairs realize that he's being complicit with Ben Ali by allowing him to transfer assets of the Tunisian people to tax havens?
Mr. Speaker, our government is working with the Tunisian government on this issue. We have communicated to the Tunisian government clearly and on several occasions the specific information necessary for Canada to freeze any assets in Canada. The government of Tunisia has not yet responded to our request. We remain committed to working cooperatively to bring justice for the people of Tunisia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Pierre-Boucher. The ambassador is not the government of Tunisia. The minister is really disconnected from reality. As to wit, the government's website still presents Ben Ali as president of Tunisia. Despite promises to cooperate by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Tunisian ambassador has still not gotten a reply to his demands, and Canada has not frozen the assets of the Ben Ali family. By not acting, who is the Canadian government trying to protect exactly? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, we stand ready to assist the people of Tunisia in their fight for justice. We have communicated this to the Tunisian government on several occasions, and we've asked for specific information on any assets in Canada so that those assets can be frozen. The government of Tunisia has not yet formally responded to our request. We remain committed to working cooperatively to bring justice to the people of Tunisia.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister supports the Minister of International Cooperation. We know that. We know he supports her decision to cut off Kairos' funds, an organization that is well respected worldwide because of its good work. His refusal to fire the minister means that, in his mind, forging documents is perfectly all right. Inventing excuses is okay. Blaming others is okay, too. And yet, we still don't know why Kairos' funds were cut. Why did they do that? The Honourable Government House Leader.
Yeah, for the leader of the Democratic Party, once any individual or organization gets a grant, they have an entitlement for it in perpetuity. That's not the case. What the minister did is made a decision on what she thought was best for the expenditure of public funds, and the minister turned down this organization, this Canadian non-governmental organization's grant application for a $7 million grant, Mr. Speaker. She felt that that money could be better spent elsewhere. This is a minister who has done outstanding work helping the vulnerable people of Haiti, working with women and children in our maternal health initiative in Africa, and done a heck of a lot, Mr. Speaker, to support women and children in Afghanistan.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
You know, the government's becoming a little too confident in its spin, Mr. Speaker, because that was not an answer to the question. We still don't know why the funds were cut. The Prime Minister really needs to take a look at this, because the fact is his minister didn't tell the truth. She forged a document. The Prime Minister says that's okay. What kind of a civics lesson is that for our young people in this country, that you can go ahead and forge documents? What a travesty that is when it comes to our responsibilities here as parliamentarians. Mr. Speaker, we're here to say this isn't the sort of leadership Canadians are looking for. It's not too late. Will he finally take some responsibility?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, just because the leader of the Democratic Party wants to say the same falsehood many times does not make it true. It will not make it true. He has his right. He has his right to come to his own conclusion and make his own opinion on what organizations should get grants, but he doesn't have the right to decide what the facts are. And the facts are, as stated by the Deputy Minister before committee last year, the inclusion of the word not is just a simple reflection of what her decision was, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, the fact that one of his ministers misled this House and arranged for a document to be forged is bad enough. But, you know, it's a pattern. It's a pattern of abuse. It's a pattern that shows you cannot trust this government. You can't trust them on prorogation. You can't trust them on access to information, on media access, on their own election law. You can't trust them, for heaven's sakes. You can't trust them on the census because they don't want real information. You can't trust this Prime Minister with democracy. It's not too late. Do the right thing. Fire the minister.
Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me tell the member opposite and Canadians this. Canadians can trust this Prime Minister to do the right thing on taxes. They can count on this Prime Minister to do the right thing on equipping our men and women in uniform with the tools they need to do the job. They can trust this Prime Minister on sovereignty. They can trust this Prime Minister on providing health care funding for the provinces. And they can trust this Prime Minister to never make a deal with the Bloc Québécois to form a coalition government.
Order. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre. Order.
A very strange definition of trust. Every time a Conservative rises in this House, we've been asked to believe the unbelievable. They don't just say it's okay to doctor documents, they say it's the right thing to do. They don't just say it's okay to lie to this House and to Canadians, they say it's the right thing to do. The Prime Minister is using this minister as a shield to protect himself from blame. Why is he hiding behind this minister, and why won't he let her resign?
Yes. Order. The Honourable Government House Leader. Order.
It won't come as a surprise to any member of this House. I don't accept any of the statements made by the member from Winnipeg opposite.
Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Another response that's unbelievable, Mr. Speaker. The actions of the Minister for International Cooperation show nothing but contempt for our democracy and for the integrity of CETA officials. Kairos was funded for 35 straight years, even by the Progressive Conservatives. It should not have been cut. When will the Prime Minister let the Minister resign? When will he show the young people that come to this House that he knows the difference between right and wrong, the difference between the truth and a lie?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Here's the reality, Mr. Speaker. Canadians will never look to the Liberal Party for a bastion of integrity and good government, Mr. Speaker. That's why this government was elected, to raise the ethical standards. That's why we brought in the Federal Accountability Act, and we stopped the right of every single organization in the country to assume that once they get a government grant that they somehow have an entitlement to it in perpetuity. The minister made the decision not to fund this organization. She felt our foreign aid money could be better spent. She made the right decision, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, we know where the Prime Minister and the Government House Leader stand on this regime's attack on Kairos. Both have condoned the misleading of the House, both condone the contempt for committees, and both continue to condone the forging of documents. Will the Minister herself please help us out? Did she forge the documents all by herself on her own, or was she ordered to do so and asked to lie about it by the Prime Minister's office?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
It's quite something, Mr. Speaker, for this member to get up and talk about ethics in government, Mr. Speaker. And I think he knows exactly what I'm saying. He should be ashamed of himself.
Member for Malpeque.
That was some answer, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Malpeque has the floor for a supplementary question.
Used to the drive-by smears by the House Leader, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of International Development fails to stand up in this House and answer to the Canadian people. Yet she continues to arrive on the Hill in her limo, accepting all the parliamentary perks, cars, drivers, staff, a hotline to the PMO. This is the direct opposite of ministerial accountability. Will she now accept responsibility, do the right thing, and resign?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, I know the actions of this minister and I know the actions of this member, and that minister has more integrity in the tip of her finger than this member from Malpeque. responsibility more than 10 times. When she was at committee last year, she took responsibility this week. She made the decision, and she...
Order. The Honourable Government House Leader has the floor. We will have some order, please. Order. Is the Government House Leader finished? L'Honorable Député d'Alfred.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are too complacent when it comes to fraudsters who are attempting to hide their booty. One just has to see how much in a hurry they are to freeze the assets of the Ben Ali family. An internal report by Revenue Canada reveals that most fraudsters manage to avoid prison, and the Conservatives attack only the smaller operators. How can a government that brags about being tough on crime shut its eyes to tax evasion? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue.
Speaker, our government is absolutely committed to catching and prosecuting individuals who try to cheat the tax system. We want to ensure that our efforts to go after tax cheats are effective, and internal audits like this help the government to identify and understand where improvements can be made to the system. CRA has looked at the areas identified in the report and have developed an action plan that will be put in place before year end. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Revenue Canada's report indicates that criminal economy deprives the federal treasury of billions of dollars in untaxed revenue. During this tax season, where the government demands that every taxpayer do his or her share, how can it explain the lack of resources and work organization problems that prevent tax evasion experts from doing their jobs? The Honourable
System is based on voluntary compliance and self-assessment, and it needs to be noted that most Canadians, taxpayers, do pay their taxes on time, and our government will take the necessary measures to ensure that this law is abided by. Willful failure to follow tax laws will result in serious consequences and serious penalties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Immigration had the gall to say that Radio-Canada journalists lie all the time. It's rather the Prime Minister, the Government House Leader, and the Minister of International Cooperation. In the case of Kairos, the Ministers of Foreign Affairs, Justice, having to do with the freeze of Ben Ali's assets, and the Minister of Industry. Will the Minister of Immigration apologize? The Honourable Government House Leader.
Let's look at the reality. The member opposite asked about 5 or 6 questions in that. The reality is, when it comes to the fine work done by the Minister of International Cooperation, she's always undertaken her responsibilities with great diligence. She's made a remarkable difference in Africa. She's made a remarkable difference in Haiti. She's made a remarkable difference, Mr. Speaker, in Afghanistan, where she's helped the cause of women and children. And she's going to continue to provide great work for Canadians and great work around the world.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Well, with this answer, we can see that it's the whole world of journalism that's being held in contempt by this government. The government should look at itself in the mirror and stop denigrating the work of journalists, because this work is very important in a democracy. Again, I ask the Minister, will he apologize immediately to this House? The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration. Well, perhaps I should put the question to his colleague, the member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin, because Radio-Canada said yesterday that he would be a commissioner of a new Quebec commission. Now, Radio-Canada repeated that, and they said in error that they said it in error because we found out it wasn't true.
Mr. Speaker, there have been reports of severe delays in aid support from Canada actually reaching earthquake victims in Haiti. Could the Minister of International Cooperation update the House on the progress of the $250 million of matching funds the government has committed?
The Honourable Minister of International Cooperation. Order. Order, please. Honourable Minister has the floor. Order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to report to Canadians on our work in Haiti. As you know, Canada has responded overwhelmingly, and of the commitment, Canada's commitment, 2/3 of that commitment has been dispersed, and we continue to work with the Commission and the Haitian government on behalf of the Haitian people to improve their quality of life.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley East. Order.
Mr. Speaker, well, now that the Minister is finally answering questions, I have a few specific questions for her on Kairos. Did the Minister originally sign the document that approved the funding for Kairos before later rescinding it? Who ordered her to make the change? Who specifically added the handwritten word "not" to the document? And why did she not reveal all of this to the committee last December?
The Honourable Government House Leader. Order. The Honourable Government House Leader has the floor. We'll have some order, please. The Government House Leader.
I think the Minister has always been incredibly clear. The Minister of International Cooperation said last year at committee some 11 times, Mr. Speaker, that she was the one that made the decision not to give this grant, the $7 million grant to a Canadian non-governmental organization. She's been very clear that she thought that money could be spent better for those who need assistance in the developing world.
Honourable Member for Toronto Centre. Speaker, I wonder if the Minister, since she's now able to answer questions, I wonder if she can confirm that in fact it's the Prime Minister's office that ordered the defunding of the wrong Kairos, that the Prime Minister's office ordered the cover-up in all of its answers for an entire year given by the Minister and given by her Parliamentary Secretary, who admitted that in fact he'd misled the House, and that the real reason, Mr. Speaker, for the refusal to fire the Minister is that she was just following orders. Order. The Honourable Government House Leader. Order.
Mr. Speaker, the former Parliamentary Secretary, on learning that he had misspoke, did the honourable thing and immediately got up and corrected the record voluntarily. I think that speaks to his integrity, to his honesty, and the great contribution that he's made, not to his constituency, but to this entire House. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, the Minister has been very clear that she was the one that made the decision not to fund this organisation, and her own Deputy Minister has said that her comment on the memo was just reflecting that decision.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, if it was the Minister who made the decision, why is the Minister not answering questions? Why is it the spokesman of the government today who's answering all questions and defending the government's decision? It's because it's the Prime Minister's office that ordered this decision to not fund Kairos. It is the PMO that ordered the cover-up, and it is the real reason for the the Prime Minister's refusal to fire her is because she followed orders, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Toronto Centre is just making it up as he goes along. The Minister of International Cooperation has been very clear in the House of Commons. She said just this week, ultimately the decision not to provide funding was mine as Minister of International Cooperation, and I accept it.
The Honourable Member for South Surrey, White Rock, Cloverdale.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians right across this country were stunned when David Chen, a store owner from Ontario, was prosecuted for defending his own store from theft. The Prime Minister indicated to this House that the government would be looking at reforms to ensure that this did not happen to other honest Canadians. Could the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice please update this House on the legislation that was introduced this morning?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is committed to putting real criminals behind bars. Canadians who have been the victims of a crime should not be re-victimized by the criminal justice system. The legislation introduced today will clarify Canadians' rights when it comes to citizens' arrest. Our government is also taking the opportunity to clarify the rights of citizens to protect themselves and their property while continuing to recognize that peace officers are the first line of defense against any crime. I call on all parties to put their support behind this bill. Thank you.
The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Well, I think it's... I could ask about the lucky moves, but...
That was just a thank you.
Winnipeg Centre. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, a meeting between... Mr. Speaker, a meeting between a minister and a lobbyist should never start with the words, "Here's a bag full of cash." But that's the net effect of lobbyist Michael Masweeney holding a ritzy fundraiser for the very minister he was lobbying. "Here's a sack full of cash, minister. Now how about that Clean Energy Fund grant I needed?" It's enough to make Karl-Heinz Schreiber blush, and he doesn't blush easy. The Minister of Labour has been busted by the Ethics Commissioner and the Lobbying Commissioner. My question is simple. Why is she still in the front row after this shakedown stunt trying to shake down well-connected Conservative lobbyists?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Order.
She is still in cabinet because she is an outstanding minister with high levels of integrity, and we're proud of her. The Ethics Commissioner said in the report, quote, "The minister did not contravene the Conflict of Interest Act or the Conflict of Interest Code for members of the House of Commons," and went on to say, Mr. Speaker, that this minister was not involved in the recruitment of these volunteers or the organization of this fundraiser, and therefore did not accept any services or contributions. She has followed all the rules. We're proud of the good work that she did.
Honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
The Conservatives said they'd clean up the revolving door between their government and lobbying firms, yet Alana Heath went directly from the High Finance Minister's office to Barrett Gold as the Director of Government Relations, and guess what her first job was? Kill Bill C-300, the corporate social responsibility bill for the mining industry. Then Rodney MacDonald leaves the Minister of Industry's office to become the Director of Government Relations for Visa, a very file that his former boss was directly involved in. Mr. Speaker, what happened to those promises? What happened to the cooling off period for connected political staff? And what happened to the integrity of that government?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Order.
Mr. Speaker, it's this government that brought in the Federal Accountability Act. It's this government that brought in the formal position of lobbying commissioner. It's this government that established the reporting rules. It's this government that made sure some very nervous MPs on the other side of the House were also covered by those lobbying rules. And Mr. Speaker, the legislation is very clear. If somebody has a complaint related to the Lobbying Act, you go to the Lobbying Commissioner. That's what that person is there for. Further to that, Mr. Speaker, members of Parliament and the committee itself can review the legislation at any time. It's the best legislation among most Western democracies. We're going to keep it that way.
Order. The Honourable Member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavik EU. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Indian Affairs seems bent on imposing the Nutrition North program, which has already led to a drastic increase in the cost of nutritious food. A head of lettuce costs $6.75, and northern communities are not benefiting from the federal assistance they should get. Will the Minister delay this program until there is a socioeconomic impact study, as requested by the Bloc Québécois and the regional Kativik government? The Honourable Minister.
Nutrition North Canada program is well designed. We've renovated a very inefficient program. We've got broad-based support from the retail community and from the northern community, which we consulted widely with. It's going to take effect on April the 1st, and we're looking forward to a successful launch. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavik. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Health and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, or rather the Minister of Indian Affairs, claim that the change in the program is not to blame for the increase in prices since it's not implemented yet. But that's not true. The first part of Nutrition North has been in effect since October, and it's already been catastrophic. What's the government waiting for to delay Nutrition North and to have an impact study? The Honourable Minister.
We've had conversations with the retailers involved in this story in the media that talked about some high prices. Those were items not covered under the old food mail program. They're not covered under the new program that'll come into effect either. The retailer has stated that that was a mistake, it's an error, and they will correct their ways.
The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie. Mr. Speaker, besides constantly undermining our international relations, the Conservatives are contributing to the impoverishment of Canadians every time they talk to Americans. And we've learned that the American administration intends to introduce an entry fee of $5.50 for any Canadian who goes to the United States by plane or by boat. This government doesn't seem able to protect our interests. First, $1 billion for softwood, and then $100 million, $110 million that the Canadians want from us. How did we get to this? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, at a time when the global recovery remains fragile, we feel it in the best interests of both our countries to find solutions that will increase the circulation of goods and persons. And what the President and the Prime Minister decided on 2 weeks ago is for prosperity. Mr. Speaker, what this idea of an entry fee is only at it's just a draft idea right now. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, contrary to the nationals of other countries, Canadians have always been exempted from paying entry fees to visit our neighbours to the south. This exemption was based on our exceptional relationship with the United States. We're their best friends and their main trading partner. The idea of doing away with the exemption reflects a deterioration in our relationship with our neighbours, and it's the first piece of bad news since the Prime Minister's visit. Why is the government and the Prime Minister not protecting our interests? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I think my colleague was mistaken when he said that our relationship with our American neighbours are at their lowest point. He may recall the relationship between the Liberal government and the Americans. I would say that this is that we're at a stage. We're talking about the budget of 2012, and the 2011 budget hasn't even been passed yet.
Mr. Speaker, the scope and the depth of the cyber attack on the Canadian government is truly disturbing. While the Conservatives are trying to downplay the importance of this attack, it is obvious that they did not take these threats seriously. We now know that the hackers were able to infect the very departments that hold the purse strings of the nation just weeks before a budget, and also an agency of the Department of National Defence. And we still don't know if anything else has been compromised. Mr. Speaker, will the government tell us what departments were infiltrated and what was the damage caused?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, we do not comment on the details of security-related incidents. Our government, however, takes threats seriously and measures are in place to address them. I would point out that the next phase of our economic action plan is still in development, and officials have advised that budget security was not compromised.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, it's obvious that this cyber attack caught the Conservatives completely unprepared. Cyber crimes like this aren't the work of suburban kids in their bedrooms, but are sophisticated and organized. None of this should be a surprise to this government. They have been warned many times before, including by the Auditor General in a comprehensive report years ago. We have seen similar attacks on the US and the UK, and they have taken measures to protect themselves against such crimes. Mr. Speaker, instead of bureaucrats working out of Starbucks for free Wi-Fi, what measures will this government take to ensure this never happens again?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Well, Mr. Speaker, it appears that this member has finally woken up to this issue. We've been talking about it for quite some time. We know a secure cyberspace is vital to sustaining and building Canada's economic advantage. That's why we're investing $90 million over 5 years, including an increased investment in round-the-clock information protection center to combat all types of hackers and cyber attacks. I can send the member the news release from last October.
Good. He needs it.
Member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Mr. Speaker, there have been a lot of falsehoods recklessly thrown around on the issue of family class immigration. Would the Minister of Immigration and Citizenship set the record straight on our government's record on family immigration, how it compares to the Liberals when they last were in power, and what Canadians can expect in 2011?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, I can announce that last year in 2010, we received in Canada a larger number of family members than in any year over the past 3 decades. And this year in 2011, Mr. Speaker, we are further increasing the numbers for family reunification. The planning ranges last year were 57 to 63,000. This year we're increasing the planning ranges for parents, spouses, children, and grandparents to 58,500 to 65,000. That's an increase. More family members being reunited with their loved ones here in Canada. Mr. Speaker, we're getting the job done for newcomers.
The Honourable Member for Papineau. Mr. Speaker, today the mobility of capital is almost unlimited. A click of the mouse and millions of dollars can move across the planet. Over the past few weeks, the Minister of Foreign Affairs has been shilly-shallying on the freeze of assets belonging to ex-dictator Ben Ali and his family. When will he act? What's he waiting for? Does he want Mr. Ben Ali to find a real estate agent so he can sell his place in Westmount? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government is working with the Tunisian government on this issue. We have communicated to the Tunisian government clearly and on several occasions the specific information necessary for Canada to freeze any assets in Canada. The government of Tunisia has not yet responded to our request. We remain committed to working cooperatively to bring justice for the people of Tunisia.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Laval. Mr. Speaker, because of their support for the opposition movement in June 2009 in Iran, filmmakers Jafar Panahi and Mohammad Rasulov were condemned to 6 years in prison. And they also had certain rights taken away for 20 years, including the right to make films. The Association of Directors of Quebec is asking that the Minister of Foreign Affairs denounce these violations. Will the Minister denounce this situation and demand the release of these 2 filmmakers? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, as you know, last night there was an emergency debate on the question of Iran, and I did in fact talk about the case raised by my honourable colleague, and yes, Mr. Speaker, we did, insofar as we can, we did everything we could to make sure that these people are released.
Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, after every deal this government has made with the U.S., the Conservatives end up looking like the President's doormat. Just 2 weeks ago, the Prime Minister claimed this time things were going to be different. But already President Obama is trying to slap a new fee on Canadians crossing the border. Mr. Speaker, is this why the Prime Minister is keeping his latest deal with the U.S. secret? What other bad news or hidden fees is hiding? Canadians deserve answers and accountability. Why won't they get it?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, we've indicated, Mr. Speaker, and I've responded to this question, the Prime Minister has responded to this question. We think this is a very bad idea, Mr. Speaker, particularly at a time when we are working on the global economic recovery. We know that remains fragile, and that is the reason why the Prime Minister and the President of the United States got together to be able to develop new ways to increase our economic ties, to be able to work, Mr. Speaker, at finding ways to create new jobs in this country as well as in the United States. And, Mr. Speaker, we will be able to once again make sure that that happens.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-L'Idée, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, public safety and crime are very important issues for families in Quebec. But the Bloc Québécois tends to listen to the left-wingers on the plateau and other great thinkers disconnected from the reality of the regions of Quebec. Will the Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Justice inform this House how our government is going to fight crime? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for his excellent question. The Conservative government is listening to the regions, and this is why we're bringing in effective measures to fight drug sellers and make sure that they're behind bars and get minimum sentences. Unfortunately, the Bloc has been listening to the left-wingers of the plateau rather than the people in the regions. Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government is listening to the families of Quebec and the regions of Quebec, and we intend to continue fighting crime no matter what the Bloc and the left-wingers of the plateau think. The Honourable Member for Papineau. Mr. Speaker, like all dictators, Ben Ali built his colossal fortune on the back of his own people. The minister said that he's waiting for a request from the Tunisian government to act. The ambassador of Tunisia said, and I quote, "What we want is that the Canadian government take measures, urgent measures, to preserve these goods, to safeguard them until justice is done." How long is the minister going to continue being an accomplice of those who have despoiled the people of Tunisia? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, perhaps if the member opposite has some information on where those assets can be found, he could provide them to the Government of Canada. The Government of Canada has communicated to the Tunisian government clearly and on several occasions the specific information which is necessary for Canada to freeze any assets found in Canada. The government of Tunisia has not yet formally responded to our request, and we remain committed to working with the government and the people of Tunisia to provide justice to the people of Tunisia.
Order. It being Thursday, I believe the Honourable Member for Ottawa South has a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is indeed on Thursday for the Government House Leader. I'd like to ask the Government House Leader if he might walk us through the balance of business in the House this week, Mr. Speaker, and of course, what is he contemplating for next week? And in particular, many Canadians are asking about where the government stands with two bills that it has been heralding now for months. Bill S-10, which we have yet to see debated in any sense in this House of Commons or committee, and Bill C-49, which the government continues to talk about, the Minister of Immigration keeps referring to, the Prime Minister is referring to, but we've yet to see that bill, Mr. Speaker. We're anxious here to improve the situation on both the law and order fronts for Canadians, but also, of course, when it comes to immigration and refugee reform.
Honourable Government House Leader.
I want to thank my friend from Ottawa South for his question. With respect to Bill S-10 and with respect to Bill C-49, we will call them when the time is right, when we can get these important pieces of legislation passed by the House of Commons. With respect to accelerated parole, we found the time was right this week to get that bill done, and I want to thank all members of the House for their consideration, particularly those members who supported the important piece of legislation that would stop fraudsters who steal $100 million from seniors and their retirement from only having to go to jail for 1/6 of their sentence. So I want to thank all the members who supported that important piece of legislation, particularly on third reading, Mr. Speaker. Today we will continue with the Liberal opposition motion. We heard a great speech by the member for Wisconsin at the outset of this Parliament, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow we will call Bill C-42, the Strengthening Civil Aviation Security, then Bill C-46, the Canada-Panama Free Trade bill, Bill C-55, the Enhanced New Veterans Charter, where the Minister of Veterans Affairs has done a phenomenal job on that. I think there has been consultations with the parties, so that's good news. An action plan for the National Capital Commission, Bill C-20, and I know there's been a considerable amount of very nonpartisan discussion between all the parties. We'll have that at report stage and then third reading. There will be a few amendments. We've already had some discussion with some members on this. Next week, as all members will know, is a week the House is not sitting. When the House returns on February the 28th, we will simply continue where we left off with the list of bills that I gave. And I am pleased to announce to our good friends in the New Democratic Party that Tuesday, March the 1st, shall be an allotted day, Mr. Speaker.
Un appel au règlement, l'honorable.
Point of order. The honourable member, or honourable whip of the Liberal Party, has a point of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A few minutes ago, the member for Haute-Saint-Charles referred to the leftist from the plateau, and I would like to remind him, Mr. Speaker, that in my Hull-Aylmer riding, there is a residential area that is very well recognized as being called Le Plateau, and I wouldn't like to disappoint him, but there are no leftists in that part of my riding, Mr. Speaker, so I would like the member to retract that statement and apologize to the residents of Le Plateau in Hull-Aylmer. The Honourable Leader, House Leader,
His residence is not.
Well, is the honourable member for Ottawa Centre rising on a point of order as well? Privilege. All right, we'll start on the chair will recognize the honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood on a question of privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising on a point of privilege under the provisions of Standing Order 48, alleging contempt of the House by the Minister of International Cooperation, further to the notice that was submitted to the clerk this morning. I'll be asking you, Mr. Speaker, to make a prima facie case finding that a breach of privilege has occurred. Specifically, that the minister, quote, deliberately attempted to mislead the House by way of a statement, or in this case, a series of statements, and, quote, that she knew or ought to have known that the statements to the House were either false or an attempt to mislead, end of quote. Mr. Speaker, I brought this matter before you in December of 2010, following statements by the minister during a Foreign Affairs and International Development Committee hearing. It was unfortunate that a question of privilege has to be raised a second time. Despite being given many opportunities to do so, the Minister of International Cooperation has refused to show any deference towards Parliament and its members and apologized for the misleading statements she made regarding the funding of Kairos. The question before you today is whether any of the additional material would lead you to the conclusion of a prima facie case of misleading the House. In your ruling of February 10, 2011, you said, quote, the full body of material gives rise to very troubling questions. Any reasonable person confronted with what appears to have transpired would necessarily be extremely concerned, if not shocked, and might well begin to doubt the integrity of certain decision-making processes. In particular, the senior CEDA officials concerned must be deeply disturbed by the doctored document they've been made to appear to have signed. However, despite the obvious frustration expressed by many of the members who have intervened in this case and the profoundly disturbing questions that evidently remain unanswered in the view of these same members, the Chair is bound by very narrow parameters in situations such as this one. It may sound overly technical, but the reality is that when adjudicating cases of this kind, the Chair is obliged to reference material fully and properly before the House, end quote. The question, therefore, is, are you less troubled or more troubled by the additional material that is now fully and properly before the House? The Foreign Affairs and International Development Committee report tabled this morning contains much of the quoted exchange between myself and the Minister, other members' interventions, and a supplementary report provided by government members which provides yet another version of events. I would suggest that it solidifies your disquiet, if anything. The line of argument in the supplementary report would be characterized as the I don't know argument. It appears that the Minister doesn't know who signs her documents or whether or not they've been changed. It appears to be plausible the Minister at one point actually recommended the grant, and then the recommendation was changed after the fact at her direction or someone else's. It's clear she does not know. Another piece of new information in the exchanges is in the question period. You, Mr. Speaker, have been present for all of them, so I will mercifully not repeat them for you. In these exchanges, the government advances two lines of argument. A, the Minister apologized, so therefore that's the end of it. And B, bureaucrats make recommendations and the ministers make decisions. Mr. Speaker, if I lie to you or mislead you in a personal relationship, an apology may well suffice, assuming no further harm. However, if you were a judge sitting in a court and I lie to you, there will be consequences regardless of an apology. It's called perjury. I may even go to jail because we have the highest expectations that truth be told in court. So also in Parliament and before a parliamentary committee. In Parliament, however, it's stated on page 111 of the 22nd edition of Erskine May, quote, the Commons may treat the making of a deliberately misleading statement as a contempt, end quote. I allege that this is what has occurred. Mr. Speaker, there are four distinct occasions in which the Minister or the Parliamentary Secretary speaking on behalf of the Minister have knowingly misled this House, which I will now relate. 1. December 9, 2010, before the Foreign Affairs and International Development Committee, Margaret Biggs, the President of CETA, was very clear in her testimony that contrary to what the Minister had led the House to understand, CETA had unequivocally recommended Kairos for the grant. The Minister was fully aware of CETA's position and yet chose to represent the advice of her senior civil servants to cover up as a plainly political decision. We see in this response dated March 8, 2010, to an order paper question put forward to the Minister by the member from London North Centre. The Minister stated the following in writing or on a document to which her signature is affixed. Quote, the CETA decision not to continue funding Kairos was based on the overall assessment of the proposal, not on any single criteria. A reasonable person looking at that, Mr. Speaker, would clearly interpret that as a decision made by the CETA department, based on both the access to information request document on which the famous "not" was written, and the testimony of President Biggs. We know that this is false, as the CETA officials unambiguously recommended that Kairos continue to receive funding. 2. When appearing before the Standing Committee on December the 9th, the Minister, when asked who inserted the "not" on the document, stated, quote, I do not know. The Minister subsequently contradicted this statement at the committee by her statement in the House on February the 14th, when she stated, quote, the "not" was inserted at my direction. 3. In the same statement given to the House on February 14th, the Minister compounded the untruth contained in the order paper response above mentioned by stating, quote, at no time have I stated the decision was that of the department, end quote. The above order paper response clearly alleges that CETA, her department, made the decision. This is simply not true. Fourth and lastly, the former Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of International Cooperation stated in the House of Commons on March the 15th, 2010 that, quote, CETA thoroughly analyzed Kairos program proposal and determined with regret that it did not meet the agency's current priorities. This is important, end of quote. As with the order paper response above, and based upon the evidence, we know this to be untrue. I'm pleased to note, Mr. Speaker, that the former parliamentary secretary, the member for Kootenay, Columbia, to his credit and his honour, did offer an apology to the House. However, the minister has not yet chosen to do the same thing, nor, disappointingly, has the Prime Minister. It is the right of every minister to make ministerial decisions. However, Mr. Speaker, it is not the right of a minister to make a decision and then doctor a document so that it appears that someone else made the decision. Mr. Speaker, as you stated, quote, any reasonable person confronted with what appears to have transpired would necessarily be extremely concerned, if not shocked, and might well begin to doubt the integrity of certain decision-making processes. End of quote. Mr. Speaker, in addition to these clear examples where the minister has misled the House, there are additional concerns which raise further question about the minister's integrity. One, Kairos had its funding cut in November 2009, and we've been asking for clarification on this decision ever since. Why didn't she clear up confusion at the first available opportunity? Two, it may be a little late, Mr. Speaker, but why didn't she use her statement on Monday to do the honourable thing and offer an unequivocal apology? Three, if you're really going to reverse a recommendation, why would you not make the recommendation absolutely clear? Any first-year law student would be more careful. Four, why leave the lingering impression that CETA officials rejected the grant? Mr. Speaker, it's deeply troubling for a minister of the Crown to behave with such disregard and disrespect for her position, her colleagues, the civil servant, the NGO community, and the millions of Canadians who support the work of Kairos. It is further troubling to see the Prime Minister, even today, defend and extol her behavior. Privilege, as you well know, exists for good reason. In this instance, as in all others, it compels truthfulness, even when embarrassing, even when it doesn't suit the government's agenda. Privilege exists so that MPs can make decisions based on fact, not on fiction. Privilege exists as a core value of democracy because MPs and their constituents, the people of Canada, have every right to expect that public discourse in this chamber is without artifice. Mr. Speaker, you are the guardian of that core value, the value of truthfulness between and among members, ministers, and the Prime Minister. Any ruling other than a prima facie case of breach of privilege in this case will inevitably lead to another even more egregious abuse. Mr. Speaker, I and my colleagues are calling upon you to put a stop to tampered documents, to blaming others, to casual regards for facts before a committee of the House. We call on you to uphold the highest standards of discourse by ministers in their communication to the House. Mr. Speaker, with the additional material before you, the case for contempt is even more compelling than it was before. I'm prepared to move the motion of contempt upon your direction. Thank you.
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre is rising on, I believe, the same point. He also sent a notice. I'll hear him now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your indulgence. Mr. Speaker, as was mentioned by my colleague from the Liberal Party, I think this question of privilege that has been brought before us, and as it relates to the Standing Committee of Foreign Affairs and International Development report that was tabled, the sixth report that was tabled this morning, and from subsequent submissions to you that you received from other honourable members, including myself on December 13th, it is clear that the Minister of International Cooperation made statements at the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development that were deliberately misleading with regard to who was responsible for a government decision to reject a funding proposal for the Canadian Ecumenical Justice Initiatives known as Kairos. It is my belief that my rights and the rights of all honourable members have been breached by the Minister's misleading comments. As has been noted, in the December 9th testimony by the Minister in front of the committee, she did say to members of the committee, including myself, when asked who was responsible for inserting the word not that led to the denial of funding to Kairos, she said that she didn't know. As you know, Mr. Speaker, as recently in the House, it was established by the minister that she did know and she had directed someone to insert said word. Mr. Speaker, I want to reference your ruling from February 10th. You said, while giving voice to the disturbing questions with regards to the integrity of the decision-making process conducted by the minister, you stated the absence of a committee report on the matter put a key limitation on the chair's ability to find that there is a prima facie question of privilege arising from the minister's comments to the committee. Such a report was tabled in the House today, as I mentioned, and this report refers to the transcript of the minister's testimony to the committee on December 9, 2010, as well as a copy of the doctored document. The original question of privilege submitted to you on December 13, 2010, charged that the minister had deliberately misled the House and the committee on the origin of the government's rejection of Kairos funding. For months, honourable members were led to believe that the rejection had been advised by officials at CEDA. In my offerings to you, my submission to you, Mr. Speaker, I wish to bring to your attention new and troubling facts arising from the minister's statement to the House on February 14, 2011. Her statement indicates that her testimony to the committee on December 9, 2010 were knowingly incorrect and deliberately misleading. I believe that contempt against me, against the citizens of this country, whom I represent and other honourable members represent, and all parliamentarians, has been one where you will, if you see the evidence before you, find a situation where there is contempt, a prima facie case of contempt of this House. Mr. Speaker, if I may, just three other references to what I believe to be a couple of relevant citations for your deliberation on this matter. With regards to the issue of contempt of Parliament, I reference Joseph Mango, second edition, and if you, in particular, go to pages, I reference pages 227 to 229, which indicates the parameters of the issue of conduct constituting breach of privilege or contempt. You will find that this is relevant in this case. In particular, as you know, prima facie, for those who aren't aware of the Latin meaning, just means is there a case where you would find evidence enough for us to carry on with the case of contempt of Parliament? So on the surface of it, is there enough evidence in front of you to see that we should go further with the motion? I would also like to reference, Mr. Speaker, that in O'Brien Bosk, page 115, you will see that there is a case that was ruled on, and there is a reference to misleading a minister or member has also been considered a form of obstruction, thus a prima facie breach of privilege. The example that is cited is on December 6, 1978, in a finding that a prima facie contempt of the House existed. Speaker Jerome ruled that a government official, by deliberately misleading a minister, had impeded the member in the performance of his duties and consequently obstructed the House itself. And if I may, one final reference, Mr. Speaker, and that is Hansard from the same case of Speaker Jerome, and you'll find it on page 1856, and the Hansard notation is from December 6, 1978, where the full ruling is there on privilege, and the complaint is the subject matter of a question of privilege, and it is one that I think you'll find relevant to this case. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I think if we are able to establish and you are able to rule that there is a case of a prima facie case of contempt and with regards to our privileges, I would ask that you consider a motion, as my colleague has, and I think wording along the lines of the matters raised in the 6th report from the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development, including all circumstances leading to and related to the addition of the word, quote, not, close quote, on the official document contained in Appendix A of the report be referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. I thank you for your attention, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleagues, first the member from Scarwood-Gilwood and Ottawa Centre for their interventions. Mr. Speaker, as you well know, this is the first opportunity the government has had to listen to the interventions on a matter of privilege, and I would ask you, Mr. Speaker, as is the custom of this House, to grant approval to the government to delay our response until we can bring back to this House a more comprehensive response in order to answer many of the issues raised here today. I also commit to you, Mr. Speaker, that our response will be developed and brought back to this House as quickly as possible. But, Mr. Speaker, since I am on my feet, and we are talking about a matter of privilege, I do want to bring to your attention what I believe to be a troubling and continuing pattern from the coalition opposition when it comes to privilege. Particularly in this case, Mr. Speaker, the member from Ottawa Centre, who is a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, said yesterday, Mr. Speaker, as a result of an in-camera meeting of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, that in all probability a report that was conducted and agreed upon by the Committee from Foreign Affairs would be tabled in this House today. In effect, Mr. Speaker, and in actuality, that is what happened. Mr. Speaker, as you well know, in-camera discussions are meant to be kept confidential. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we have seen time and time again over the past number of months in-camera discussions and their confidence, Mr. Speaker, broken by opposition members speaking to the media about confidential conversations held in camera. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that when you do make your ultimate ruling on the points of privilege raised here today, you would perhaps consider to include in your ruling the fact that in-camera conversations held at committee should remain in confidence. Mr. Speaker, as I said, it was troubling. It's a continuing pattern. We've seen it all too often in the past number of months, and I think that alone, Mr. Speaker, is a matter of concern for all parliamentarians. Thank you, sir.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Joliette on the same question of privilege. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a decision handed down on February 6th about a question of privilege on December 6th regarding the decision by the International Cooperation Minister not to award funding to Kairos, the Speaker indicated that there were very strict parameters to be followed. This is a technical point, but the Speaker, when he has to decide in such a case, has to deal with the facts, including the statements made. There is no possibility of using the material from committee, but only the answers and questions here in the House. The Speaker cannot find any evidence in the documents before the House here that the information provided was deliberately misleading and that there was any intention to mislead the House, and therefore I cannot conclude that there was a deliberate misleading by the Minister. On February 10th, you indicated that there were new facts. The Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Trade provided information on statements made before the committee, and the funding that was not provided to Kairos. There was information that came out from an access to information request, and this information was provided. The Minister also stated here in the House on February 14th, she gave details regarding the funding. This is new information that you have been officially provided with me. So here is the chronology of the statements. On April 23rd, the Minister indicated that Kairos had to meet the criteria that were the same as for other organizations. Kairos did not meet those criteria and therefore was not provided with any funding. On April 23rd, once again, in response to a question, the Minister stated that CEDA's decision was based on an overall review and not on specific criteria. In June 2010, she indicated that there was a strategy that was being followed. The intention was to help developing countries and to screen all requests, and given the evaluation, Kairos did not qualify. On December 9, 2010, the minister indicated that she had made the decision not to fund Kairos. And when she was asked who added the word "not" in the document, she said that she did not know. She added that she could not say who had put that word in there, but that the refusal to provide funding was consistent with the government and the minister's wishes. On December 13th, or rather, she indicated that we also heard from the CETA president, who indicated that the agency did recommend the project and that the word "not" was not in the recommendation. On February 14th, the minister stated that the department took no decision but only made a recommendation, and that the minister made the decision on the basis of information from her advisors, even though that decision went against the recommendation. And she said that she never indicated that the funding decision was made by the department, and that she was the one that took the decision, and it was at her request that the word "not" was added. On February 10th, your decision cited the House of Commons procedure and practices work, and that in order to find a prima facie case of misleading the House, that it was necessary to follow all the criteria. The minister indicated on April 23rd that it was CETA that made the decision, but in December she indicated it was her decision. On December 9th, she indicated she did not know who put in the word "not," but on February 14th, 2011, she said she was the one that had the word put in there. She has deliberately misled the House. Did she know that this information was misleading? Of course she did. She knew that the decision was not made by her officials, even though she said that that was the case. On December 9th, she knew who had put "not" in the document because she signed the document. The minister knew when she made this statement that the statement was not factual. Why did she make these contradictory statements? It's because the decision not to fund Kairos was purely ideological. The third criterion is therefore met because the minister did mislead the House deliberately. This is not, as you might want to find, a question of debate. This is a question of misleading the House. The House has been denied the power to call all the witnesses at once and so on, and now we are being deliberately misled. And this goes against the traditions of Parliament. The 23rd edition of Erskine and May on page 13 indicates
statement as a content. In 1963, the House resolved that in making a personal statement which contained words that is later admit is not to be true, former members have been guilty to a grave contempt. Dans cette décision,
in the decision that you handed down in February 10th, 2011, rather, a previous decision, you indicated that there is unanimity in the experts' information on the need to provide factual information. In 2002, the Standing Committee on Procedures and on House Procedure indicated that members of the House needed to receive timely and factual information. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I believe that you should find a prima facie case of deliberately misleading the House. This goes against the constitutional rights of the House, and you are the guardian of these rights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Same point. The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River is rising on the same question of privilege.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. In light of the comments by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, where he said the government side would attempt to get back on this as soon as they could, I hope you'll agree, Mr. Speaker, this is it's a matter of privilege. Members are required to raise it on a timely basis, and the government should also be required to get back on a timely basis. And the matter is a priority for the House in terms of its agenda, and I know you will look on it that way, and the government will hopefully get back just as quickly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. I thank honourable members for their interventions on this point. I'll take the matter under advisement and, of course, await the response from the government as indicated by the Parliamentary Secretary. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government orders, business of supply, resuming debate on an opposition motion regarding documents requested by the Standing Committee on Finance.
Resuming debate, when the matter was last before the House, the honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville had the floor, and there are 15 minutes remaining in the time allotted for her remarks. I therefore call upon the honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to remind the Speaker that I will be sharing my time with the member from Vancouver Centre, if I may, so perhaps have less than 15 minutes remaining. The subject of today's Opposition Day motion also contains specific references to documents requested by the Standing Committee on Finance on November 17, 2010 and March 7, 2011. And these are extremely important requests, Mr. Speaker. The first deals with the government's decision to implement corporate tax cuts at the worst possible time during an economic recession. The Finance Committee asked for the projections of corporate tax profits before tax up to 2015. The second deals with the costs related to the government's over-the-top crime agenda that will send many, many more thousands of our young people down the drain of a broken prison system. In both cases, the government refused to provide the information, and they cited the excuse of cabinet confidence. Notwithstanding the fact that Parliament has the authority to order the production of any and all documents, Mr. Speaker, including those that are termed cabinet confidence, it is curious that the government would choose this excuse. After all, what exactly is cabinet confidence? Well, it's difficult to find an explanation that can capture the complexities of the concept. But the Department of Justice, in its discussion paper, Strengthening the Access to the Information Act, states that cabinet confidences, in the broadest sense, are the political secrets of ministers, individually and collectively, the disclosure of which would make it very difficult for the government to speak in unison before Parliament and the public. So with this in mind, are the projections of corporate profits before taxes a political secret? Would revealing them make it difficult for the government to speak in unison before Parliament and the public? Consider that in 2005, the Liberal government released exactly what was being requested in its 2005 Economic and Fiscal Update. So did our democracy crumble to its knees after these projections were published on page 83? Of course not, Mr. Speaker. And why? Because these figures are not cabinet confidences. Likewise, the costs related to the government's 11 crime bills. Would revealing these figures breach a political secret? Would revealing them make it difficult? Would it make it difficult, Mr. Speaker, for the government to speak in unison before Parliament and the public? Last year, the Parliamentary Budget Officer tabled a report estimating one single Justice Bill, C-25, the Truth in Sentencing Act. He stated that this one bill would increase the cost of correctional services to governments from by up to $8.6 billion per year by 2015 and 16. This is the exact kind of information that we're looking for to get from the government, Mr. Speaker. It shouldn't be a secret. It shouldn't be privy to only the executive branch of government. After all, it's the legislative branch who is being asked to provide approval of these measures. How can we do so if we don't know what it will cost? Some might say it's being like asked to sign a check while the amount is concealed. You would never do so. Why would members of this House be expected to do so? Yet, this is exactly what our Parliament has been reduced to. Well, Mr. Speaker, I believe in this House, and I believe in democracy, and I believe in the fundamental right of Parliament as written by our founders, shaped by our predecessors, and now challenged by this Conservative government. And I will not stand down in the face of their challenges to the institutions and the power of Parliament that I hold near and dear. And I won't stop defending our privileges and our rights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was listening to my honourable colleague, and she talked about corporate taxes and the projections. And as I listened to her, I was recalling we were just at Finance Committee a few days ago, and we had the Parliamentary Budget Officer there, and then we had a number of economists there right after who clearly stated that 2007, when we legislated the corporate tax reductions, so of course the Liberals are now looking at increasing taxes, they built those into the forecast. So we had parliamentary budget officers with forecasts that included the corporate tax rates as legislated by Parliament. We have economists from across the country. So again, I think what we really need to focus on here is the importance and why the Liberal Party is changing its mind at this critical juncture when the member from Carl-Hants, the member from Wascana, throughout time you have talked about the importance of corporate tax cuts. It's clearly calculated into the economic forecasts by all those in Canada and why they would be looking at a job-killing increase at this very important recovery time in our history.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, this is just yet another smokescreen. It was Liberals that were prudent fiscal managers. It was Liberals that reduced the corporate tax rate. What this member is talking about is clearly a smokescreen. Clearly a smokescreen in the same way that those documents the government just tabled were a smokescreen. It's a continuation of this culture of deceit. They tabled a number of documents that we had requested, granted, but only because we shamed them into it, Mr. Speaker, because we shamed them into it. We asked for documents in 3 areas, and granted, they provided a little bit on corporate tax cuts, but nothing, Mr. Speaker, on F-35s, and nothing in the area of the corporate crime bills. We asked for information on 18 crime bills and got nothing. Insufficient information on which to base logical, rationed decisions on which we base our fiduciary responsibilities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just 2 days ago, we had a committee hearing regarding Bill C-59, the abolition of early parole, and the member for Brampton West asked Mary Campbell, who is the Director General of Corrections and Criminal Justice Director at Public Safety Canada, a question about information regarding the crime bill in terms of what it was going to cost. And she said, and I quote, "I have most of the information. It's part of my responsibility in terms of developing legislation to consider costs. Yes, I have most of the information or access to it. The problem is the government refuses to allow her to give the information." She goes on to say, I said, in the second question from the member, I said I have the information or access to it. I really can't talk about it, what I provided the government in any detail, because it's a question of cabinet confidence. And in a final question by the member who says, if the government asked you in theory to provide it, you would be able to answer that question for them? And Mary Campbell says, I think I'm able to answer almost all questions that I'm asked about legislative proposals. So there you have it, Mr. Speaker. We have the government being caught deliberately hiding when we know they have the information because their Director General of Corrections, Criminal Justice Department, said so 3 times at a committee 2 nights ago.
The honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
And I want to thank my honourable colleague who always asks the most insightful questions and provides the most insightful commentary. Let's not forget what this debate is about, Mr. Speaker. It's about Parliament's right to know. It's about a Parliament's right to information. It's a fundamental right, and it's necessary for the proper functioning of Parliament. It's the core to our democracy. Legitimate requests by this government have been rebuffed for documents. This is indefensible. They're always attempting to defend the indefensible and make us believe the unbelievable. And we won't stand for that. We need the documents we requested. We need them today. Let me give you just another example, Mr. Speaker. We don't have the information. We have insufficient information for us to perform our duties. On C-16, Mr. Speaker, costs to end house arrests. How much would would C-16 cost in the information provided to this House? None, 0. And we all know C-16 will put more people in jail, and yet the government is telling us C-16 will not cost another red penny. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise once again in this House where the House has to take time out of doing its business in order to do what is best for Canadians, to once again ask this government to respect Parliament and to table documents and to allow for Parliament to see the uncensored documents when Parliament requests it. Once again, we're doing this. This is not new, Mr. Speaker. We had this in the case where the government had the chance, and they did, and they talked about national security with regard to Afghan detainees, and it came to the Speaker, and the Speaker ruled, and I want to read the Speaker's ruling because this government heard what the Speaker said at that time, and then they continue to keep blocking access to information. Here we go. The Speaker said, before us are issues that question the very foundations of our parliamentary system. In a system of responsible government, and I use the word responsible, the fundamental right of the House of Commons to hold the government to account for its actions is an indisputable privilege, and it is in fact an obligation. An obligation. So this particular government is walking away from accountability and from an obligation to Parliament that they have. Embedded in our Constitution, the Speaker says, and in our parliamentary law and our standing orders, it is the source of our parliamentary system from which other processes and principles necessarily flow. It is why that right is manifested in numerous procedures of the House, from the daily question period to the detailed examination by committee of estimates, to reviews of the accounts of Canada, to debate, to amendment and votes on legislation. In other words, how can a government bring forward legislation, ask Parliament to vote on it, and then refuse to give Parliament the necessary information that it needs, as my colleague just said, to make a reasonable decision on whether that is good for the people of Canada, whether it is good fiscal decision-making, or any such thing when we do not have the information we need to make a decision. Informed decision is what Parliament is about. And when we don't have information, we cannot do anything. And this is just part of a control. We know that we have a Prime Minister who controls his ministers entirely. They're not allowed to do anything or say anything that he does not allow them to do or say. They even go against the advice of their own departmental officials who may advise the minister, officials who have been there for so long and who understand the issues. Advise the minister, the Prime Minister controls his ministers, and they say yes or no regardless of departmental advice. The departments we heard just now cannot even give information to committees because they are told not to. We have bureaucrats and officials and everyone running around in fear of this Prime Minister's wrath. We have NGOs running around in fear of this Prime Minister's wrath. So it's not enough for the Prime Minister to control his ministers, to control his officials, to control NGOs and civil society. He must now control Parliament. In other words, this Prime Minister seeks to control every single one of the institutions of democracy in this country. There's a word for that, Mr. Speaker, when a Prime Minister or a leader tries to control the institutions of democracy. So here we have this problem. Once again, we come into this House to ask for this government to give us documents so we can make good decisions for Canadians. Now, it is not only for Parliament to make good decisions. We know that people like the Parliamentary Budget Officer, who helps to advise Parliament on what it is the costs are going to be, whether there are risks involved, whether there are benefits to those particular proposals by government, who says, and I want to quote from the Parliamentary Officer, he said there is genuine concern that Parliament is losing control of its fiduciary responsibilities of approving financial authorities of public monies as afforded in the Constitution. In other words, we in Parliament, MPs elected by the people, cannot begin to show fiduciary responsibility because we do not have control over any of the information required to allow us to do so. And, you know, in the past, he said, Parliament was asked to approve changes to crime legislation without financial information or knowledge of money set aside in the fiscal framework. So the Parliamentary Officer cannot do his work to assist Parliament in making good decisions because he doesn't have any of the information required. And he said in 2006, prior to parliamentary approval of financial authorities, this government did its expenditure review exercise. And if it could do it then, he says, it raises the question as to why the application of cabinet confidence with respect to restraint measures seems to have changed in such a short period of time. I guess it was because an informed Parliament did not necessarily walk in lockstep with this government, and an informed Parliament could say, we don't think this is a good idea. So in order to have control over all of us in this House, we don't get the information anymore. And this excuse, whether it is, as in the case of the Afghan detainees, of national security and now cabinet confidence, is being raised every time to not allow us to, and to withhold information regarding, and I quote again the Parliamentary Budget Officer, regarding the assumptions used to translate the private sector economic forecasts into Finance Canada's fiscal projections. And so here we have cabinet being controlled by, Parliament being controlled by the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, you know, it is wrong for any government to try to control Parliament, which is an institution of democracy and should make its own decisions. But for a Prime Minister of a minority government to do it is unheard of. This Prime Minister behaves as if he is a dictator, a despot, a ruler, a monarch, or whomever else that tells every single people what to do, and we'd better click our heels and do it, Mr. Speaker. And if we don't, we have to come in here and spend a whole day asking the government to do what it is supposed to do. It ran on accountability. This has been the most unaccountable government we've ever seen. And you know, Mr. Speaker, what is interesting about this is that we just want to have some fairly clear information. This government has set its priorities. It's going to buy fighter jets. It's going to build new jails when, in spite of every single piece of information we have, every single bit of analysis that's been done with regard to jails and institutionalizing criminals, is that it doesn't work. It doesn't bring down crime. But of course, this government expects us to just agree with them. We ask how much it will cost. We get different stories. We cannot get the actual information that we're asking for. So we can decide, for instance, whether or not that's a priority, whether or not this is what Canadians really need, whether or not this will give us the benefits that the government tries to tell us building new jails will bring. The second thing is lowering corporate tax cuts. And here we've been told that this is the best thing to do at this time. Well, Mr. Speaker, timing is everything. And the thing about priorities and good fiscal management is that you don't do the same thing every time. You look at the situation that you're in and you decide whether that's the right thing to do at the time. Canadians understand priorities. Canadians know that they can't buy a new car or a new dress or a new coat if they don't have the money to fix the leaking roof. So people make priorities all the time. Ordinary Canadians do. Ordinary Canadians are tightening their belts. They're deciding what they're going to buy and not buy. They're deciding what decisions to make within their own household expenditure. This government doesn't seem to care about that. They want to build jails and they want to buy fighter jets. And now they want to lower corporate taxes. And Mr. Speaker, if I have to hear another time somebody from the government side of the House saying, oh, but Liberals did it. Yes, Liberals did it. We brought down the corporate taxes from 25% to 19%. But we did so in a time when we had $10 balanced budgets, we had $13 billion in surplus and $3 billion in a contingency fund sitting there for a rainy day. We did not do this in a vacuum. It was not the first thing we did. We had to deal with the deficit left here by another Conservative government of $43 billion. We managed to bring that deficit down in 3 years, or to remove it. We managed to bring down the debt. We managed to post 10 balanced budgets. The people who showed fiscal restraint and fiscal accountability and good fiscal management were the Liberal government, as we have seen in the past when we did those things and brought the deficit down, bring down the debt, and had money in which we could then make decisions that were priorities. And one of the last ones we made was bringing down the corporate taxes, because we know that one of the things we need right now is to create jobs. Too many people are working part-time jobs and cannot make enough money to keep their families going. They're waiting for their mortgages to come up. They don't know if they're going to lose their homes. They're dipping into their savings. They're living off credit cards. And here is this government paying very little attention to what are the best initiatives that they could take to create sustainable long-term jobs for the people of Canada. And everyone has told us, including the Finance Department, that lowering corporate taxes for the large banks or the large businesses is not the way to go. Most of the jobs in this country, we know 70% of those jobs are created by small and medium-sized businesses, and yet this government is raising payroll taxes. Over 4 years, they're going to sock it to Canadians and to small and medium-sized business to the tune of about $16 billion. So, does the government think that people are stupid? Do they think that everybody is ignorant? Do they believe that if they keep their documents hidden that nobody's going to know what is going on? This is the most insulting and disrespectful way not only to treat Parliament, but to treat Canadians. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentary?
Questions and comments?
Still good.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened with great interest and a bit of amusement, I must admit, especially when the previous speaker commented about the prudent fiscal management and the $13 billion surplus that her government amassed. But she forgot to tell Canadians, Mr. Speaker, how they did that. They did it by cutting $25 billion out of health care and education. I still have municipal people today, to this day, Mr. Speaker, municipal officials in my area are still feeling the effects of those cuts that they had to absorb. And neither did she say anything, Mr. Speaker, about the $52 billion that somehow got from the EI fund that somehow got lost in the General Revenue Fund. How can she call that prudent fiscal management? And while she's at it, Mr. Speaker, if she could just tell this House where that $40 million is, it would really help a lot in terms of me believing her about fiscal management.
And the Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this is called rewriting history. One of the important things to remember is that this government did not cut any transfers to healthcare. The Liberal government did not do that. It was the last Conservative government that began to do what this government says they want to do, which is to lower the cash points to transfers for health to provinces and increase the tax points. We came and found that. We did not touch health transfers. We couldn't, but we did not cut them, Mr. Speaker. I know, I was there in that government at the time. We did not cut health transfers. In fact, we put in, once we had money, one of the first things we did was to put in $41 billion into health transfers. So I think the Minister should, the Honourable Member should do his homework if he's going to ask a plausible question in this House.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And each one of the government speakers trying to change the channel and change the topic and get away from the Liberal Opposition Day motion content that is actually before us in the House and give us the answer as to why they won't provide these documents. A year ago, the government was arguing that the Afghan detainee issue was a question of national security, and that's why they couldn't give us the documents. Well, now, I don't know how they can argue that the cost of providing tax cuts is supposed to be, corporate tax cuts is supposed to be a national security issue, or how providing the cost for a crime bill could possibly be a national security issue. So essentially what they are trying to do, I think, because clearly they lost the detainee issue with the Speaker, they're clearly going to lose this one. To me, it seems like a question of they're just trying to gain some time here, buy some time so that the information on the crime bill comes in after an election.
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much. I'm really pleased to answer the question from the honourable member, although it was more of a comment with which I firmly agree. I don't want to suggest or to read the minds of this government as to what they're going to do and don't do. It is what they're supposed to do and are not doing that we're concerned about here. This government has shown a lack of respect for Parliament. It has shown absolute control. It has behaved despicably with regard to producing documents that have been asked. And this is an issue here, right now. Why is it that this government's making the choices it's making? We want to know why. We want to know what those issues are. We want to know what the costs are. We want to know what the benefits are going to be, what the risks are going to be. We cannot vote in this House until we have that information. This government is supposed to be accountable. And accountability means that you give the information that you have so people can understand what you're doing and judge you accordingly or vote accordingly. That's it.
There's enough time for a very brief question or comment. The honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. And the presentation by my colleague has been tremendous. And I know that the debate here today is on the opposition motion with regard to the information and lack of information. It was easier getting Mubarak out of the palace in Cairo than it is to get information out of this government. But just on the question of the corporate tax cuts, and it was mentioned in her speech, she's done a great job. I know that the member knows that with corporate tax cuts, that they say that we should be we're in the middle of the OECD rate for corporate tax cuts, but if it's only corporate tax cuts. Ireland is at 13%. How's that working out for Ireland? I might ask the member.
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Speaker, I think we now know what is happening with Ireland. Ireland, which had kind of risen when it got transfer of payments given to it from the European Union in order to help them with their have-not status, did very well for 10 years, and then in order to encourage everybody to come in and invest in Ireland, they kept lowering corporate taxes to bring in investment, and now Ireland is in the doghouse. It's at the bottom of the heap, and it cannot sustain itself, and it's looking again.
Order. Okay, please. À l'ordre.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in this debate today to discuss two important issues. First of all, I would like to explain to the members how crime affects all of us and describe the scope of it and, to some degree, the impossibility of measuring the costs involved. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that the measures that we are taking to deal with crime cannot only be influenced by the potential cost. We have developed a vast program of reform of legislation in order to respond to the concerns of victims and reduce the human costs of crime. This is an issue of significant investments and not only on the financial plan. Crime is very costly for victims. I would even say very, very costly. Of course, it is costly for all Canadians, but we know that it is the victims of crime who pay the greatest share. The authors of a study recently carried out by the Department of Justice estimated that the total cost of offences under the Criminal Code of Canada was, and I quote, $31.4 billion in 2008. As there is no other data for many sectors, we know that this is a conservative estimate, but nevertheless, it represents $943 per person this year per capita. We know that the victims are the most directly affected by crime. Of the $31.4 billion in costs, $14.3 billion are directly caused by crime. This corresponds to medical care, hospitalization, loss of salary, missing school, or the theft and destruction of goods. More specifically, the decrease in productivity represents 47% of the total costs to victims. The theft or damage of goods represents 42.9%, and health care represents 10.1% of what is left. These costs are only the tip of the iceberg, because it only represents the recoverable and identifiable results, such as those related to a loss of assets or of medical care. Now, for material costs, such as fear, pain, and suffering, and the reduction of the quality of life represent a much higher cost. It is difficult, if not impossible, to measure with any precision the cost of the emotional and psychological suffering caused by crime, but it is important to attempt to do so. Research shows that the victims of violent crimes feel a certain distress following their victimization. A crime may have an influence on the way that the victim sees the world around them and on their confidence in others. It can therefore cause pain and suffering. We know that the psychological effects in relation to a crime can last for a very long time. Because of the absence of data, the first studies carried out on the costs of crime did not take into consideration pain and suffering of victims. The situation is beginning to improve because of the intangible costs imposed on victims that are too significant to be ignored. According to the results of the study I mentioned earlier, the total intangible costs for victims of crime would be, can you imagine, $68.2 billion. The total cost of crime for crime in Canada for 2008 would therefore be $99.6 billion if we take into account those intangible costs borne by the victims, and they bear 82.8% of the total costs. This is a fact. Crime costs victims dearly. Victims are the people most affected by criminal acts, but other people also suffer. Family members may be mourning the death of a loved one, or they may have to take leave from their daily activities in order to accompany the victims, for example, to court or to medical appointments. The government offers a variety of services to victims, compensation programs to provide direct support for victims, and undertakes strategic work on plans on such issues. The third-party related costs take all of these costs into consideration. In 2008, the total cost borne by third parties was approximately $2.1 billion. Why do we need to know what crime costs and what portion of it is borne by the victims of crime? We know that no amount of money would be enough to compensate a victim of crime or its family, particularly in the case of a homicide. No one would choose death in exchange for $2.5 million or would allow an assault on their child if we gave them $10,000. However, it is important to establish these estimates. We know that there are limited resources and that there are many programs, particularly those intended to increase the number of police officers on the front lines, and for health and well-being, and the building, the monies for the building of highways and parks are constantly competing for a share of public funds. Mr. Speaker, our efforts are intended to reduce the huge costs borne by the victims of crime, and they must be multifaceted. This government, our government, is determined to improve the safety of all Canadians and to improve the confidence that Canadians have in their justice system. That's important. We wish to begin by dealing with the main concerns of the victims of crime. These people who have learned how the system works following an unhappy experience and also have said that we need to make changes to it. Canadians are proud of their justice system. This is a system that is the envy of the world because it is fair and just. However, there's always room for improvement. Our government is determined to guarantee that the justice system continues to be envied by the entire world and that it be very appreciated in Canada. In 2006, our government described its plans for the modifications to be made to the justice system, and over the last 5 years we've implemented those plans. It has not been easy, I can say, to ensure the passage of the key amendments. We remain to be a minority government. It is, however, easy to see that Canadians support our anti-crime agenda. Canadians agree that the personal consequences, the financial and emotional consequences that victims and citizens of a crime feel are too high, and that our action that we're taking to improve safety and to make offenders accountable are worth the investment. Mr. Speaker, allow me to present a few of our key legislative amendments that really demonstrate our commitment to the victims of crime, generally speaking, to the population of Canada. Our amendments were intended to improve truth in sentencing, which many victims and many others have asked for a long time. They were targeting the protection of children, the most vulnerable victim, and they also are intended to deal with issues that Canadians deal with daily, particularly auto theft, identity theft, drug-related crimes, fraud, and street racing. Remember Bill C-25, the Truth in Sentencing Act, which was tabled in the House of Commons on March 27, 2009, and passed in this House 3 months later, on the 8th of June 2009. The bill received royal assent on October 22, 2009, and the amendments came into effect on February 22, 2010. Generally speaking, these amendments limit a 1-to-1 ratio for the time allocated for preventive detention or remand. A maximum ratio of 1.5 to 1 can only be applied if the circumstances warranted. A maximum ratio of 1 to 1 applies as a credit to offenders who violate bail conditions or who are denied bail because of their criminal record. No higher ratio than 1 to 1 is authorized, regardless of the circumstances. This amendment to the Criminal Code was welcomed, and I say welcomed, by those who were devastated by the application of the 2 to 1 or 3 to 1 ratio to reduce the sentence when the offender was held before trial. Victims of crime welcomed this amendment, which was intended to guarantee that offenders serve the sentences that they were handed down. The victims are not looking for revenge, but they want the sentences to be proportional. Bill C-25 has responded to this concern. Bill S-6, an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Faint Hope Clause, was recently passed by the House and by the Senate and could receive royal assent soon. And it will do away with the Faint Hope Clause system that allows people who are serving sentences for murder. These people could no longer use the Faint Hope Clause. This was requested by the members of the families of murder victims and has been asked for many years. Our government committed to putting an end to the Faint Hope Clause, which would allow a murderer serving a life sentence to ask for parole after having served 15 years of his sentence or her sentence rather than 25. Only 15 instead of 25. As you can imagine, the murder victims' families could not understand why someone who was sentenced to life in jail could somehow find themselves with a conditional release after only 15 years. It made no sense. As I said earlier on, victims are not acting through vengeance, but they want sentences to be real. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to remind the House of Bill C-48, the Ending Sentence Discounts for Multiple Murders Act. It was tabled on October 5, 2010. This bill deals with multiple murders and responds to the concerns that are quite fair concerns of the victims of crime. Every homicide should count. A life sentence is a life sentence, and it would be impossible to make the person serving multiple murders multiple life sentences. However, Bill C-48 would allow a judge to hand down consecutive 25-year sentences with no possibility of parole for each murder conviction. For example, a person who is found guilty of 2 murders, which is easy to understand, that's 2 people dead, could spend 50 years in prison before being eligible for parole. Bill C-48 was passed by the House and is currently at second reading in the other place. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-48 is another example of our objective, which is to try to find the best balance and the most truth between crime and a sentence. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to speak about a few other reforms we have initiated that bears victims in mind. I'm sure my colleagues in the House will remember C-21, the Standing Up for Victims of White-Collar Crime Act, which was tabled in the House of Commons on May 3, 2010, passed by this House on December 15, 2010, and which is currently being studied in the other chamber. Bill C-21 particularly provides for a mandatory minimum sentence of 2 years when the fraud committed has a value over $1 million. As the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, which I am a member of, would emphasize, the number of frauds and significant amounts of money deserve a sentence that is over 2 years. Mr. Speaker, I also want to emphasize that Bill C-21 has been awaited for a long time by the victims of white-collar crime. These reforms will not just add a mandatory minimum. They will also allow the court to hand down a prohibition order to the people found guilty of fraud and preventing them from having any power over the assets or money of others, so that they cannot scam anyone else. We grant the greatest importance to fraud victims being paid back, and the courts will be able to take into account statements made on behalf of the community and look at the repercussions that the fraud represents for them. Mr. Speaker, we have listened to victims. Who among us hasn't had a car stolen or who doesn't know a person who's been the victim of auto theft? Auto thefts are very common and they have a huge impact on our daily life. The profound frustration felt by victims of auto theft are even higher in the case of because of the lack of accountability for the person who's committed the crime. Bill S-9, the Tackling Auto Theft and Property Crime Act, has received vast support and received royal assent on November 18, 2010. It will soon come into effect. These changes created new offenses connected to auto theft and also include modifying or removing or in any way obliterating the vehicle identification number, the traffic in criminally obtained goods, and moreover it provides a prohibition on the export from Canada or import into Canada of any such goods or products. Furthermore, Bill S-9 provides for mandatory minimum sentences for recidivists.
Mr. Speaker, I will spare the House the details of the various bills that have been passed by the government, but the list is very long. Our objective is always to protect our children. In some of the bills, and I want to mention those. For example, Bill C-22, an act respecting the mandatory reporting of Internet child pornography, requires Internet service providers to indicate any incident of child pornography in their network. If they do not meet that obligation, they may face increasing fines, or in the case of persons, a maximum sentence of 6 months for the third offense and any subsequent offense. Of course, Bill C-22 meets the needs of the victims of crime in that it reduces the number of new child pornography victims. The Federal Ombudsman for victims of crime was very clear on the need for this bill. Before concluding, Mr. Speaker, I would be remiss if I did not mention Bill C-54, the Protecting Children from Sexual Predators Act, which was adopted on November 4th, 2010. These amendments will help us better protect children from sexual exploitation because there are two new offenses, that is, making available to a child sexually explicit material with the intention of committing a crime, and using telecommunications means to make an arrangement with someone to commit a criminal offense with respect to a child. The changes will require courts to impose conditions on offenders of this sort of offense, that is, that they would have no contact with children under the age of 16, and that they would not be able to use the internet without the supervision of a designated person. This will provide for a more uniform enforcement of sentences. Bill C-54 is now under consideration by the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, and I would suggest that all members show their support for children and their protection by making sure that this bill is passed quickly. The government is proud of what it has accomplished for victims of crime and for all Canadians. We are listening to victims of crime and others involved in the justice system, and we are putting in place reforms to meet the needs of Canadians. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to touch on something that, in the beginning of his speech, he talked about, and certainly a serious issue for me, as I'm sure it is for him, about the idea and how we put forward whenever policy comes into place, no matter what it may be, social costs, whatever, we're talking about crime, justice, employment insurance, whatever, it always has a price tag to it. And he mentioned about how the price tag should not be the overriding factor. I'm paraphrasing, of course, but the price tag should not be the overriding factor when it comes to imprisoning people who committed major offenses. Recently, in St. John's and Gander, in my riding, we had hearings on search and rescue. And we talked about response times, and we heard from victims, which he also talked about, who were people who had lost family members some time ago. I wouldn't say that I actually firmly know that the people who work with search and rescue will always do their best, and they're an incredible group of people, and I take great pride in what they do. But the other hand, it's a question of resources. And I suspect, coming from this study, that we are going to increase the amount of resources that are available to search and rescue, but there's going to be a price to it. And every time we brought it up, the price tag was always brought up as to how much money it would take to increase the amount in order to save lives. So obviously, with this in mind, I think he would agree, or maybe disagree, that should be the case for search and rescue. And also, he'd like to talk about how this could be applied as to the big price tag when it comes to the F-35 fighter jets. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a very relevant question, but I would point out to my colleagues that if we have to bring in this kind of legislation, it is because they did nothing for 13 years. So we have had to compress all of this legislation in a short time, even though we are a minority government. We've had a great deal of difficulty doing that because we're in a minority situation. Many times the opposition, either the Liberals, the NDP, or the Bloc, have delayed the passage of our bills. we have managed to get some of these bills through. There are two types of costs, as I mentioned earlier. For example, the loss of work time, the loss of jobs, and so on. And then there are immaterial costs, and they can't even think about that. They have never put a cost on the other types of costs. They were 13 years in power, but they didn't do anything for victims, and that is serious. Our government listened to victims. We are here, and we intend to continue helping victims regardless of the cost. We can't put a price on that. Thank you.
Oh, no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened to the parliamentary secretary, and his speech was full of very good information, but absolutely not one word of it had to do with the Liberal Opposition Day motion that we're talking about today. The fact of the matter is that this government has been hiding information from this House now on a consistent basis over a long time. And last year, they argued about the Afghan detainee release of documents on the basis of national security and had to be dragged kicking and screaming and had to have a speaker's ruling on the issue before they would comply. And now we're dealing with, they'd like you to believe that somehow the cost of tax credits, what is that supposed to be, a national security issue as well? The cost of a public safety bill, that's a national security issue as well? The question is, why are they trying to hide this information? They clearly have it, because Mary Campbell, the Director General of Corrections, Criminal Justice Director at Public Safety Canada, at the committee hearings just 2 nights ago on Bill C-59, indicated that she had the information. She had the information, but the government won't let her give it out. So the question is, why is the government afraid of letting this information out? Do they think it's going to embarrass them? Do they think it's going to change people's minds against their crime bill? And is their strategy here to make certain that the information doesn't come out until after an election? Is that what their strategy really is all about?
The Honourable Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague's question is very valid, but I would point out that it isn't an issue of knowing exactly what the costs are, but rather whether we are carrying out our duties to Canadians. For a long time now, the opposition parties, including one that was in power for almost 100 years, have done nothing. But we have listened to victims of crime, and we have had to quickly bring in a whole series of bills that the opposition should have done. The Liberals had their chance, but all we hear from the opposition is that we should give lower sentences for the poor criminals and nothing for victims. Why are they asking for lower sentences? It's because they want these people out in the streets, but we don't want that. The courts have convicted them. They need to go to prison for the time indicated by the judges. The victims have an easier time of it than the victims, because they have lost a great deal.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to thank my colleague for a very enlightening speech. It's very obvious that he has an incredible background in the legal profession, but also he has an amazing amount of empathy, Mr. Speaker. That was so obvious through his speech, talking about the emotional costs, the immaterial costs that come along with crime and the victims of crime. I've had the privilege of meeting with a number of families of victims of crime in my riding, and it's incredible to try to understand the pain and emotional suffering that they're going through, not just for themselves, but for their extended families. And Mr. Speaker, one of the things that my colleague indicated was that these families, they are not looking for vengeance. They are simply looking for an increased amount of safety for them and for their families. Are there costs? Yes. But the people that I have spoken to in my riding, when they consider
the emotional costs, the family costs to the victims of crime, they are more than willing to pay the costs that will be needed for increased safety in our communities. I'm just wondering if my honourable colleague could comment on perhaps not specifics, but in a general way, has he found that same kind of response in his community from people who have been victims of crime? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Cabinet Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I would like to thank my colleague for the question. In our riding, we too have had victims who have come to talk about their experience in the Quebec region where I have my riding. We have these very easy sentences where somebody had a 6-year sentence but would only serve 6 months. And sometimes he got out the next day because of time served. These are the revolving doors. This is what we want to stop, and this is what victims want to stop. We have to restore our ability to have the courts impose sentences which will actually be served. We don't want this 2-for-1 system where criminals get out right away because victims continue to be penalized.
Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche, the Public Service of Canada. The Honourable Member for Labrador, the Status of Women. The Honourable Member for Davenport, Haiti. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to start by saying that I'll be splitting my time with my honourable colleague from the great riding, and they have great representation from the riding of Lac Saint Louis in Quebec. Yes, indeed. Thank you. Or thank him. Okay. I do want to start by talking about the last comments that were made by the honourable member. He was very passionate about the issue of crime and making our communities safe and secure, and I applaud him on his passion. The only thing is, I'd like to point out that many years ago, there were a lot of American politicians, congressmen, senators, and the like, and even state politicians who spoke with the same amount of passion, including one which was Newt Gingrich, I believe. And now they've sort of come back from that, and they've said that they should have put more emphasis on other areas, which this government is currently not doing. I think that there are a lot of issues out there that when it comes to the recidivism rates should be looked at as a holistic way and not just from the incarceration aspect of it. So just to put that aside for a moment. But we are talking about accountability. It's been a while since we talked about the Accountability Act, and it seems now, since several years of the Accountability Act in place, it reminds me of back in the 1950s when the Ford introduced the Edsel and went over like a complete lemon and really just stuck around for no apparent reason and whittled its way out of existence, but we certainly didn't forget. So in this particular case with the Accountability Act, it seems like it's one of those issues that we've become familiar with when it comes to the Conservative government, that where one has to practice what one used to preach. There's a certain amount of accountability, to say the least, in all of this, including areas of the East Coast where they talked about custodial management of the fisheries, when they talked about the Atlantic Accord. These were issues that were put out there in the storefront as to what we will do as a government, and by the time that Newfoundlanders and Labradorians and Nova Scotians picked up this product from the window in 2006, metaphorically speaking, and brought it to the counter in an election, it turned out to be a different product entirely. So you get the idea of what we're talking about here, and it goes to the crux of that issue and several more over the past 4 or 5 years. It's certainly into 2006. I would like to congratulate my colleague from Wisconsin for bringing this forward. I think he makes some very good points here, even in the wording of the motion itself. He talks about comply with a reasonable request for documents, particularly related to the cost of the government's tax cut for the largest corporations, the cost of government's justice and public safety agenda, which I've already talked about, and a violation of the rights of Parliament. This House hereby orders the government to provide every document requested by the Finance Committee by March 7, 2011. Now, since then, and I mean really since then, since this morning, this afternoon, there have been at about 2 p.m., the Conservative government tabled documents in response to our request for information. So, kicking and screaming, they're brought back into the House of Commons, and they put this document to the House. At first blush, the documents pertain to corporate profits before taxes, cost estimates of the F-35 stealth fighter purchase, detailed cost estimates of the Conservatives' 18 justice bills, including capital operations and maintenance costs by departments. Once again, that's what came in by title. After a short little while and some investigation, we realized here are some of the issues that we must address after that tabling in the House. No information provided with regards to the F-35 purchase. The government documents do not provide any detailed costing of their 18 justice bills, just very surface material. They estimate that the 18 justice bills will cost only $650 million over 5 years. However, earlier this year, the Parliamentary Budget Officer estimated that one single bill, C-25, would cost federal and provincial governments about $5 billion per year. So the discrepancies are incredibly wide. The logic by which you bring it in is probably about 2 inches thick. So it's time for us to give this some serious, sober second thought. And that's why I'm glad we're doing this today. And we're having this debate and making the demand. And I certainly hope that the opposition parties, and I anticipate the opposition parties, will vote in favor to bring this to the House. So also the C-18 ending house arrest will have no cost impact according to them. C-21 white-collar crime bill will have no cost impact according to them. And C-6 serious time for serious crime will have no cost impact as well, which we throw a lot of doubt on, given the fact that some of the evidence we've seen both in committee and within this House. Sorry, I said C-18 for house arrest, I meant C-16. Each and every one of these bills will put more people in jail, require the construction of new prisons, and require more personnel and operating costs. It is not credible that these bills will not require more expenditure. That certainly is the case. And yet, time and time again, they bring the cost estimates into this House, but yet the members that are debating this motion today talk about it's no longer a factor. The costs must be racked up in order for our communities to be safe and secure. I have nothing against that, but the problem is you can say one thing to one group of people, and then you can turn around and say another thing. I mentioned earlier to the honourable member from Quebec about the situation with search and rescue. Right now, we hope at least sometime soon that there's going to be a commitment to purchasing an aircraft for fixed-wing search and rescue or search and rescue airplanes. And regarding the 4 bases, 5 as a matter of fact. Well, in this situation, in testimony in the Defense Committee, we had heard victims of whose family members were lost at sea. And of course, it's not just search and rescue, it's Coast Guard as well. At the time, the Coast Guard and search and rescue did their utmost to make sure that these lives were saved. But what we're doing now is we're trying to question the response times, the parameters by response times. Should they be shortened? It requires more resources. Not better personnel, because they're already the best in the business, in my opinion, but it requires more resources. And as a result of that, the questions that come from across the way from the government is, yeah, but do you realize the cost of this? Do you know that it's going to be $200, $300, $400 million extra? But yet cost becomes a factor there, but not a factor when it comes to this. So that's certainly something we should question a little further into all of this. And I did mention about the F-35s in this particular situation. There are many countries around the world now casting doubt upon their purchase, their acquisition, when it comes to not just the purchasing of it, but the operations, the maintenance over many years. And right now we have to question whether this is the right time to be doing this. The other issue, as I mentioned earlier, also regarding the corporate tax cut. At several points throughout, if you look through the European Union right now, I won't say that they're becoming a veritable basket case, but nonetheless it is a tough situation for the major countries, and not just some of the smaller economies, not just the Greece and not just Ireland and other countries, but also in Germany, in the UK. UK right now are going through major cutbacks, increased fees. These measures in order to curb what is about to become a staggering deficit that their not just children but grandchildren will have to pay off. And in doing so, they are exercising prudency. I remember during the election campaign in the United Kingdom, the question was not just about bragging about how they will reduce taxes, but they were also bragging about how they were going to reduce costs. It seems like every party involved, whether it was Liberal Democrat, Labour, or Conservative, they were all bragging about the fact that we'll cut more. Well, in this particular situation, I think that information is needed because if they are saying that they do not want to create more revenues through the taxation, I have nothing against that. But when it comes to other things like fees, recently they imposed a security fee at airports. Now they can attack us about things like iPod tax and the like, but why do they have a tax on travelers? Am I being facetious by saying this? A little, but I'm illustrating the point. There are security fees involved here because they cannot, at the end of the day, pay the bills. It has to come out of general revenue. So the imposition of fees on particular segments of the population. I would even go so far as to say that recreational boaters now have to get a license that requires a fee. Is that a cost recovery issue? It just might be. But it's an illustration of just how things have to be done, because what I would like to know is, to curb this $56 billion deficit, if they want to get back to zero deficit in 5, 6, 7 years, there are basically going to be some serious decisions that have to be made. Hey, my honourable colleague points out about cutting transfers across the way. Let me pick up on that with him. Let me talk about that. They've got a big issue coming up when it comes to healthcare and healthcare transfers. I'd like my honourable colleague to stand up and talk about that for just a moment. Because at some point he's going to justify giving the same or more money. At the same time, he's going to reduce this $56 billion deficit. Now that, if he can jump through those hoops, it's like...
Questions and comments, questions and commentaire. The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for his presentation today on the Liberal Opposition Day motion. The fact of the matter is that we should not have to fight this government for every piece of information that should be just automatic. I mean, my understanding is in the United States that legislative proposals are costed out and they're presented that way to the legislators. I mean, why would a government think that somehow 308 members of Parliament are supposed to make a decision without knowing what the costs are going to be? And so they don't provide the information until we have to go to great lengths, like bring in Opposition Day motions, and as with the Afghan detainee issue, conduct a virtual war against them to get this information. And it's given very reluctantly. And now they're giving, just partial information that doesn't really give us all the bases that we need to be able to make a decision. But that is unfortunately the relationship, in this House with the government. And there's many examples. I mentioned that I ran into Gary Filmon, Premier of Manitoba, former Premier, over Christmas. And he had said that he had contacted this government and sent them a long email about how to make minority government work, because he did a great job of making minority government work with Senator Carstairs and Gary Dewar. We got a lot of things done in that 2-year period. And you know something? This government hasn't even responded to his email in 5 years. That's how they treat the advice of a former premier who actually knows how to work with a minority government. So I really think this government needs some counseling, because they simply don't seem to get it.
The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
I remember my colleague mentioned me the story about the former premier in Manitoba, and some of his, I'll say, input regarding minority parliaments. No doubt about it. In the past, we certainly accomplished a lot when it comes to minority governments of the past, back in the 70s, and great social policy that we talk about, the CPP and the QPP and other reforms as well. I would point out, and he is correct, and that is, it almost seems like it becomes the idea of making great policy in this House is a result of severe brinkmanship. It comes to the point where the discussion has been downgraded to just the bumper sticker slogans time and time again. I think maybe all members of the House might be responsible for that. But at some point we have to say to ourselves, can we elevate the debate to the point where the titles of bills, I mean, there are so many, my honourable colleague from Scarborough pointed out several times in this House about all these crime bills could be reduced in just a few. I mean, it just keeps going over and over again with the bumper sticker titles and everything else. I mean, if it's about advertising for them, then they should take out an ad. Oh, no, they did take out an ad, but they didn't talk about that. They talked about people, personalities, and something that is irrelevant to public policy in this country. Again, we go some of the questions that we must be asking, and I mentioned my colleague earlier, and that is that fundamental decisions have to be made. This 10-year agreement on health care has to be discussed about transfers. And yet, we don't seem to be having the discussion because all we need to say is, could you please do it, but look at the numbers by which response times or waiting list times also. But yet, we find ourselves focused on these smaller details that we time and time again. So I appreciate the advice. Please pass on my best to Mr. Philman and some of his advice. Thank you.
There's enough time for a very brief question or comment. The honourable member for Halifax. Halifax West, yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I congratulate my honourable colleague from Gander, Grand Falls, Twillingate? Windsor, of course, pardon me. I was born in Windsor, Nova Scotia. I have to remember that. On his speech, and I'm sure he's aware that the Parliamentary Budget Officer has been frustrated in his attempts in order to assess the government's stated goals in relation to reducing or eliminating the deficit by 2015, which of course he says and the IMF say isn't going to do, that their numbers indicate it's not going to go anywhere near balancing the books by then. But he's been trying to get access to information to assess how the government is planning to go about this. And the government, unlike previously, in fact, previous governments, and even this government in 2006, its first year in office at least, would give this information, and now he can't get it. They're claiming it's a cabinet confidence. Why does he think they're so secretive? What does he think they're so afraid of in hiding this information?
There's only about 20 seconds left for the honourable member for Bonavista again, or Grand Falls, Windsor.
Because there's an election they feel around the corner. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lac Saint Louis.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to speak to the House in this debate on the opposition motion of today. You know, Mr. Speaker, that when I speak to my friends and my constituents, often when people feel a certain level of frustration concerning public affairs, they say, well, we should manage the government the same way a company is managed, in other words. The same principles should be used as we find in the private sector within the management of public business. And obviously it's difficult to compare the two. These are two areas that are quite distinct. And sometimes we would say that there is little convergence. However, there is a shared aspect or a common factor between the two, and that is that democracy, like financial markets, depend in order to operate properly to benefit from the greatest, fastest, and freest circulation possible of information that is true and verified, not propaganda. Freedom of expression should not be concluded with controlled information manipulated by a head of state who wants to hide the truth from the public or misinform voters for partisan purposes. I'm talking, of course, about our Prime Minister, whose political staff, we know sometimes drafts secret manuals to support and advise government members in their duties and undermine democratic debate that seeks to clarify important subjects and current events that concern the public. By analogy, the example of financial markets, the behavior of this government is comparable to someone who manipulates information in order to benefit one investor rather than another, or to give himself or herself the advantage. I would like to take the time here to give a short parenthesis. My colleague from Notre-Dame-de-Chasse-de-Green tried to amend the bill on white-collar crime, C-21, in order to insert a provision concerning the manipulation of financial markets as one of the crimes deserving of the harshest sentences, but the amendment was unfortunately rejected. But I will set that aside for the moment to say that we can make enlightened decisions. We are unable to make enlightened decisions without having the most information possible available to us. Without this, this leads to bad decisions, both with regard to business decisions as with regard to political decisions. In politics, a lack of information is not only a breach of democracy, a lack of transparency, a sign of contempt by the government for voters, but in practical terms, this leads in the long term to policies and programs that are poorly designed, that give disappointing results for the public, and the opposite results of what they want, hope, and need. In a parliamentary democracy, Mr. Speaker, you know, tabling a budget and the debates and votes that result are essential. And at the heart, the very heart of our democracy, budget is the embodiment of the government's vision and its priorities. It's the master plan, the architecture of the government for the coming year, and Canadians must find in the budget their values and their hopes. As parliamentarians, we have a difficult responsibility with regard to the public. We must, on behalf of voters, decide if the budget fits their priorities, if it meets their priorities, if it achieves a balanced budget and allows our society to move forward in terms of social and economic criteria without placing a burden on future generations. In the current context, we are in urgent need of knowing on behalf of our voters and constituents how much the prison plan put forward by the government will cost. We're trying to find out how much it will cost Canadians in the long term for the corporate tax cut policy. In short, the lack of transparency has become the trademark of this Conservative government, which, through its profound lack of respect for voters to have access to the best information possible, it has undermined our democracy. I would remind you, Mr. Speaker, that Canadians are the ones who will ultimately pay the price. We are dealing with a government that wants to misinform for purely partisan purposes and for votes. This is called contempt, lack of ethics, corruption of Canadian democratic values. It's as if we were going back to the Duplessis era, Nixon, or the era of Joseph McCarthy, where they put together lists of enemies of the state, like Colonel Pat Strogan, the Veterans Ombudsman, Richard Colvin, Canadian diplomat, Marty Sheliak, Director of the Gun Registry, Linda Keane, President of the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission, Peter Tingsley, President of the Royal Canadian Military Police Complaints Commission, Paul Kennedy, Public Complaints Commission, Adrian Meisner, President and CEO of the Canadian Wheat Board, Monier Sheikh, Head of Statistics Canada, Steve Sullivan, Victims of Crime Ombudsman Kevin Bage, of course, Parliamentary Budget Officer, and Remy Beauregard, President of Rights and Democracy. The list is too long for me to list everyone in the time that I have available. Mr. Speaker, as I said previously, it's extremely important for us to be able to decide if the budget should be supported. That is, how much the policies, the justice policies of this government will cost, not only this year, but in the years to come. What will be the burden to be borne by our children and grandchildren, because obviously this will involve additional expenditures and debt that will not easily be repaid as quickly as the Minister of Finance believes. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has said so on numerous occasions. There will be no balanced budget before 2015, and furthermore, he added recently that we now have a structural deficit of $10 billion, and obviously we'll have to look at this and address it, because in the future, given the fact that Canadians will are increasingly aging. We will have additional healthcare costs. We will have additional costs associated with the Canada Pension Plan, and this will become a kind of demographic deficit with regard to the federal budget, and that is why, before we vote on the budget, we need to know what the effects of measures announced by the government before the budget will cost, what will be the financial impact of these pieces of legislation, these justice bills, these bills that seek to incarcerate more Canadians, and by so doing, undermining the safety of our communities. These are all things that we need to know if we want to act responsibly as parliamentarians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to congratulate the Liberals for introducing their motion today, because one would it appear anyway that it's already achieved some results here, that the government has provided us some of the information that we're seeking. But as our party has pointed out, the member for Windsor-Tecumseh, the information that we have is certainly not in any way complete in a way that we would expect it to be. But certainly it was a good step. But the fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, we should never have to resort to opposition day motions and other forms of legislative action to force the government to do the right thing. It should just be an automatic, common sense approach that when you bring forward a legislative agenda, for example, Mr. Speaker, when we're in an election period in the next month or so, the reporters are going to hold all parties accountable, particularly the government accountable, to every promise it makes in the election. And the government, the Prime Minister, is going to have microphones in his face, and he's going to have to cost out each of his proposals for the election campaign, as will all the other leaders. What is the difference here? This is the government, and we expect as members to get proper information from the government. Why do we have to fight them for that information? So I'd ask the member if he had any further comments about that.
Honourable member for Lac St. Louis.
As a matter of fact, if the past is any guide to the future, during the election campaign, as the member mentioned, the government will make promises. It will make promises, but based on its past performance, it probably won't be able to cost those promises until maybe around 8 o'clock in the evening on election day. And so I think that that's a very good point that the member raises. We're seeing really the style of doing things of this government, and I don't think it will change during an election campaign. It is true that the government has tabled some documents, but at the last minute, and obviously none of us have had a chance to go through the documents that have been tabled. However, I would expect that the government, with all the resources at its disposal, would provide summary information, succinct tabular information to allow us to understand what it has tabled in its reams of documents that are for show only.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Halifax West.
Merci beaucoup, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for that excellent speech. I greatly appreciated it. We are talking here about the issue of figures, the details for future budgets and the government's expenditure plans, which the Parliamentary Budget Office, or a position created by this Conservative government, appointed by the Conservatives, and who now they don't want to help. They don't want him to get the information. They don't want him to have enough money to do his work, and they're trying to hide from him the real details. At the same time, we see that, on the other hand, they don't want us to know their real plan, their real ideology, the reasons why they are doing what they're doing in terms of the budget. On the other hand, they don't want to admit why they decided to cut funds to Kairos. That's the problem. They don't want to admit the real reasons They're saying that it was the minister's decision, CEDA, but really it was the ideological decision of the government. And in my colleague's opinion, what are the reasons why this information is so secret?
There's a thread that runs through everything that the government does, and obviously they want to hide the truth as much as possible from Canadians. But it shouldn't surprise anyone. We've been talking about the hidden agenda of the Conservative Party for years. So if a party has any hidden agenda, it's, of course they're going to hide their intentions.
8. Reprise du débat. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to rise today to speak to the Liberal Opposition Day motion. I must admit this is one Opposition Day motion that I actually really like a lot, and of course our party will be supporting this motion when it comes to vote. And I'd just like to read it because, you know, I listened to a lot of speeches today, and I don't think I heard ever one word from any government speaker today deal with this motion in any way, shape, or form. But the motion reads as follows: that given the undisputed privileges of Parliament under Canada's Constitution, obviously they don't believe that because they're disputing them, including the absolute power to require the government to produce uncensored documents when requested, the government's continuing refusal to comply with reasonable requests for documents, particularly related to the cost of government's tax cut for the largest corporations and the cost of the government's justice and public safety agenda, represents a violation of the rights of Parliament, and this House hereby orders the government to provide every document requested by the Standing Committee on Finance on November 17, 2010, by March 7, 2011. So that is the gist of the actual wording of the Liberal motion today. And the question is, you know, why a party in this House would have to bring a motion like this up in the first place. There's so many other topics that the Liberal Party could be dealing with and we could be debating today in this House, not asking, you know, presenting a motion that requires the government to do something that any sensible government would and should be doing in the first place. And one of the members of the bloc spoke earlier today, and I was rather impressed with his comments when he was drawing the parallel between this particular fight and the fight last year that we had with the government over the Afghan detainee issue. Because at that time the government was saying, well, you can't have the information because it's a national security question. And so they're able to sell that argument to the public somewhat, and some people in the public might believe it, that, well, you know, there might be some national security aspect to the information, and we can't let this information out. But as the member the member went on to say, well, now this information that we're asking for now is the costing of tax cuts into the future. It's actually a projection, and how could that possibly be called a national security question? So, you know, if they're not going to call it that, well, then they'll call it something else. But, you know, what possible argument could they have for not providing the information? And obviously they didn't have an argument, because at the end of the day, they ended up dumping information on the table just a couple of hours ago, which we haven't had a chance to thoroughly digest yet. But from what we can see of the information, it's certainly not complete and not the type of full information that we would expect before we're required to make decisions, parliamentary decisions in this House, which could have long-lasting effects, which could cost literally billions of dollars. And the second part of it is the cost of the public safety bills. And this is an issue that has been before the House now for some time, and there's been a lot of debate about it. And the fact of the matter is, we know that in other jurisdictions, the United States and elsewhere, there's requirements that when a bill is brought in, it's fully costed. As I'd indicated just briefly before the election campaigns, the reporters will be chasing all the party leaders for costing items. I mean, it's just something that you you do, and why and how the government thought that somehow they could bring in this whole program of so-called tough-on-crime legislative initiatives, crime initiatives, and somehow nobody was going to suggest that there was going to be a cost to these items. I mean, that is just absolutely crazy that they would think that. So we know they have the information, and we've been asking them for it. And at committee meeting just 2 days ago on C-59, the Abolition of Early Parole Act, in fact, the Liberal member, in fact, for Brampton West, did ask the question. He asked the question of Ms. Mary Campbell, who is the Director General of Corrections and Criminal Justice Directorate, Public Safety of Canada. And he said to her, do you have the information regarding C-59 in terms of the costs? And if you can't provide it, do you have it at all? And her answer was, I have most of that information. It's part of my responsibility in terms of developing legislation to consider costs. Yes, I have most of the information or access to it. If I don't have it, I have access to the information that you're looking for, Mr. Member for Brampton West. The issue, she says, is disclosure of it, and I said the government has indicated it's a cabinet confidence. So the member for Brampton West goes on and he says, so you provided the costing information to the government about what it would cost for these changes, Bill C-59. And she says, I said I have the information or I have access to it. I really can't talk about what I provided to the government in any detail because I think it's a cabinet confidence of advice. And then finally, the member for Brampton West said, well, so the government asked you in theory to provide it, you'd be able to answer that question for them. And she says, I think I'm able to answer almost all questions that I'm asked about legislative proposals. So there is your answer to the question. The information is available just like we knew it would be. The information is there. The Liberal member asked 3 times at the committee. She said, I have it. I have access to it, but I can't give it to you. And I can't give it to you because the government says it's a confidence issue, and therefore you cannot have this information. Now, that is a terrible, terrible, terrible way to be running a government. And so it's little wonder, and the government should have little wonder when it finds that we are quite upset with that kind of approach that they take, and that the Liberal Party brings in the motion that it did, which will get approval of all 3 parties in the House. So it's that. I'm simply speculating here when I say that I'm not sure why. They know it's not national security, so they know they're going to have to give the information sooner or later. So perhaps they think that somehow this information is damaging. It's damaging that the public know how much it's going to cost to implement a crime bill. And so perhaps what the strategy here is, given that they know when the election is going to be, or at least they think they know, that they're trying to put this off until after an election, because they want the benefits of being able to run on the tough-on-crime agenda, but not have to answer any questions about what the cost of that agenda is going to be, Mr. Speaker. So that would be my guess at this point, because I know that they are going to have to provide the information. And, some of the information can be put together just by extrapolation. The member for Windsor-Tecumseh has done calculations, and we know that in the case of the 2-for-1 credit, the member for Ajax-Pickering did ask the government the question about what that was going to cost, the 2-for-1 remand credits, and was told, I believe, it was going to cost $90 million. And when he consulted with the parliamentary budget officer, the parliamentary budget officer came up and said, no, it's going to cost $2 billion a year. And of course, the final costs are projected to be somewhere in the 10 to 13 billion. And then there's the implications for the provinces. No sooner than, or no later than a few days ago, we had the Premier of Ontario being quoted in one of the national newspapers as saying that this government is simply transferring over costs to the provincial governments. We're going to see that with the Conservative government planning to bring in $9 billion worth of prison development in the near future. We're going to see that a lot of that cost being absorbed by the provinces. And the provinces are going to be under a lot of pressure, as they already are. So every initiative, there's a long tail to these initiatives, and it's not just the federal government that's going to be assuming extra costs here, but it's also the provinces, and they are transferring and offloading part of that agenda over to the various provinces. So that is, I think that's probably what they are fearful of. That, to me, that would have to be why they are trying to hide the information, because it's one of these cases where we ask for information from the government, and if it's a straightforward answer, they provide it. If they don't see any negatives in it, they'll actually provide you with the information. So clearly, there's a lot of concern on their part about providing this information, because perhaps they think that members of the public are going to be upset when they find out what the true cost is going to be. And, when we dealt with C-59 the other day, and that was a really, really good example where we were at the committee, and we had the presenters presenting to the committee. And, Mr. Speaker, the reality was each and every one of those presenters at the committee simply wanted their money back. I mean, that's what they were there for. They weren't necessarily there to see the law changed from keeping the white collar criminals in jail from 1/6 to 1/3, and they're going to be quite surprised about this tough on crime government when they find out that Mr. Jones is going to be staying in prison like an extra year. So he got an 11-year sentence. I think, yeah, the government wants to be tough on crime. I think the public out there that are receptive, those that are receptive to your message, are going to be quite disappointed with you. They're going to say, we thought this guy was being put away for white-collar crimes, Earl Jones, for 11 years. And you went through this big charade with the Bloc and the coalition with the Bloc, and pretended you were doing something, and what did you do? You simply increased his sentence from 2.5 to 3.5 years, and now he's out after 3.5 years. Good job, Mr. Tough on Crime.
Order. The honourable member seems to be inferring that I was doing something, but I think he was referring to perhaps the government. But I would just remind him that when he uses the first person, members of the House might assume you're referring to the Speaker. So ask him to refer to colleagues as either members or their riding names. But that being said, it's 5:15, and it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forth with every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. The question is as follows. Mr. Goodale, seconded by Ms. Bennett, moved that given the undisputed privileges of Parliament under Canada's Constitution, including the absolute power to require the government to produce uncensored documents when requested, the government's continuing refusal to comply with reasonable requests for documents, particularly related to the cost of the government's tax cut for the largest corporations and the cost of the government's justice and public safety agenda, represents a violation of the rights of Parliament, and this House hereby orders the government to provide every document requested by the Standing Committee on Finance on November 17th, 2010 by March 7th, 2011. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favor will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. My opinion, the nays have it. Call in the members. Accordingly, this vote stands deferred until Monday, February 28th at the end of government orders. I believe the Honourable Chief Government Whip has a suggestion.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that you see the clock at 5:30.
Shall I see the clock as 5:30? Agreed? Agreed. I'm looking at the whip. No, okay. It being 5:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Affaires émanant des députés.
Private members' business.
Instructions with the Standing Committee on Finance, charitable donations, in the name of Mr. Braid.
When this motion was last before the House, the Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona had 6 minutes left to conclude his remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and there's only 6 more minutes left, and I will be gone for a number of days now. So I wanted to say that I wanted to read the motion from the member for Kitchener-Waterloo. The motion reads as follows: that the Standing Committee on Finance be instructed to undertake a study of the current tax incentives for charitable donations with a view to encouraging increased giving, including but not limited to reviewing changes to the charitable tax credit amount, reviewing the possible extension of the capital gains exemption to private company shares and real estate, and when donated to a charitable organization, considering the feasibility of implementing these measures, and that the committee report its findings to the House. So on the surface of it, I don't think we would have a problem supporting this particular motion of the member for Kitchener-Waterloo, but there are some observations that I would like to make about it. The member indicates that the sector is a very significant part of the economy. It employs over 1.5 million people. It generates an estimated $100 million a year, and in fact it represents 7% of our GDP, which is larger than the tourism industry, the automotive manufacturing industry, and the agriculture sector. And I was certainly not aware of that, and I don't think that a lot of people would be. And so what we have here is a number of issues that have to be dealt with, which is why I think this is a really good idea to conduct this study. Because as has been pointed out, there are a number of indicators. I guess bad omens. The number of donations actually dropped during the recession, and so that's causing some pressure on some of the organizations. And so I would think, and there is also a need to cost the item, because with a $56 billion deficit, the government is going to have to be looking at dealing with a program to reduce and eliminate that deficit. And so the question is, I think we'd want to know before we approved it as to how much revenue the government would be losing as a result of any changes that they would be wanting to make. But I do want to mention an approach that is I found quite exciting, and that was what is happening in the United States with Warren Buffett and Bill Gates. Over the last, I guess now it would be 3 or 4 years anyway, they have collectively got together and committed to giving away, while they're still alive, I believe it is half of their assets, which I guess we're talking about probably, since they're worth about $50 billion apiece, probably about $25 billion each. So that's about $50 billion there. And they have, more importantly, they've encouraged other billionaires to get involved in their club. And they are doing quite well, actually. There's quite a number of American billionaires that are joined up with Gates and Warren Buffett. And so I think they're onto something, and they've certainly started something. And both very interesting people if you read about them. I mean, Warren Buffett's attitude to American capitalism is not what you would think. He's highly critical, actually, of most of the big corporate elites in the States and the salaries that they get. Warren Buffett himself is a man who his salary is $100,000 a year. He still lives in Omaha. Well, he has some other houses as well, but he's still in Omaha. He's easy to find if you were to drive through Omaha, and he is a hands-on type of guy, and he has decided that his children don't need all this money. That the children, I guess, are going to be well taken care of, but certainly they're not going to be given billions when the parents die. And Bill Gates seems to be taking that same approach. So they have now enlisted, I'm not certain what their current numbers are in terms of American billionaires to their case, but what they're, once again, the goal here is to give away half of their assets while they're still alive. And Bill Gates's and Buffett's charity are heavily involved in African drugs to Africa, which is a very, very commendable direction for them to be involved in. So I would encourage any Canadian activity in this area. I don't know whether there are any Canadian billionaires being invited into this group, but it's certainly something that I hope gets a lot of encouragement. And also part of the reason we've indicated that the donations have dropped off during the recession. There's also the odd complaint about the salaries and benefits of some of the managers of the charities. There was an example in Toronto where the charity head was making very excessive amounts of money in the opinion of some of the donors.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to lend my strong support for today's motion introduced by the member from Kitchener-Waterloo, to look at ways we can better support Canada's charities, a motion I had the honour to second. Before continuing, let me applaud the member for Kitchener-Waterloo for the great job he's been doing right here in Ottawa for his constituents. Since his election in 2008, he's proven to be a strong advocate for his riding and ensuring that their interests are at the table, as well as contributing to the debate on national issues with great insight and innovative solutions. He's building on that record with today's forward-looking motion that would have the Finance Committee conduct an in-depth study on how we can better support the great work of charities in Canada through our tax system. The member from Kitchener-Waterloo has put forward a strong method for studying an issue, getting members together from all political parties, bringing together the best minds on the issues, bring in all the charity groups, both small and large, hold public hearings, and then come up after all of those consultations with the best recommendations. I understand that the members of the Finance Committee have welcomed this idea and are more than willing to set aside time to look at this important issue. Indeed, all parliamentarians understand the importance of charities and their tireless work in communities across Canada. Every day, charities, both large and small, play an invaluable role in the daily lives of Canadians in need and much more. As Ray Pennings of the noted social policy think tank Cardis has observed in the Telegraph Journal recently, and I quote at length, Canada's 161,000 charities and not-profits combine to provide services, many of them essential, which enrich the social, physical, and spiritual lives of Canadians. A strong charitable sector, including universities, hospitals and hospices, arts and sports groups, poverty and publishing programs, synagogues and churches, provides the ways for Canadians to be their best and to show compassion to the least. Charities are not vehicles for greed, excess, or profit. They are the products of our generosity, kindness, and creativity, vital components of the healthy society with which financial economies without which financial economies cannot thrive.
In the recent global economic downturn also highlighted the vital role charities play in our communities and towns, especially in those communities that were harder hit. In recognition of that vital work, I think the study the member from Kitchener-Waterloo is proposing is the right thing to do. I know all parliamentarians agree that we need a healthy and strong charitable sector, and that is something that benefits all Canadians. I also would hope that they believe we need to ensure charities and the people who tirelessly give of themselves with those charities have the right tools to keep doing the great work that they perform in helping those in need. I know Canadians value the work of our charities through their generosity, both in time and in financial support. Indeed, statistics data shows that Canadians give approximately $8 billion to registered charities each year. $8 billion. What's more, over 80% of the population aged 15 or over will make a financial donation in any given year. Even better, nearly 12.5 million Canadians, roughly half of our population, will volunteer about 2 billion hours of their time to help charities in their communities. Well, that's great to hear, and we applaud all those Canadians that give of their time and some of their hard-earned money to support charities. Our Conservative government has understood the importance of encouraging and supporting those who give to charities. The tax system provides many incentives for Canadians to give generously. The charitable donation tax credit is the most prominent and long-standing incentive in the tax system. The tax credit encourages charitable giving by providing higher tax assistance as donations increase. Specifically, it forgoes 15 cents in tax revenue for every dollar donated up to $200 and 29 cents for every dollar donated above that $200 mark. Our Conservative government is built on that tax credit with further incentives to encourage increased giving and support Canada's charities. Indeed, since taking office in 2006, we've steadily been increasing the generosity of the charitable donations tax incentives. For instance, in 2006, we completely exempted capital gains on the donation of publicly listed securities to public charities. We also extended the exemption of donations on ecologically sensitive lands to public conservation charities. In 2007 and 2008, we further extended the exemption of donations of publicly listed securities to private foundations and to certain donations of exchangeable shares. When those positive tax incentives were announced, they were really very, very well received by Canadians at the time. The Community Foundations of Canada applauded it and exclaimed, "We all win when the government encourages people to give. This tax relief will be welcome news." The Philanthropic Foundations Canada also applauded it as well, remarking this tax change will spur donations and enable private foundations to do even more in Canadian communities. I'm happy to report that in the years following the introductions of those numerous tax incentives, the results have been extremely positive and the action effective. Indeed, listen to what was reported in the Toronto Star, no fan of our government, this January on the issue, and I quote at length. In 2006, the federal government changed the tax laws to make donations of securities to registered charities exempt from capital gains taxes. It's become much more accessible for the average donor, said Canada Help's Chief Executive Officer Owen Charters. We've been quite surprised by the popularity. It was small steps at the beginning, but it has really grown. Last year, about $1.2 million in donations to securities went through Canada Helps. That's up 65% from the year before, and it is an approach that is becoming more and more popular as more Canadians learn about the tax advantages. Canadian hospitals, universities, and charities have gained millions of dollars from donations of securities. We are definitely seeing an increase in this type of giving, said Julie Gorman, Vice President of Resource Development for the United Way of Toronto. However, we realize there is much more to do. We have seen during the worst of the global recession the number of Canadians making tax-supported donations fall. We have also heard concerns about the rising average age of Canadians making donations. along with the fears that some Canadians may be falling out of the habit of donating. Indeed, as noted through the recent survey findings from Imagine Canada, the national organization representing Canada's charitable and nonprofit sector, half of the charities surveyed felt some degree of financial pressure. Clearly, we should take this opportunity as parliamentarians to see what more we can do in a fiscally responsible manner through Canada's tax system. The member from Kitchener-Waterloo's motion provides an excellent opportunity for parliamentarians to do just that. What's more, it will allow us to do that by hearing directly from those involved in the good work of Canada's charities. I strongly support this motion. I urge all members to support it as well, and I applaud the member from Kitchener-Waterloo. Thank you.
There it is. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in the House to speak on Motion 559, which directs the Finance Committee to study the tax treatment of charitable donations. As the Vice Chair of I'm pleased to have the opportunity to speak to this motion. Now, of course, when I say Vice Chair of Finance Committee, it's just an aspiration of mine, and sometimes I like to pretend I am, but I'm really not. But nonetheless, I do want to respect the Finance Committee for bringing this to the House, and I also want to say thank you to the previous speakers for their speeches. The size of Canada's charitable sector has been described as being large as the economy of British Columbia, and the federal government plays an important role in supporting Canada's charities. The Federal Treasury provides charities with both direct support through grants and indirect support in the form of tax credits on charitable donations. According to the charities papers published by the C.D. Howe Institute in 2009, tax-receipted charitable giving in Canada has grown by 140%, from $3.6 billion in 1995 to $8.65 billion in 2007. In fact, they estimated that in 2009, tax credits for cash donations cost the Federal Treasury approximately $2.2 billion. Despite this growth in the total amount of charitable donations in Canada, the number of Canadians making tax-receipted charitable donations is actually in decline. And this number has been declining for more than a decade. Now, according to the C.D. Howe in 1990, 30% of Canadian taxpayers claimed a tax credit for a charitable donation, but by 2007, that number had fallen to 24%. So charities are relying on an ever-diminishing base on donors. Not only is this unsustainable, but it leaves the charities more vulnerable to even small changes in the level of giving, as we've seen recently in the economic downturn. On top of this, we are seeing a trend where donations are becoming more concentrated. Larger donations are being made to a small number of large charities and foundations, while revenues for smaller charities are in places actually in decline. So Imagine Canada, a national charitable organization that's mandate is to support Canadian charities and nonprofits through both debate and consultation. Well, they've surveyed over 1,500 leaders of charitable organizations, and according to the Imagine Canada's most recent survey, about half of Canada's charities are find it difficult carrying out their mission because of increased demand for their services, coupled with stagnating or declining revenues. They believe this increased demand is connected to the economic downturn. In fact, about a quarter of the charities reported that their very existence is at risk because of the increase in demand that they are facing. Mr. Speaker, it appears that many of Canada's charities, particularly, of course, our smaller charities, simply do not have the resources they need to carry out their mission. So the question we must ask is this: what can the federal government do to improve the situation? Pertinent question, I would imagine. What are the policies that will encourage more Canadians to donate to a Canadian charity? Now, the Finance Committee is well situated to study this issue and hear from expert witnesses who can provide us with examples of best practices that Parliament may wish to consider. And a couple of ideas that are already on the table include: number one, expanding the capital gains tax exemption for gifts of listed securities to include gifts of private company shares and real estate. Number two, introducing a stretch tax credit in order to stimulate new charitable giving by increasing the credit that would apply to donations exceeding a donor's previous highest giving level. Malcolm Burrows has written about the first proposal in depth. Perhaps he's an expert witness that the Finance Committee may wish to hear from in the future. And in his paper, quote, Unlocking More Wealth, How to Improve Federal Tax Policy for Canadian Charities, Mr. Burrows estimates that the proposal will cost federal and provincial governments between $190 and $440 million per year. And while he generally argues in favor of the proposal, he also brings forward some potential challenges with the idea. For example, he notes, and I quote, concerns about determining fair market value for gifts of taxable real estate. As well, real estate presents additional complexity and liability for charities, such as environmental issues, maintenance, and property taxes. Now, the Finance Committee may wish to examine this more closely. Mr. Speaker, as a member and former, the Finance Committee has once said, and goodness knows, I once again would love to be a part of the Finance Committee. Unfortunately, I'm not. But several things that the Finance Committee could do is that they could work on this on behalf of all Canadians, and certainly for the charities involved, as pointed out in some of the evidence that I put forward. I would be remiss if I did not point out some of the challenges that this committee is currently facing. Today's debate on the supply motion from the member from Wisconsin has concentrated on the Conservative government's refusal to provide the documents ordered by the Finance Committee. As a committee, we have been trying to determine the cost of this government's justice bills and corporate tax cuts. Certainly a challenge for the Finance Committee. But this government is deliberately frustrating the work of the committee. Despite the government House Leader's intervention this afternoon, the Conservatives are continuing to refuse to provide the detailed costing information we have requested. They are falsely claiming that it's covered by Cabinet confidence. Section 69 of the Access to Information and Privacy Act is clear. Detailed cost estimates for the justice bills are no longer covered by Cabinet confidence once Cabinet has made a public decision to introduce the legislation. And so, Finance Committee has requested a very detailed breakdown of the cost of 18 justice bills that have already been introduced in the House. But as of this afternoon, the government has provided very little information on the cost of 13 of those justice bills and now cost for the remaining 5 bills. And as we've mentioned earlier, 2 o'clock this afternoon, they introduced some of those, but certainly didn't go near enough to satisfy our...
The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills is rising on a point of order.
I apologize for interrupting the member's remarks, but Mr. Speaker, I think the debate at hand here is on a private member's motion concerning charities and a study that might be done by the Finance Committee, so I'd ask that you consider the relevance of the member's remarks, because I don't think it's relevant to the issue at hand.
I'll just ask the member for his last 3 minutes to ensure that his remarks are kept to the subject matter material of the motion before the House.
To conclude, I would like to just throw in a few comments of my own. Certainly, when it comes to this particular, I'm certainly a fan of the stretch tax credit, and I hope that in the future that we will give a lot of consideration to this. And certainly the points that made in the speech about the economic downturn, certainly what we are able to do here is that we are able to provide legislation, maybe spurred on by this motion, that will allow many charities to find other means by which to raise money. As I've noted in the speech, I mean, the size of the charities across this country, and hey, I'm from Newfoundland and Labrador, we're one of the most charitable people out there. And as a result, I hope that we are able to provide the flexibility for a lot of these charities to allow them to use other resources and other means, certainly in times of economic downturn. And I think that's a pertinent conversation. I want to congratulate the member for bringing this forward, because I think it certainly pertains to, in the future, let's face it, economic downturns, upturns, they happen, they don't happen. And in the future, we need to be that flexible, and we need to look at our policies and the ways by which many of these charities point out to us, like the stretch tax credit, for example, of how we can do this. And certainly this motion covers that as well. So I support the motion directing the Finance Committee to study the tax treatment of charitable donation. I also call on the Conservative government to respect the Parliament that Canadians elected. And that way, as all parliamentarians, just like this wholesome debate we've had here today, because goodness knows it was. And as a result, we now, and Canadians, I hope, are able to realize that there are so many ways that by which they can make their donations to charities in this country that provides the benefit to spur on the ability to do so. Because so many volunteers in this sector depend on it. And one of the things that I would like to do, and goodness knows, for the sake of a point of order, very quickly, one of the examples of helping volunteers out would be something like the $3,000 tax credit for volunteer firefighters. That's just an aside, a very quick one. I apologize if I've offended anybody. But nonetheless, I do believe that as far as charities are concerned, that this goes a long way, and over the next while, what an opportunity we've been given as parliamentarians to actually flesh out some of these great ideas like discussed here, also the stretch tax credit, another reason. So I thank you, and I thank the House for allowing me this opportunity.
Good job, sir. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to rise on motion 559, which directs the Finance Committee to undertake a study of the current tax incentives for charitable donations with a view to increasing giving. And there are a number of stipulations, as you know, Mr. Speaker, that are contained within the motion itself. And so, of course, on the surface, the idea of conducting a study by the Standing Committee on Finance is something that we can certainly support. I'll come back to some misgivings we have in a moment, Mr. Speaker, but I would like to just address for a moment the situation of charities in my riding of Burnaby, New Westminster. Mr. Speaker, as you know, there has been a decline in giving right across the country over the last few years. Now, I'll come back in a moment to some of the economic reasons for that, but nonetheless, the reality is the charitable sector is struggling and having a harder and harder time make ends meet in the same way that Canadian families are struggling and finding harder and harder to make ends meet. Now, in my riding of Burnaby, New Westminster, we are blessed with an abundance of strong charitable organizations that provide good service to individuals and families in my area, in the city of Burnaby and the city of New Westminster. And I'd just like to cite a few of what are very many, very strong, very credible organizations right across the riding that I'm proud to represent. Mr. Speaker, we have the South Burnaby Neighbourhood House that provides services to families throughout southern Burnaby. I'll be attending their charitable function on Saturday night in Burnaby and looking forward to it. There's the Purpose Society of New Westminster, a long-standing organization in New Westminster that does good work on behalf of families. Because we're seeing an increasing number, tragically, Mr. Speaker, of Canadian families that are even having difficulty putting food on the table. There's the Union Gospel Mission and the New Westminster Food Bank, both of which provide supports, as do a wide variety of faith-based groups throughout Burnaby and New Westminster. And the Union Gospel Mission, I've attended often, their lunches that are provided in downtown New Westminster. They, with very, very few resources, do a terrific job of feeding literally tens of thousands of people in our community over the course of a year. There's the Last Door Recovery Society that provides addiction treatment programs and does a very effective job there. The Credit Counseling Society that provides help with those people in the community that are simply overwhelmed by their financial circumstances and provides it again with on shoestring, basically, resources. There are the Firefighters Foundations, both the Burnaby Firefighter Foundation and the New Westminster Firefighter Foundation, that provide funding for a whole host of programs throughout Burnaby and New Westminster. The New Vista Society is one example of seniors organizations, and there are many, along with Century House in New Westminster. And the New Vista Society provides supports for seniors who are losing autonomy but want to live in a welcoming environment. Immigrant Services Society, along with many other immigrant-oriented organizations like Success and PICS, that provide services to immigrants, a wide variety of organizations that provide support for people with disabilities. Western Institute of Deaf and Hard of Hearing, which I was proud to lead and which won a number of Business Excellence Awards and continues to do so, providing support to the deaf and hard of hearing. The CNIB, Canadian National Institute of the Blind, providing support for blind and visually impaired Canadians. The BC Paraplegic Association, which provides support for physically disabled British Columbians, and the Coast Mental Health Foundation, providing supports to those with mental health. And I could go on in the sector, people with disabilities. There is a wide variety of charities that provide those supports. Burn Creek Streamkeepers, which is an example of an environmental organization that was brought to bear with volunteer labor and has subsequently made a significant impact on environmental education in the community of Burnaby. So these are just examples, Mr. Speaker, of what is a wide variety of charitable organizations, virtually all started with volunteer labor, that depend on what exists as fiscal policy to ensure that those who contribute to those charities that are providing those supports in the community actually have some incentive to provide that charitable support. And all of those organizations, and dozens that I don't have time to mention in these few minutes, provide important contributions to quality of life in the community. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's often been said, and it's an important point to note, that the political tax credit that was voted on in this House of Commons, which provides that same a foundation, a political tax credit provides more of a fiscal incentive, if you like, Mr. Speaker, to those who contribute small amounts. We certainly support that. That somebody who provides a $100 contribution gets a tax credit back of $75. If you provide more, of course, there is a lessening amount of a tax credit in a percentage basis. That same philosophy is something we should be looking at in the charitable sector. I believe personally, Mr. Speaker, that we need to look at the charitable sector in a more holistic way and provide those incentives in a way that we can boost the contributions that the charitable sector makes in our community. Now, that being said, Mr. Speaker, we cannot deny that the cutbacks that we've seen over the past few decades, started under the former Liberal government and continued under the current Conservative government, have a profound impact on the charitable sector. And that the federal government, through the tax base that is given by all Canadians, has a major role to play in providing supportive programs so that the charitable sector can provide those good programs. Now, Mr. Speaker, there's no doubt that when we talk about people with disabilities, when we talk about seniors, that all the organizations I've cited, and many, many more that I haven't had the time to cite, provide an effective contribution in the community. And so the federal government has a responsibility to provide, through some of our tax dollars, that supplemental support that can make a huge difference in the life of charitable organizations, and then, of course, as a result, Mr. Speaker, a significant difference in the lives of families and individuals in the community, whether we're talking about Burnaby, New Westminster, or any other community in Canada. The federal government has a responsibility to fund. And of course, Mr. Speaker, with what we've seen over the past 5 years, and longer actually, which has been a direct trend towards massive corporate tax cuts rather than funding the kind of charitable organizations and other programs that support Canadians' way of life, and quality of life. Well, Mr. Speaker, in our opinion, that's just a wrong-headed approach. I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, that I would talk briefly about the causes of why the charitable givings are in decline. And Mr. Speaker, it's no secret. Canadian families, the middle class and poor Canadians, have lost income over the past 20 years. I mean, that's a fundamental reality. What we've seen is an increase in inequality that we have not seen since the 1920s, Mr. Speaker. Inequality in Canada today, in 2011, is exactly the same as it was in the 1920s. So we've had wrong-headed economic approaches, Mr. Speaker. There's absolutely no doubt about this. And Canadian families have had to bear the brunt of what has been simply economic experiments done first by the Liberals, now by the Conservatives. And during this same period, the debt load of the average Canadian family has doubled. Now, Mr. Speaker, very clearly, the problem is that the benefits of these economic experiments that the Liberals and Conservatives have brought to bear have only gone to the wealthiest Canadians. And tragically, the wealthiest of Canadians now take most of the Canadian income pie. It's no secret why the middle class and poor Canadians have seen a decline in real income and a doubling of their debt load. And that makes it even more difficult for Canadians to contribute to the charities that they would like to contribute to. So that's the reason behind it, Mr. Speaker. Now, in terms of the motion, then, there are some components, obviously, that we would support. But to look at bigger and broader big business exemptions through some of the mechanisms that are seen in the motion would be exactly wrong-headed. What we need to do is to make sure that the individual contributors receive perhaps a larger fiscal incentive. But ultimately, Mr. Speaker, we have to make sure as parliamentarians that all Canadians are prospering, not just the wealthy, and that all Canadians, and the middle class and poor Canadians, are seeing a rise in real income.
Resuming debate. There being no other members rising, I will return to the honourable member for Kitchener-Waterloo for his 5-minute right of reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to have the opportunity to summarize and highlight the points that have been made by all parties involved in this important debate. And I want to begin by thanking all of my honourable colleagues from all parties in the House of Commons for participating in this very important discussion. And in particular, I want to thank my colleague from Elgin, Middlesex, London for his excellent speech this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, as you know, my motion M559 asks the Finance Committee to study the many facets of charitable giving in Canada. And as we all know in this place, Canada is known throughout the world as one of the best countries in which to live. Canadians have a strong sense of social responsibility, and we support, through our taxes, important programs like universal health care, employment insurance, and old age security. And this strong sense of social responsibility also motivates Canadians to give generously to the vital social service organizations and charities that meet the needs of the vulnerable in our society. These organizations help to make Canada the caring and compassionate society that defines us and that gives us a significant sense of pride. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the charitable organizations in my riding of Kitchener-Waterloo for their remarkable work to improve the quality of life in our community. And I am committed to strengthening my partnerships with these organizations and ensuring that they have a voice. And in fact, the entire charitable sector across our great country has a voice here in Ottawa, here in this place. This debate has helped to increase our awareness and understanding of the complex challenges faced by the charitable sector all across Canada, and will inspire us to find ways to further support them. And during the debate, I've been pleased to see the widespread agreement on the value that charitable organizations bring to all aspects of our communities. And we can all agree that the charitable sector is to be commended for their dedication and their commitment to making a difference in the lives of others. And we agree that they need the support of both government and the support of individual donors. And I think we can all agree that the tax system has a role to play in providing an incentive for Canadians to give as much as they are able to the charities of their choice. And I think we can all agree that through a comprehensive study by the Finance Committee, we may be able to bring forward recommendations that will encourage increased charitable giving, benefiting both the charitable organizations themselves and, of course, the donors who support them. My motion suggests that the committee could look at specific areas of reform, changes to the charitable tax credit, for example, and the removal of capital gains tax on donations of privately held securities and donations of real estate. Now, I believe that both of these measures would make a difference in the level of charitable giving. However, it would be up to the Finance Committee to assess their feasibility and to determine whether these changes, or perhaps, Mr. Speaker, any other changes, should be made. So in conclusion, I ask all members to support my motion, M559, and I believe it is incumbent upon all of us as members of Parliament to study this issue that could have a profound impact on the charitable organizations that make such a significant contribution to all communities across Canada. And I would also like to encourage all of my colleagues in the House to become fully engaged in this important dialogue. Let us show the people of Canada that we are united in our goal to champion charities across our country and to work with them to build a better society. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is as follows. Mr. Braid, seconded by Mr. Preston, moved that the Standing Committee on Finance be instructed to undertake a study of the current tax incentives for charitable donations with a view to encouraging increased giving, including but not limited to 1. Reviewing changes to the charitable tax credit amount. 2. Reviewing the possible extension of the capital gains exemption to private company shares in real estate when donated to a charitable organization. 3. Considering the feasibility of implementing these measures, and that the committee report its findings to the House. It's the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. All those in favor will please say yay. Yay. All those opposed will please say nay. Yay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, March 2nd, 2011, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that the House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased this evening to talk about a question that I posed a few weeks ago on the Public Service Integrity Commissioner. As we know, Mr. Speaker, the Office of the Commissioner has been in some tumult for the last few months after the Auditor General presented a report that was quite devastating with regard to the operation and on the former commissioner who has since resigned. The reality of the Office of the Commissioner was clear. It was to work to ensure that public servants could speak out against any fraud or negative thing that occurred that was not to the benefit of Canadians or the Canadian government. What happened? Well, it was a fiasco. Within a 3-year period that the office operated until the tabling of the Auditor General's report, 228 complaints were presented to the Office of the Integrity Commissioner, and of the 228 complaints, only 5 were lightly retained, and ultimately none led to charges or were any additional steps taken. And when I say additional steps, Mr. Speaker, we'll understand that from 238 to 0, it's not very good. A government that said, a government that claimed to be a transparent and open government and that wanted also to be accountable. Where is that accountability? Over years since the creation of the Public Service Integrity Commissioner, how was the Conservative government simply able to do nothing? In their shoes, after 1 year, I would have had questions. How is it that there are no files that are going further after 2 years? I would have asked myself serious questions with regard to the work that was being done within the Office of the Public Service Integrity Commissioner. And after 3 years with no files whatsoever that advanced any further, I would say something abnormal was happening. Either it was that, Mr. Speaker, or else, in reality, it was what the Conservative government wanted.
That's exactly what they were expecting of the commissioner who was in place, to ensure that there were no complaints, as if everything was going perfectly within the public service. And today we can see with many ministers that that is not the situation. It's not the reality. The Conservatives had let the situation go completely. They let 3 years go by without a single complaint having been retained and having been investigated further. Not a single one. So what was going on between the government and the commissioner rather? What were they trying to ensure? To see not a single complaint go any further than that. It's incredible. There were fraud cases, for example, that weren't further investigated. And, Mr. Speaker, that's one of the reasons why the importance of the former commissioner coming and explaining herself before the Public Accounts Committee. I'm sure that the parliamentary secretary is going to tell me that they did all kinds of wonderful things and that she's ready to come and meet with us, but the reality is that not one single complaint was fully investigated, nothing was further developed. And how do you think that the people of Canada can have confidence in a system that cost at least $11 million with zero consequences? It's just incredible. That is money wasted that the Conservatives poured into that many families could have used.
President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to respond to the suggestion made by the honourable member opposite that the government has something to hide because the former Public Sector Integrity Commissioner has resigned. Mr. Speaker, this couldn't be further from the truth. Our record of strengthening accountability, increasing transparency in the public service, and restoring Canadians' trust in government holds up to the utmost scrutiny. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, this government can show a long list of achievements accomplished to make the public service more open and more accountable to Canadians. We did the first thing coming to power in 2006, which was to establish the Federal Accountability Act.
Law in Canadian history. That act and its supporting action plan contained dozens of measures and hundreds of amendments to some 45 federal statutes, which touch virtually every part of government and beyond. It gave agents of Parliament additional powers. It dealt with issues such as financing of political parties, lobbying, and whistleblowing by creating the new position of the Public Sector Integrity Commissioner in the first place. Mr. Speaker, I must, however, take this opportunity to correct the honourable member from Madawaska, Restigouche, for when he asked the question on December the 9th, it showed how he obviously does not know the background on how the Public Sector Integrity Commissioner is appointed. I'd like to take the moment to remind the House that the Public Sector Integrity Commissioner is an independent officer of Parliament. She was appointed with the approval of all opposition party leaders and by Parliament. But don't take my word for it, Mr. Speaker. Let me give you a quote, and I quote, "Therefore, we seek unanimous consent that the 9th report of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates dealing with the certificate of nomination of Christian Ouimet to the position of Public Sector Integrity Commissioner be deemed tabled and concurred in." End of quote. Who said that, Mr. Speaker? The Liberal chair of that committee, Mr. Speaker. Ms. Ouimet's appointment was considered by the Government Operations Committee on June the 14th, 2007. Her nomination was considered by the Senate on June the 19th, 2007. The Senate agreed to appoint her on that very same day. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to accountability and openness, our record speaks for itself. That member needs to stop and examine the historical record. In fact, that's exactly what the NDP member for Winnipeg South did, and I would like to give you his quote. And he says, "We're the Oversight Committee for the Office of the Integrity Commissioner, and we failed whistleblowers, and I'm the first to admit it." End of quote. Mr. Speaker, we have made Canada's public institutions more open, more accountable, and more transparent than at any time in this country's history. And we have a process in place for ensuring the independence and objectivity of the Integrity Commissioner. We're pleased that the Interim Integrity Commissioner has indicated that a third-party review will take place to ensure no valid concerns were overlooked. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the member opposite simply, where's the beef? Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. The Honourable Member for Madawaska Restigouche. Mr. Speaker, I think that the parliamentary secretary shouldn't forget that it's his party and his government and his prime minister that came up with the nomination, appointment of Ms. Ouimet. No one else. It comes from that side of this House. They decided in what way and who would be appointed to this position. But when I hear the parliamentary secretary talk about we wanted to have a more accountable public service, what happens with the minister responsible for CETA, whose officials had recommended to move ahead with funding for Kairos? They said it's a good project, we'll continue funding them. What did the minister do? She added a knot into the paper, the agreement. So this is accountability. This is empty rhetoric. The staff is responsible, they say, but it's the government and the minister who are responsible. If you want to talk about accountability, look in the mirror. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
When our government took office, we promised to bring accountability to Ottawa, something that was severely lacking under the previous Liberal government. As part of that plan, we created the position of Public Sector Integrity Commissioner to ensure that public servants can speak out about wrongdoing without the fear of reprisals. And we made the position an independent officer of Parliament who reports to Parliament. Not only is the position independent of government, but appointments to that position are approved by all parties. An appointment is made after consultation with the leader of every recognized party in the Senate and House of Commons, and after approval in the Senate and House of Commons. In addition, the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates examines the qualifications and competence of the nominee and reports to the House. This was the process used for the former commissioner. So, Mr. Speaker, why is the member opposite criticizing the government for the actions of a commissioner approved by his own party? The new interim commissioner has committed to reviewing the disclosures of wrongdoing and complaints of reprisal and to reporting his findings to Parliament.
Order. We'll move on now to the Honourable Member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise today and to address a couple of questions that were raised back in November the 5th, regarding 600 murdered and missing Aboriginal women. And of course, these missing and murdered Aboriginal women are victims of sexualized, racialized violence. And at that time, I asked the minister responsible, would they call a public inquiry into the 600 murdered and missing Aboriginal women and girls. I also at that time asked the minister responsible why they had cut funding to Sisters in Spirit, a groundbreaking initiative that's been taking place over 5 years. They have been largely responsible for documenting the case of the 600 murdered, missing and Aboriginal women, and they have also been the chief advocate for these women and their families. The government had committed in the throne speech, and the government had committed in the budget, that they would move forward on this particular file. And in October of 2010, they did announce a $10 million funding grant. But the funding was not directed specifically to Aboriginal women. The funding was announced without consultation with NWAC, the Native Women's Association of Canada, and the Sisters in Spirit organization. And NWAC summed it up in a press release in terms of what their feelings were and what their analysis was of the development. It said that it did not specifically speak to Aboriginal women, that it did not include measures to address serious crime like murder and speak only to the violence as a whole. It said that it reinvents and conducts work that has already been done by Sisters in Spirit. It indicated that the announcement did not address jurisdictional issues of the RCMP, and that it allowed any community group to access funding, not necessarily Aboriginal specific or women specific. So even though the government had promised to fully tackle this issue, this serious issue, which is a national tragedy, they did not deliver on their promise. And in fact, the government denied Sisters in Spirit funding. It indicated that they were not allowed to use their name, that they were not allowed to use their slogan or the logo, Grandmother Moon, which has become so enmeshed with the fight for justice for these women. They had indicated that they would not be allowed to do advocacy work. And then some people have said that they were saying to Aboriginal women that, shut up, that you cannot speak for these women who can no longer speak for themselves. And I say to the government that they should revisit their decision, Mr. Speaker. They should revisit their decision when they say they will not hold a national public inquiry. I asked this House, and I've asked it many times, how is it that 600 people can go murdered or missing in this country and there's not a public inquiry called, a national public inquiry? And the government, when there were salmon missing in the Fraser River, said we will call a public inquiry for missing salmon, but we can't call a public inquiry for murdered and missing Aboriginal women. And I asked the government to revisit their decision to cut Sisters in Spirit and to fully fund it and its objectives, and do it collaboratively, do it in consultation. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I would just like to say that these are not nameless, faceless people. There are 600 of them, and I would ask anybody listening to go on the website of NWAC and just scroll down, look at their faces, read their stories, and act.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Status of Women.
To begin my thanking of Member Opposite for giving me the opportunity to correct some misunderstanding about the government's response to the important issue of missing and murdered Aboriginal women. La question du député.
The question of the member is a good example of the misinformation that has been circulated. I think it's too important an issue to be the subject of that. People's lives have been tragically shortened and families devastated by the pain. And I would like to answer this question fully.
The Minister of Status of Women announced the 7 elements of the government's most recent investment in addressing the disturbing high number of missing and murdered Aboriginal women identified in the Sister in Spirit report. What my colleague referred to as a laundry list, it's a reality, a carefully balanced and target package. Premièrement,
first of all, emphasis has been put on the improvement of law enforcement and a reaction from the justice system. This is consistent with the commitment that was made in the throne speech to take steps to fight against the worrying number of unsolved murder cases and disappearances of Aboriginal women as a priority of the criminal justice system, and the commitment in the budget to take concrete steps to ensure that law enforcement and the justice system meet the needs of Aboriginal women and their families. Mr. Speaker, as a result, an important portion of the money will be used to set up a new national support center for the families of for the disappeared by the RCMP, for people who have disappeared off the streets across the country, and better access to more complete information on the disappeared, so that if a person is held for any length of time, police officers will already know if there is a report on missing persons that has been tabled. This measure responds directly to the concerns of the Aboriginal Association, Women's Association of Canada, including the resolution by the Canadian Association of the Chiefs of Police to have more federal leadership in this, show more leadership in this case. And there is a federal, provincial, territorial agreement to help these cases of disappeared and missing women. This will help police forces in their research, and particularly to find those who have disappeared. The new center, the new National Police Support Center for Disappeared Persons, will help the Canadian Police Services to ensure that there is coordination in the investigations of the disappeared by providing specialized support in this context. The national website will be based on that in certain provinces like Ontario that have posted new arrests in unsolved cases, and encourage the public to provide information to help in the identification of human remains. Changes to the criminal code will also help police in their investigations and will respond to calls from the attorneys general of the provinces. I will tell my colleague across the way that work in this area is needed, and I recognize that there are needs that have to be dealt with as well. And we have to work more to help in the area of violence against women.
The honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for her words, but I would reiterate that what I have said here in this House is not just my words. These are the words of the Native Women's Association of Canada. These are the words of the Sisters in Spirit, people who have worked at this for 5 years and some for decades. The Native Women's Association of Canada also said this. They said we need to establish a new and transparent partnership with the government, that the government needs to do this, that we need to create a fund made available to families and communities of missing and murdered Aboriginal women and girls, that we need to confirm government's ongoing support to the Sisters in Spirit movement and the Native Women's Association of Canada. Obviously, when they're asking for this, it is not in the announcement. This was post-announcement. So these are obvious drawbacks in the government's approach and in what the government announced in October. So I ask again, will they fully fund Sisters in Spirit, allow them to continue the fantastic work that they have undertaken for the last 5 years, and will they call a national public inquiry into the 600 murdered and missing Aboriginal women and girls? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary Parliamentaire.
The Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, it's the first time that a government is setting up a system such as ours. No one in the past had thought of this, particularly not the Liberals. As a result, 5 of the initial sites will be dedicated to these aspects. The western provinces, who've had the highest number of disappearances of Aboriginal women, according to the information that has been gathered by the Sisters in Spirit, to allow them to adapt their services to the victims and to their culture. There are funds available for services to the victims according to the frontline Aboriginal groups that are in the best position to respond to these women and families' needs. There are also funds for Aboriginal communities so that they can gather and develop safety plans that are community plans to really develop and meet plans that will meet their own needs in order to make sustainable changes. There's money available for the project of developing a new entity that the frontline groups work on.
We'll have to move on now. À l'ordre. À l'ordre.
Order, please.
Honourable member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, since January 2010's earthquake, the people of Haiti have struggled to rebuild their country after over 200,000 people lost their lives and millions were left without shelter. Canadians watch with growing concern as the already frail infrastructure and societal structure of Haiti literally fell to pieces. Canadians opened their hearts and their wallets as they donated time and money to Haiti. Donations totaled over $220 million, matched dollar for dollar by the Government of Canada.
Haitians have had to face a myriad of challenges over the course of the history of their country. There's been a lack of development, a broken down economy, an exhausted environment, a corrupt political system, and periodical natural catastrophes. Many of these challenges are apparently unsolvable. But while Canadians were very quick to offer assistance, financial assistance has not arrived quickly in Haiti.
Did a wonderful job in Haiti despite the challenges. Our troops were vital in clearing rubble and reopening roads. However, requests for Canadian troops to stay in Haiti past its mandate of 6 weeks were rebuffed by the government. The reality today is Haiti is that the country is completely dependent upon external support structures. So when the Canadians left, a void was created as we took back our heavy equipment and expertise. Canadians made significant donations to groups like the Canadian Red Cross and humanitarian coalitions, a group of NGOs that came together to deliver humanitarian aid more effectively and efficiently. There needs to be a more effective process delivering this aid. Haiti has faced significant and prolonged challenges even before the earthquake. The UN report by Michael Frost identified 6 areas of where Haiti needs the assistance of the international community, including penitentiary situation and prison overcrowding, violence against women, lynching, human trafficking, deportation, and the lack of economic, social, and cultural rights. These are specific areas where Canada and the world can help. In order to foster improvement in Haiti, we should work to assist the Haitians in establishing the rule of law. We also need to work with the Haitians more closely to stop criminal activity so that the Haitians can feel secure. Only 25% of the $600 million it has promised Haiti has been appropriated. These realities are taken in the context of this government spending almost $27,000, 55 times the gross national product of the average Haitian, on a single-use backdrop by its conference in Haiti in Montreal just days after the earthquake. This is also the government that promised to fast-track family unification for Haitians with relatives in Canada. Not just last week we learned that the government rejected almost half of the so-called special applications. Recently, an Ottawa resident who just wanted to bring his daughter and granddaughter to safety applied to have his family united, only to have the application rejected even before the deadline to submit the documentation had arrived. What remains is a country still in desperate need of help. Millions are still living in tent cities where real cities once stood, in these squalid conditions with rubble still resting where it originally landed over a year ago. Fetid and bacterial-laden water gave rise to an epidemic of cholera that has killed over 4,500 cases to date. The political system is in chaos, and there is still no clear winner of a presidential election beset by fraud and irregularities. Violence against women and children is rampant, and the threat of rioting in the streets is constant. On November 19th, I asked the Conservative government why it was not showing leadership here, why we were not hearing anything from them on this regard, an ongoing humanitarian crisis. So I ask again, when will the government report to Parliament and give us an update on its progress to actually help the people of Haiti, and when is it going to honor the real terms it pledged to expedite?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of International Cooperation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that it has been said in this House before, but I want to reiterate our government's unwavering support for the people of Haiti. Like all Canadians, our government is very concerned about the people affected by the outbreak of cholera, particularly those living in the makeshift emergency shelters dotting the landscape outside the urban centres. Our most recent information says that over 4,500 people have succumbed to this deadly disease, and over 120,000 have been hospitalized. We know the epidemic started in St. Marc, in the Artibonite region north of Port-au-Prince, but has since spread to most of the country, including the city of Port-au-Prince and the camps. I know that we live in a media age where every tragic event is broadcast around the world almost instantaneously, and I know that some can become very desensitized. But when I see the haunting images coming out of Haiti, a country where close to 1.3 million are still homeless, I cannot help but to imagine what it must be like. The devastating progress of the disease was hastened by inadequate sanitary conditions in many parts of the country and grew worse because of the heavy rains brought on by Hurricane Thomas. You will also recall, Mr. Speaker, the civil unrest in the north, which slowed the response times and hindered some activities in response to the initial outbreak. Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious situation indeed, and Canada's total response to the cholera epidemic now totals $7 million. Last year, on October the 23rd, Canada's Prime Minister was among the first of the world leaders to announce support for Haiti. In fact, after the initial announcement of $1 million, Canada quickly responded with an additional $6 million. Working with the Pan American Health Organization and the Haitian government, we moved quickly and efficiently to ensure humanitarian assistance was getting to the most vulnerable. Through our support to PAHO, we were able to provide supplies to treat approximately 80,000 cases of cholera in the early stages of the outbreak. Our support to UNICEF and its 74 partner organizations provided over 13 million water purification tablets 2 million oral rehydration salts, and over 600,000 bars of soap. When a devastating disease such as this occurs, education and prevention becomes key. I am pleased to tell the honourable member who raised this issue tonight that through UNICEF and its partners, we have reached over 5,000 vulnerable schools representing 1.2 million children in our effort to educate and stop the spread. We are also working with World Vision Canada and Médecins du Monde Canada. World Vision Canada has provided up to 120,000 cholera patients with life-saving treatment in specialized health facilities and will provide additional families with access to clean water and the necessary supplies to slow the spread of the disease. Médecins du Monde Canada has established rehydration centres and cholera treatment centres providing life-saving medical treatment in Cité Soleil. The organization is also providing further training on cholera treatment and prevention measures to community-based and hospital health workers. Mr. Speaker, Canadians can be proud of this government's partnership with the Canadian Red Cross. Through a contribution announced by the Minister of International Cooperation last November, the Red Cross has set up its new emergency field hospital. This state-of-the-art mobile hospital includes the medical materials and supplies, as well as the professionals to treat thousands of Haitians. Mr. Speaker, I assure you, the Government of Canada continues to monitor the situation very closely to help ensure the needs of
The honourable member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, it is important for Haiti that Canadians and all nations of the world demonstrate determined and prolonged leadership in assisting this country. The recent return to Haiti of former dictator Jean-Claude Duvalier when he serves to create more instability. I am regularly in touch with Haitians who are presently working to assist in the prosecution of Duvalier. Human Rights Watch just days ago stated that the government of Haiti should be encouraged and supported in its decision to move forward with the prosecution of the former dictator Jean-Claude Baby Duck Duvalier. The government of Canada needs to lend assistance to this process. Haiti can benefit from unprecedented levels of international support. Work to build government structure, security, and sustainability, as outlined in many UN reports and other studies that occurred before and after the earthquake, must take place. Our shared history with Haiti is rich, and our shared culture is still growing. I would encourage this government to forcefully and with greater resolve undertake every possible action to assist the people of Haiti and to reverse its long-standing trend towards failed status states.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canadians can be proud of the response this government and Canadians have shown with our support for our friends in Haiti. And the honourable member talked about showing leadership. Canada was on the ground almost immediately when Haiti called for help after the earthquake, and we continue to show that leadership in all of the efforts and undertakings that we have demonstrated over the last year. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I would like to quote from the Prime Minister's January 25th speech when he was talking about our efforts to rebuild Haiti. When characterizing Canadians' response, he said, and I quote, "This generosity, both public and private, is a testament to the kindness and compassion that unites humanity in the face of catastrophe." Mr. Speaker, I could not agree with the Prime Minister more.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24.